1, 2. Слышно? 1, 2, 3. Слышно?
I'll be chairing this session. We're pleased to have Olga Kupets speaking about mismatch in the labor market, and Oleksandr Danzer will be the discussant. So Olga will start with about a 25-minute presentation, then we'll give Oleksandr 15 minutes, and then all of us will participate. All right. Well, you know, you could swap and...
Yeah. First comments.
All right, here you go.
Thank you. So I just introduced myself that I'm from Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, and if you don't know, it is the university, one of the top universities in Ukraine, and students of our university started both revolutions, I would say. So, and I participated in the Orange Revolution, and my students were among the first who started Euromaidan in 2013. So today I present very preliminary first results of my study on education-job mismatch in Ukraine, and I would like to answer the question: too many people with tertiary education or too many jobs for low-skilled? And what happens? So this is the outline of my presentation, typical, and I start from motivation. According to the Baron Lee data set, Ukraine is among the world leaders in terms of the share of adult population, this tertiary completed education. All countries, most countries in the world, improved this indicator since 1990. And Ukraine was 6th in 1990 and 7th in 2010. But what we have in terms of per capita GDP at PPP, Ukraine is much lower than all countries. This is the same or similar share of adult population with tertiary completed education. And unlike Poland, for example, the situation with GDP per capita worsened since 1990. Despite multiple transition challenges and declining youth population, Ukraine spends a significant share of its GDP on education. So among all countries which provided information on government expenditure, in World Bank statistics, Ukraine is in the top 20 countries, and it spends more than the US, Korea, and many other countries in the world. And it spends 2% now on tertiary education. So we have, it seems that we have well-educated workforce. But according to BIP's surveys, before the crisis in 2008, inadequately educated workforce was among the major constraints to job growth. and to business growth. Since that time, according to the last survey in 2013, workforce skills not among the top impediments, obstacles, but it doesn't mean that workforce skills improved. It just means that there are more important obstacles, and World Bank study survey of employers in 2014 also showed that workforce skills are less important in constraint to business growth than political instability, macroeconomic instability, corruption, informal practices, and many are the problems of doing business in Ukraine. And according to this survey of over 700 companies from 2 sectors in Ukraine, many employers, they complain about the skills and skills provided by the education system. And less than 30% of employers, they tell that they in fact satisfied the skills provided by the system of education by training in vocational education and technical and vocational education training and general education system. So the question is, why do firms complain of a skills shortage despite the high availability of the educated workers, and why highly educated workforce cannot generate economic output at a level similar to worse in advanced economies? And in the literature, EBRD transition report, Stuck in Transition in 2013, World Bank studies skills, not diplomas, job growth in ECA countries. There are several explanations from this side of the human capital. It might be that there is low quality in the relevance of education, and we will see some evidence on this. Institutional environment not conducive to developing, attracting and retaining highly skilled people, and skills mismatch. And my main focus is on the last point, this skills mismatch, mismatch between the skills acquired during formal education and those required in the labor market. And of course, skills mismatch is not the same as this mismatch between education and job requirements, but it is very difficult to measure the skills mismatch, so I focus on vertical mismatch in terms of education. So I look on the incidence of over-education, the number of people, of employed people who has more education than the current job requires, and under-education, the number of the share of employed who have less education than the current job requires. And some evidence in Ukraine, according to school-to-work transition survey, most young people tell that the education was relevant for performing jobs, but some of them felt overqualified, and about 11% reported that they have some gaps. And at the same time, then there is direct question whether your education corresponds, meets completely job responsibilities. About 30% told that not. Moreover, about 40% of the total number of young unemployed have tertiary college or university education, and almost half of them reported inability to find a job after graduation as the main reason for their unemployment. And according to the normative measure, based on these data, about 31% can be classified as overeducated, only young people. I did in my first study, based on STEP and PIAC data, I tried to compare incidence of overeducation, undereducation in Ukraine, Armenia, Georgia, and Macedonia covered by World Bank STEP study, and OECD countries and Russia covered by OECD PIAC survey of adult population aged 15 64. And we see here that Ukraine has high incidence of education, and here and here, but it is on a par with many other countries like Japan, France, and it depends on the method used. So we have some evidence, but I would like to contribute to the literature more on our education and to compare supply of highly educated workers and demand, and also to find some determinants at the individual level. But also what is important, there is a large strength of the literature looking on task-biased technological change or routine-biased technological change and the impact on the demand for skilled workers, unskilled workers, in line with David Otter's seminal papers in 2003, and then many other papers on this. But this literature focuses mainly on these changes in the relative demand for workers, but do not discuss possible education. So I try to look on both sides, demand side and job polarization, if it is in Ukraine, that it is driven by task or routine-biased technological change. And then how has the incidence changed over time, or incidence of over-education, particularly among tertiary educated people. And also a very important question, how transition-related cohorts, they differ in terms of the incidence of education, and then determinants of the probability of over-education and under-education. And first, I would like to present some basic information about educational attainment and literacy proficiency of adult population, trying to answer the question whether the level of the quality of education in Ukraine is at the level corresponds to the level of other countries. First, this statistics shows this graph. This is the number of graduates. Statistical office of Ukraine presents the statistics. This is the number of graduates from universities. This is the number of graduates from vocational and technical schools, and this is the number of graduates from college. And these bars show the share of tertiary university graduates among all graduates after school. And so we see that there is a steady, almost steady increase in the number of university graduates and in the share of university graduates among all graduates. And majority of young people, they just do not consider vocational education because of stigma, hysteresis of habitors, and it is supported by this transition to work survey conducted by the Earle in 2013. And Ukrainian universities, plagued by heavy corruption, became actually diploma mills. They just printed diplomas and they didn't care about quality. If you don't believe, we will look at these two graphs. Here, this axis shows average years of schooling according to Barrow-Lee data set, or share of adult population this completed tertiary education. And here we have mean literacy proficiency score among adult population measured for peer countries based on, for OECD countries based on the PIAC study, and for Ukraine and Armenia based on STEP study, World Bank STEP study. And what we see that Ukraine has very average literacy proficiency score and a bit higher than Poland. And here we see that the difference in the share of population with tertiary education between Ukraine and Poland is almost twice as high in Ukraine, but the difference in the mean literacy is very small. And if we look on the mean literacy proficiency score of adult population, total population, and tertiary educated population, they see that Ukraine and Ukraine, Armenia, Georgia have the lowest scores, and we should take into account that in these three countries, the sample covered only urban population. So if we add also rural population, the mean literacy score, there is proficiency in reading and understanding text will be even lower in Ukraine, Armenia, and Georgia. So we see that the quality of education and lifelong learning is very low in Ukraine, and so and moreover, Ukraine is the only country in which younger people with university education have lower mean score than older people. That means that really these graduates from universities in the recent decades, they have much lower basic cognitive skills than their colleagues or counterparts who graduated from universities early. And changes in the occupational sectoral composition of employment. How much time do I have? So we have employment structure changed a little bit, but not significantly, and it is heavily biased towards elementary occupations and services and sales workers. Then I tried to calculate demand and supply of labor by education. Supply, I took just employed by education, and demand employed by occupation, and assuming perfect vertical education job match, meaning managers and professionals have university education, technicians and associate professionals should have a college education, and then all other occupational groups should have a secondary education except elementary occupations which suppose primary education. And so we have huge difference. This is the change between 2004-2013. 1 million more people with university education, but only almost half of these jobs that require tertiary education. And we see that increase in the number of jobs requiring no education or primary education, and decrease in the number of jobs and requiring actually education, college education or secondary. And this is changes in employment shares of broad occupational groups. So we see that there is increase in the share of managers and professionals, but at the same time we see increase in the share of elementary occupations and decrease of technicians and semi-skilled workers. And in comparison to Poland, we see that increase in employment of professionals and managers is much slower in Ukraine than in Poland. And in Poland, we see decrease in elementary occupations, but in Ukraine, increase also simultaneous increase in elementary occupations. So we see this evidence of job polarization, which can be also seen in the US, the Netherlands, Germany, and some other European countries. But the difference of Ukraine that the number of people employed in elementary occupations is tremendously high. And I tried to test somehow authors' hypothesis that the change in that employment shares increases actually demand, labor demand increases in occupations which are less routine intensive, task intensive, and decrease in occupations which are routine intensive or task intensive and can be substituted by computers and machines. But this graph shows this routine task intensity is taken from the paper by Goose and Manning, but still we see that increase in the share of jobs not only in less routine intensive occupation, but also in routine intensive occupations. For example, this 93 These are laborers in mining, construction, or these clerks, customer service clerks. And what is also important, the composition into between and within industry changes shows that, for example, this occupation, salespersons, large increase is because of between industry changes. So in fact, a growth of sector, of trade sector, and absorption of people from all other sectors. And here I tried to look at the subsample employees from urban areas and merged LFS data set, this step, and looked at the change in the share of employees with tertiary education versus use of computer at work or thinking at work. First, this graph shows that out of 24 two-digit occupations, we see increase in the share of employees with tertiary university in 20. And only in 4 of them they see decrease. And these occupations include also elementary occupations. And this is the intensity of computer use at work. And these are top occupations. So we see these are professionals, managers, but all 2 groups from clerks. They need some computer skills, but at the same time, they don't need thinking at work. So I would say that these clerks could be substituted by college graduates if they had better computer skills, for example. And this is about composition of changes in the employment shares by broad sectors. And so they see that the only, the only sector, like group of sectors, growing steadily is less knowledge-intensive services. It includes trade, land transport, different kind of individual services. These are really services that do not need a lot of knowledge. And we see this increase. At the same time, we see decrease in manufacturing, particularly in high and medium-high technology manufacturing, in agriculture, and almost stable share of knowledge-intensive services. So the question is, what is the incidence of education, how it's changed? I do not spend a lot of time on the measurement of mismatch. I use just very typical procedure. Since I don't have any other alternative, I used mode-based approach. So I used in labor force survey data. And it is a very huge representative data set covering about 200,000 observations per year for employed people. And I looked, I defined required education as a mode level at 3-digit risk occupation, and then calculated this incidence of over-education or under-education. And there are, of course, some caveats of this measurement, this approach in the measurement of our education, but the literature uses this approach, and we just need to understand that it can be the case that there are people who are mismatched according to self-employment, self-assessment approach, but they will be well matched according to the mode-based method if there are many people who already moved to another sector, and due to occupational downgrading and crowding out processes, they just crowded out people some level of education. For example, in clerks, we will see a lot of people with tertiary education, even though it is not required in terms of the content of jobs. And these are the estimates of the incidence of education of job mismatch by the level of education. These are, numbers are for the total population, employed population. Here, percent of over-educated this university education, and 0 under-education according to the definition, this approach, over-education and under-education among people with college education, and percent of under-educated among school or vocational school graduates. And what we see, very promising trend of decreasing, slightly decreasing incidence of under-education in all groups, and at the same time decreasing incidence of under-education, meaning that the match in the labor market improves this time. And also what is important to mention here is very high incidence of over-education among people with college education. More than half of all employed people who graduated from colleges, they are over-educated. At the same time, over 13% are under-educated. So only 30% work at jobs that require their education. I tried to look how labor force share of individuals with tertiary education changed over time and how changed the incidence. And we see expected positive relationship for college education. We see a decrease in the labor force share of individuals with tertiary college education, and we see the decrease in incidence of our education. And it is quite expected. But what is quite unexpected is the negative relationship between the labor force share of individuals with university education and their incidence of their education. And so we saw increasing supply of people with university education and at the same time decreasing incidence. But it can be explained that probably many people, it doesn't tell about better match probably of these people, this university education, but they just became unemployed. And actually there's the same negative relationship with the share of people, of individuals with tertiary university education. It is increasing over time, so the number of people this university degree increases among unemployed. Here I try to compare people born in different times, so transition cohorts following EBRD, using 76 as the threshold, and comparing incidence of over-education among these transition-related cohorts or years, and we see that the difference is not that large. That theoretical literature and empirical evidence in developed countries suggests that over-education is possible, and it is a mainly temporary phenomenon which affects mainly young people in the beginning of their career. But as we see that the difference is not that large, and probably only among employees with university education there is large difference between young and older, and also between this transition cohort. Maybe I speculate, but I would say that this system of Soviet system of tertiary education was maybe better, and it provided a better match to the current needs of that economy. And it was better match, and people just stay working in their jobs forever, mainly. And these are determinants of mismatch. This is the weakest part of my study. I just tried to find the model to find some interesting results supporting my hypothesis. But what is interesting that we can see again, contrary to the results in developed countries, female have lower incidence of over-education. They are less likely to be over-educated than men. And we see U-shaped a relationship between age and over incidence probability of education, meaning that young people and old people, they are more likely to be over-educated. And also informal employment, interesting result that people with university education, if they work informally, they are much more likely to be over-educated. Also, if they work in micro enterprises and in all sectors except knowledge-intensive services comparing to high-tech manufacturing. And also important, some regional characteristics quite expected that urban workers of this tertiary education have lower incidence of over-education, and in all regions except Kiev, the incidence of over-education is higher. And there is some positive relationship between oblast level average annual unemployment rate and incidence of education. So in the labor markets, some regional small labor markets, there are few jobs. There is high level of unemployment, high rate of unemployment, and high level of over-education. And what we can tell that, yes, the incidence of over-education has decreased, but it still affects about 20% of all workers and over 25% of workers at tertiary education. And it results from a joint effect of demand, supply side factors, quantity of university graduates, but also what is important, low quality. And the relevance of education, I would say poor motivation and academic performance of current students, plus a lot of problems in the system of education and training. Demand problems that start from problems in doing business in Ukraine, labor market and wage rigidities which hinder this adjustment of firms to growing supply of workers. Also the problem of large cohorts of older workers in the aging population, and no investment, almost no investment of employers into training, on-the-job training, and upgrading of skills of older workers. And what is also important, we discovered it 3 years ago, then we did a qualitative study, a lot of focus groups, these people over Ukraine for the World Development Report, that there is a limited access to better jobs in local labor markets, which are governed by informal networks or corruption, but not meritocratic principles. So young people, they don't care about the quality of education that they get. They just care about diploma, about a piece of paper. Employers, they do not care also about the diploma from which university, because they know that in general the quality is very low, so they just test skills. And content analysis of quick content analysis of job ads, in current job ads shows that a lot of employers don't have any requirements concerning education. That I was shocked that they ask about skills, some probably experience, but no word about level of education, no word about field of education. So it means that for many employers, education has very low signaling power, unfortunately. And what should we do? I would suggest to follow the same three-layer policy approach suggested by World Development Report on Jobs, starting from fundamentals that we discussed here a lot and will discuss today, rule of law, macroeconomic stability, enabling business environment, just to push this increase in demand for high-skilled workers, meaning more high technology sectors should first develop and then create jobs. Labor market policies improving matches and also providing voice and extend protection so that to move further these meritocratic principles, not only in Kyiv, but also in all regions, in all small towns and villages. And then I would say these priorities, the third layer, to focus on the workforce development system, and World Bank works a lot in this area. And what I would say that we need to fight corruption in the education system. Otherwise, the new law on higher education will not help, and not only fight corruption, but also to substitute all people who worked in the system for centuries, I would say, they need to go and leave the room for younger people. But of course, we need to link public funding of education to performance indicators, and including teachers' salaries, because if we have salaries like now, we cannot expect increasing quality only fighting corruption, as it was in Georgia, as Earle presented 2 days ago. And I would say that, yes, I would like, since I live here, that we change this question mark and proclamation mark. And please pray for Ukraine just to do this together. Thank you.
Thank you for the speedy and highly intense and complete presentation. We'll have Oleksandr from the University of Munich provide the formal discussion, and then we'll all get a chance to take a crack at it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me first thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to discuss this paper. First, I will briefly summarize the main takeaway points of this paper. What Olga does here is basically a very comprehensive analysis of the incidence of education-job mismatch, mainly focusing on over-education. And then what she finds is evidence for job polarization. So we have this strong growth of jobs at the lower and upper tail of the, well, skill distribution, let me say, and at the same time an increasing relative supply of university graduates. And this together leads to a quite persistent job mismatch. That's kind of the conclusion. So there are lots of overeducated people, undereducation is shrinking a bit, and hence there are supply factors. So there are too many formally highly educated workers, and at the same time too many low-skilled jobs. And as a consequence, the high-skilled crowd out those with low or middle education from even low-skill content jobs. I have to say this paper, as I read it, was still preliminary. Some of these tables I haven't seen myself, so I haven't seen anything on the determinants of mismatch, so I'm not going to comment on these. Let me start by pointing out a couple of strengths of this paper. So I think Olga is doing a great job in delivering a comprehensive picture of skill mismatch in Ukraine. Maybe the biggest threat to the paper is that she wants to do too much and wants to cover everything at the same time. But nevertheless, this is very comprehensive, and we get a real flavor of what's going on here. And I think it's politically highly important, but also Ukraine is a fascinating laboratory to study these questions, because on the one hand you have this rapidly changing educational environment, and at the same time a transition in the economic structure, in the labor market, in labor demand. So in the longer term, a move from, well, agriculture, mining, heavy industry to services and whatever else. And this is something, yeah, the question mark here I put it because in the end it's not so quite clear where Ukraine is actually going. So the paper provides a careful shift-share analysis. It exploits a variety of data, and this is very carefully done. So cross-country, within-country analysis, and what I find most interesting or potentially fascinating twist to previous research is the joint existence of different reasons for mismatch between age groups. So among the young one, apparently, there might be wrong education for the existing jobs, and among the older ones, in my opinion, outdated skills might be the problem for changes in job contents. So there are actually two different reasons, and maybe a focus on this could be promising. So a couple of open questions or suggestions to the paper. So the first thing would be to maybe find some exogenous variation in education-job mismatch to sort out what's the relative contribution of these two sources, from labor demand or from labor supply. And I think I mentioned before that Ukraine is a fascinating laboratory. So there might be so many things going on that you actually find some exogenous variation here, either on the demand side, like change in regional industrial structure. Obviously, it's always open to question whether that's really exogenous, but I think thinking about this could be very helpful. And secondly, on the labor supply side, the educational system has changed rapidly and quite a bit, so maybe there's also some exogenous variation in here. So the paper as it stood when I read it elaborated the supply side much more than the demand side. And the demand side was mainly restricted to changes across within industry. But what I was curious about is what's actually with changing job requirements within occupations. So aren't occupations changing themselves? For instance, a Soviet time farmer might do very different things than nowadays a farmer can do, and agriculture is maybe an area where Ukraine can have or does have a comparative advantage. So today a farmer might work in a highly technologically advanced environment. Computer-based agriculture might be actually the future. So in this sense, being a farmer or working in the agricultural sector does not necessarily mean that this person requires low skills and might well need computer skills and all these kind of things. What I also find interesting is that the demand side seems to suffer actually from increasing skill shortage. I put here a couple of data from the BEEPs, the data set you also showed in the presentation, and that's just a fraction of firms reporting that the level of education and training of the workforce is an obstacle to the firm's development. And you see between 2002 and 2008, the fraction of firms saying that the level of education is either a moderate or major obstacle increased from slightly above 30% to more than 60%. So more than 6 out of 10 firms in 2008 said, well, apparently the level of skills is not suitable for what I want to do. And this somehow contradicts the notion of overeducation. So I wonder what we are talking about here, and that leads me to the next slide. So the concept of mismatch or overeducation. So from your paper, I read in the introduction that 30% of young people are overeducated formally, but only 5% want to switch jobs. And I wonder, what does this overeducation then really capture? Maybe these people are happy, and what are the reasons they are happy? Are the low-skilled jobs actually paying so much more? So is this a returns to education story behind here, and then it's really difficult to solve this? Or does the job content of the occupation actually require higher skills than you formally assume or the statistics formally suggests? One thing I couldn't really figure out from the paper is whether now overeducation is actually stable or declining over time. So I found both statements, so I wonder well, what's really going on at the macro level. And then I come to a statistical problem of the method you choose. So you compare these, or you mention these 3 methods, and you use the statistical method where someone is overeducated if he or she has more education than the mean or the modal worker in this occupation. And the problem with that is, obviously you have statistical different chances for overeducation across jobs with different education levels. And this might not be so important, but once it comes to this environment of a rapid expansion of education, there is kind of a mechanical change in the average or modal educational content of occupations. So you will see a gradual increase in the modal or mean education level in jobs, and this can explain part of the results you find, I believe. Then in background chapter 2, and you also shown this here to us, you use literacy as a reflection of job skills, and I'm not quite sure whether that's the best measure to use. I know many of these things are data-driven, and you have limitations because you don't have all the data you would like to have, but still, I would think about whether literacy is actually reflecting what you are interested in as job skills. And then one thing you are not talking about at all, I believe, at least in the version I've seen, is whether the changes in employment across occupations is now due to workers' job mobility or due to workforce composition. So is it that older people leave the workforce and the newcomers are taking up different occupations or different jobs? Or is it that people really flow from one occupation to another? And that's, I think, very important when it comes to policy implications, because we really want to know what's driving mobility or the lack of mobility. And here I just point out this retirement shock because I've worked on this, and in 2005, so this has really induced exogenous variation in workforce composition. One thing with respect to interpretation, so how do you actually interpret routine intensity in your paper? So is this against US labor market standards, or would you think that in Ukraine, routine intensity across jobs is different? And I can think of examples that it might actually be very different from the US labor market. And this is something you might want to address. And then another point is the international comparability of your data and your results. So just a note, some of these cross-country figures show data which are not fully comparable, and you're quite open about that. You also have shown this here to us, but still I would be a bit reluctant to put these different data definitions into the same figure, because they still suggest they have everything in common and you can fully compare them. So maybe that's a bit tricky. And then a question about international perspective. You have delivered some answers to this in the presentation. In the paper, there was not so much of an international comparison. I was simply wondering, is this now low or high in international standards, in international comparison? And also linked to this is what the paper does. It compares Ukraine sometimes to Poland, sometimes to Armenia, and I found it a bit confusing, because in a way, Poland is comparing upwards, and Armenia is doing probably even worse. So I found it tricky to get along with these switching benchmarks throughout the paper. So maybe Poland would be the better benchmark all the time. And then I want to say a little bit about policy implications. So in the paper there were none or very few. Now you have developed on this and even put suggestions here. I would maybe do a little bit more on the step in between before the analysis and suggesting the solution. So what's really going on here from a political perspective? So I already mentioned this, that most of the overeducated don't want to switch jobs, and it would really be important to know why this is actually the case. Are the returns to education too low, and why is this the case? And what are the low-skilled jobs that reward university graduates so well that they don't want to switch jobs? So might this give you a partial answer to some of the questions I've raised before? Another thing is quality considerations, and you resort to quality problems in your paper too. But obviously, the statistical method you're using cannot answer any questions about quality problems in the educational system. So maybe another statistic or another way of approaching this question of quality in education can help you to shed a bit more light on this. And then very briefly, some details. So I was just wondering in this figure, what's explaining this drop in university graduation in 2004? Is this actually a statistical problem? Is this a policy change? Is this even delivering some exogenous variation that can help you for your analysis? Another thing is as far as I know, the rapid increase of private education, private higher education in Ukraine. Maybe you could exploit this difference between private and public education, assuming maybe that the old standing universities do a better job or not, I don't know, but this is something to maybe shed light on. And then you show this picture of this trend here between the ratio of employees with tertiary education and the incidence of overeducation. You even interpret this causally on page 26, and I just wanted to point out that this is a bit questionable, this interpretation. Probably you even didn't mean it that way. In a way, the problem is this is really mechanical, right? So the way you measure overeducation with a statistical method leads automatically to fewer chances of being overeducated as more and more highly educated people get into the jobs. So this line is purely an artifact of, or could be purely an artifact of the statistical method you use. Yeah. And then finally, just on the way you write the paper, that's one of the examples where you compare Ukraine to Poland, and on page 9 you write, despite a much larger increase in the share of adult population with completed tertiary education in Poland than in Ukraine between 1990 and 2010. So that's the second line of this table. And I mean, it can be correct, because in Poland this fraction tripled, while it doubled only in Ukraine, but from a much higher initial base. So I think that's one of the examples where both ways of looking at this could be right, and you might just clarify this in the paper. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we have time for some questions. We collect a bunch of questions, and then we'll let Olga answer them. So you want to answer those first? Okay, answer those first. We'll see how much time we'll have left for everybody else. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Oleksandr. Maybe I will answer some of their comments. For example, about changing job requirements within occupation. Interesting questions, but very difficult to measure. What I can tell about your example of farmer. Last year, we conducted this STEP employer survey. And I was in the pre-test interviewing employer from farm agricultural holding. And when they asked about skills that he would like to see from his employees, of course, job technical skills are very important in all sectors, and in agriculture. Computer skills are not that important in agriculture. But what is very interesting, they told that a lot of tractor drivers have tertiary education, and even if they don't need it, but the main requirements to them, one of the main, just come in time and don't drink during work. So these are not skills related to computers, to thinking, learning, and something. These are basic discipline and some basic skills that required, I think, from any worker in any sector, not only in agriculture. Very interesting question, but we just can present, and we will present a STEP employer survey results. So we don't have information about changing job requirements. We have information about job requirements in 2014, and we just can tell that if now they don't require huge computer skills, for example, from tractor drivers, that means there is no change in job requirement, because before they didn't require computer skills for sure from them. About our education and why young people don't want to switch jobs, in order to find any other job that uses their skills more efficiently. I also was surprised, but I have explanation that if we do not talk about Kiev, in Kiev the labor market is more civilized, meritocratic principles, so more education, better education, some link these rewards, but in local outside Kiev we don't have this. And over-education and credential inflation is so widespread that young people, they need this diploma just to get any job. And so if they have some job, they do not care about skills use, because they know that their friends also work and do not use their skills. And there are very few jobs that could be suggested at local labor markets for them to match, and the quality is very low. So they have the diploma, but they don't have actual skills probably, very often. And also on this statistical method, I know that there is problem, and I tried to discuss and compare this evidence from STEP that I did before. And there I compared several methods, and actually the difference between self-assessment and statistical is not that large. But I will address this problem again in the paper. And also, what are the low-skilled jobs that reward university graduates so well? I presented in the paper table, this is the only source of average hourly gross wage by a two-digit occupation. And what is interesting, that on the first place is teaching professionals. They have about 30 hryvnias per hour had in 2012. On the second place, directors and chief executives, they had 29. and extraction and building trade workers from the 7th group. They had about 26 hryvnias, and they are the third. And a lot of people, a lot of men particularly, why we see higher incidence of overeducation among men, they go to these sectors, they can be better rewarded. And if we take, for example, life science and health professionals, doctors, they get 19 hryvnias per hour. So the difference is huge, and even if they, and we have this anecdotal evidence, even if they spend 6-7 years to get diploma of medical university, just because of very low salary in health sector, many of them go to any sectors, including this craftsmen, occupational group, taxi drivers, sales and service workers, and many others, unfortunately. Private versus public education, we have statistics I can add, but usually private education, if we tell about purely private, it has very small share. It is increasing, but very small. But what we have so-called public education, but then students pay. So we have some part of public education which is financed by the state and increasing every year, increasing share of students who pay themselves. And so we have like 3 types of education: purely public, public-private, and private. But because of this system and this flexibility, we got these results: increasing number of people and universities diploma mills. They just did their business. They didn't care about quality. They just needed to earn money. And that's it, unfortunately. And now we have this law on higher education. It became effective in September 2015. Now, almost the academic year is almost over. I work in the system, and I know that no change, no. We have some changes are planned for the next academic year, but while our heads of departments are 6-plus-year-old men who worked in the Soviet system, they even don't understand which changes are needed. Not just cut the number of hours, but just to change a curriculum significantly, get rid of many unnecessary Soviet-type subjects and introduce new subjects. But in order to introduce new subjects, they need to attract young people who can teach this. But they cannot attract young people because the salary is very low. So, and this is like a circle. And that's why I think that, thank you, Oleksandr, for this policy implication. Also, I will think carefully. Thank you.
All right, we have time for a couple of questions. If there are, yes, please, let's start. Identify yourself briefly and ask a pointed question.
Hello, my name is Ildar. Many thanks for your excellent presentation. Should I stand?
Yes.
Yes. I have 2 questions. One is about the entry costs to higher education. You mentioned that there are public, private, but I think more important to talk about the price, right? The cost of education. So we know that the trend was recently that these input costs or entry costs were increasing. So what would your sort of estimate or forecast be how that would impact the result? Would high cost of tertiary education sort of improve the situation with overeducation because many people would not apply? Another question is about the capital. You have mentioned in the beginning the reasons behind this mismatch, the reasons as determined by the EBRD and other international institutions, but I have not noticed capital as one of the factors. So what about the lack of capital in Ukraine that perhaps is one of the factors behind poor results of tertiary education? I mean, you mentioned the computer intensity type of jobs, but maybe computers are not the only capital that matters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Over there.
Thank you again for your presentation. I would like to apologize in advance for the fact that I haven't been here from the very beginning, so maybe we have discussed some of the issues I'm going to raise. education is very important for labor market in a meritocratic society. However, we have some doubts that Ukraine is a meritocratic society. Can you please elaborate maybe on the social class background of the respondents in your survey? Thank you.
Okay. If there is no other question, I'll ask a brief question. So I wonder generally if there is any problem with out-migration that might be also explanatory. As I understand, a lot of the practically educated workers, construction and so on, work west of Ukraine. Maybe there is a shortage here. And then generally, I guess there is a conceptual issue more generally about this. You know, people, especially at low cost of education, might take the education as a consumption good as well, right? Now, exposed, you will complain, of course, of being undervalued. But when you make the decision, presumably you take that into account as well. That's difficult to handle. I don't know if you have any handle. Maybe the different cost of education across different people might be an exploratory part. And finally, when I talk to firms, I'm always puzzled because they always complain everywhere about lack of universities don't prepare, or schools don't prepare the people the way we want. And then you say, so what do you know, what's the shortage? And it says, well, you don't have welders. And you say, well, which school is going to prepare welders? You know, the secondary school, the university, etc. And then you ask them, well, have you thought of raising the wages a little bit? And they said, duh, you know, never heard of that. So to what extent is there an issue in Ukraine, or to what extent is there sort of a general unwillingness to pay higher wage in order to attract labor to a given sector or a given firm, and preferring to complain in the process?
Thank you. Questions of Eldar. Entry course to public-private education. As far as I know now, public universities, particularly now our university or top universities in Kyiv, they have higher entry course than private. So many universities, rational people, many students, rational people, they just choose private education because it is cheaper first, and because requirements they are very low, so it is really as a consumption good. But they don't need any quality in the end. They just need to have this piece of paper diploma. And I'm not sure that increasing cost will change situation. Because as I see from several years of admission campaign in which I participated actively in Kyiv Academy, what is the process? We have, for example, 20 public seats, places. And for them, it is very strict criteria. So I need to call people, and I can provide this place only for person who has very high score of external testing. So first stage is this enrollment of people for these public places. And then we have the second stage of contract-based enrollment. No any requirements, just bring money. They bring money, and I remember 3 years ago I was in this admission campaign, and I had a list of 512 people applying to my department. So I called them to enroll to these publicly provided places. And then, just on this next day, then this stage was closed, publicly provided. The person who was the very last, 512, he brought money and he started to study. But now he is on the third year, and he was my student. He appeared only once. And he doesn't need anything. He tells that math is very difficult, that he doesn't need modeling, he doesn't need this and that, and this is on my course, but it is in any course. And and then the question, why is he still studying? Because he brings money, and the university doesn't want to get rid of him. And this is one example, and we have these examples. Every year, the number of publicly provided places is going down, but universities need to survive. So we have, it is kind of business. We need to enroll more and more people who can pay. they pay, and they can pay. I remember 3 years ago, or even in the crisis year 2008, the yearly amount fee was 30,000 hryvnias. It was enormous money at that time, at that exchange rate. And there are people. But it doesn't change the system. So we need to fight corruption. We need to change the staff, to change this payment system. Now, currently, it is closely linked to the number of students, and it is not linked to performance criteria. It is not linked to my scientific, my academic performance. No. So what I see from the demographic trends, we see decreasing number of population. So I'm partly demographer. I already projected that the number of students will be going down. What does it mean for me? That my salary in nominal terms will be going down. And what we see, exchange rates, so I just become poor. And so the system doesn't change if teachers will think about surviving. They will not think about innovative methods, about learning English, about going abroad for conferences, because it is extremely expensive now. They will think just about surviving. About lack of capital. About lack of capital, it is important, and I mentioned that fundamentals, this doing business is the most important, and including lack of capital. The social class of respondents, I didn't look at this point, but I tried, I have also paper on education job mismatch in Ukraine, Macedonia, Armenia and Georgia, and I tried to look at different theories of our education, and I like social stratification theories. And for French philosopher Pierre Bourdieu in the 70s, he wrote about these hysteresis of habitus for children of lower class people in France who wanted to get diploma just to go up to the class. And actually we see this now in Ukraine, that many children from lower class, they hope to get diploma to use it as a social lift, but unfortunately it doesn't work. And again, there are theories why it doesn't work, that the social origins of people, of parents, play an important role. And in that paper, I had data on family background, and family background is very important. And it is important for skills generation, for cognitive skills, and then it is, of course, important for getting the right job, because if parents have higher education and high professional status, they have the right connections to get a good job to their children.
All right, I think we'll stop here. Thank you very much. Let's join me and both Olga and Oleksandr. Thank you. The motherhood wage penalty in times of transition. Olena is from KSC, and the discussant will be Ina Ganguli from University of Massachusetts. So we'll go the usual 25 minutes, 15 minutes, questions, answers. Is that good? All right, here you go.
Can you hear me without the microphone?
It's a hot on stage.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Okay. Well, I'm currently, thank you for the introduction. I'm currently working at the University of Kent in the UK. I'm on leave from the Kyiv School of Economics. And this is a joint work with Tamara, Sliusarenko and Solomiya Shpak. And I would like to say that we are all KSC graduates. And I also would like to share a happy moment with you. Just yesterday I realized that here at this conference there are 5 of our graduates with PhDs who graduated with the same year as I did in 2000, and it's an anniversary year this time. So I'm very happy that I have colleagues, and Olga Kupets, who just presented, is my classmate as well. So congratulations to all of us. I would like this work actually has been motivated by the curiosity in understanding what actually may affect women's decision with respect to fertility choices and labor market choices. And if we think about Ukraine, well, we are kind of used to these dialogue in the policy circles and the newspapers that we have very low fertility. These policies of baby bonuses has been introduced and so on and so forth. But I have not heard any discussion of the motherhood wage penalty, which is effectively a difference between mothers and non-mothers. And in the world, in the previous literature, it has been found that this motherhood wage penalty constitutes a very significant part of the overall gender pay gap in many countries. The motherhood wage penalty can, the mechanism through which it can work can go through various ways. First of all, it could be decrease in hours devoted of work, but also loss of human capital, less education, more interruptions in the job market, and therefore less experience and shorter tenure. It could be also compromised mobility, because women having very young children are not willing to go far away from their home to get better paying jobs, but also those who have a bit older children, school-age children, may be restricted to the choice where they work because of children's educational and extracurricular opportunities. There is also an argument of lower productivity, or so-called effort allocation, Becker's effort allocation theory, which says that basically because women are engaged in very effort-intensive tasks at home while taking care of children, they exert less effort on the job for the same number of hours of work. And also there could be changes in preferences. Women could seek for more flexible jobs, which would usually come at the expense of lower wages. So previous literature on the motherhood wage penalty is vast. It's very extensive. It has been studied in different countries around the world, mostly in developed countries. And the variation in the estimates of the motherhood wage penalty is also huge, from almost non-existent in Scandinavian and some other countries to small, 5 to 10%, like in France, Canada, UK, and some of the countries of the former socialist bloc, to 10–15% in others, and to striking, like really large, 33% in Germany, which is coming from the most recent estimate. This table it's truly a selection of papers which exist in this literature, just to show the kind of data that's being used and the methods and this variation that I just talked about. So it is kind of logical that people came up to a point thinking, okay, where does this variation come from? What can explain this? How, and well, probably institutions are here to be explored. So, the first kind of suspect in this is the variation across countries in family labor market policies, two of which are like most represented or most popular are maternity leave mandates, when the government requires from employers to keep the workplace for a certain period of time and pays certain share of wages again for a certain period of time. For example, in Ukraine, it's 18 weeks before and after childbirth, and then the woman can take up to 36 months unpaid leave, well, till the child reaches 36 months, and can return to the same workplace. And then publicly provided childcare is also obviously a candidate in this discussion. Although they are both called family labor market policies, they work kind of in a different direction. While maternity leave mandates has been shown to actually increase motherhood wage penalty, because in the equilibrium, employers will incur the cost of these mandates in one or another form, directly or indirectly, and then they will pass it on to mothers in terms of lower wages. On the other hand, publicly provided childcare, because it's financed through the general taxation, so it's not connected directly to any particular woman, and it both directly increases the, like take-home pay for a woman if it's cheaper, and also it decreases the, if it's high quality, good quality, the woman doesn't worry about that. It decreases the opportunity cost of employment, so the woman can seek for better opportunities. But the most recently, and this was kind of in line with, so when people looked at this, yes, Scandinavian countries have generous policies, so we have almost no motherhood wage penalty there, but countries like Germany, well, they have publicly provided childcare, but it's not so good at the early ages. It's better starting from age 3. So maybe, yes, that explains the variation in motherhood wage penalty. But then people started thinking, and this is the most recent literature in this area, that it's not only what the government institutes, but it's actually an interplay between the norms and attitudes in the society and those formal policies that are being introduced. And they thought about cultural norms. And two most related are the attitudes towards maternal employment. Basically, question is asked, do you approve if a woman with a young child is working? And then this male breadwinner, female caregiver role. And so what this literature finds is that actually in the countries where these attitudes are towards maternal employment are positive and the society is further away from this male breadwinner, female caregiver role, then the family labor market policies, both of them, work towards decrease in the motherhood wage penalty. But when it's combined with the negative attitude and more traditional roles being accepted in the society, then actually the family labor policies act in the opposite direction almost from what they were there designed for. Okay? So in this paper, we wanted to look at Ukraine and for several reasons. And I put these reasons into two broad categories. One, kind of academic reasons, and I think that Ukraine represents a very interesting case which is fitting in this literature on the interplay of cultural norms and family leave policies. So on the one hand, Ukraine has a generous maternity leave policies. I mentioned to you the example of what it is, but in fact, you can actually take even 6 years unpaid leave if the doctor says that your child is not fit for the child care, and then you would still have to return. Imagine how much cost that would impose on the employer for 6 years to keep this job and, you know, have temporary workers there, search, turnout, and so on. It has also inherited an extensive network of public childcare facilities. I don't want to engage in arguing about those at the moment. I will happily discuss this later on. But we do have this extensive network, and it's quite cheap. It's heavily subsidized. If you look at the amount the average household pays for the child care, it's 1.2% of the household income. So it's very cheap. And actually, because in the Soviet Union, the maternity leave was quite short, they are also kind of dealt with young people. So we could kind of tell that, yeah, we can classify Ukraine and apply the results from other countries, saying that we have these policies, and we have negative attitude towards maternal employment, which are more negative than in Germany, for example. So we can kind of expect a high motherhood wage penalty in Ukraine. But there are two caveats, two reasons why I think this paper is interesting academically, and which is not available in the previous literature in developed countries, is the following. So de facto, Ukraine has developed a quite liberal labor market environment in terms of hiring and firing, and this is not, it's kind of explained by something we have been discussing here for these 2 days, the legal framework, the poor quality of the legal framework. The woman simply cannot go to the court and enforce these rights. So it's not limiting, it's not binding constraint. And the other is another attitude which this literature didn't look at, is positive attitude towards grandparenting combined with early retirement age. And I will return to talk about this a bit later. Unfortunately, in one country, I cannot test formally this hypothesis, but I think that the results that we found, they are in line with some of the considerations, and I will return to that. But it's very important also in the policy perspective, as I mentioned already. There hasn't been any study on this before in Ukraine, and actually in transition countries. There was a study by my discussant, Ina, Ganguli and Earle, 2005, which looked at the changes in the gender pay gap, and they found that in 2003, gender pay gap was 34%. Quite high. It decreased from early 90s, but it was still quite high, so we were also thinking that we will find something significant there. But in Ukraine, we are talking about lowest low fertility. The government from one time period to another is trying to devise something to change these baby bonuses, for instance. We are seeing population decline, and economists know that yeah, we do care about quality of population, but the number of people does also enter the economic growth models, and so we are probably would probably be concerned about this as well. And the attempts to boost fertility are actually very expensive, I must say. This baby bonus, it's increased dramatically. If anyone followed this trend, from 2005, it increased hugely into 2013, and currently it's been reduced last year to $1,700 per child. Sorry, $1,700 per child. But before that, the policy was like, I have it in the paper somewhere, but for the third child, the person would get $16,000, $16,600. And that's very expensive policy. It constitutes 42% of the total social assistance in the country, which is not means-based. We studied poverty at some point, the social assistance project in the Ministry of Labor, and we couldn't even get any data on this. It's kind of like you lose 42% of your budget to this, and you don't know much about this to study. It's not means-tested, not targeted, nothing. But what makes it even more timely, you know, is that the inevitable reforms, which we are very positive about, we are very much looking towards them, understanding their necessity. We argue that they may have an undesirable impact on the motherhood wage penalty. First of all, as I said, legal reform, if we make it work, the women will go and sue employers, and therefore the cost will be, this constraint will be binding, and the cost will be passed on to women in the equilibrium. But also the pension reforms, the gradual increase in the retirement age, which we see as very positive for our pension system, actually survival of the pension system, that may backfire in terms of drop in availability of quite high quality childcare alternative available to women. Okay? So we argue that we need to prepare for these upward pressures if we are also still concerned about low fertility. So I just want to give a brief overview of the results so you would know what I'm talking about. So we do find that the overall motherhood wage penalty, just for being a mother, so a mother compared to non-mother, is at the level of almost 20%. 17%, most of that comes from just having one child. Well, we do have low fertility, so the number of children is on average closer to 1. So 17% for one child, and if the woman has 2 or more children, it's almost 30%. We do find an insurance role of education. The wage penalty is actually lowest for highly educated women. And we do not find any support for the hypothesis, which has been explored in this literature, that there is a beneficial effect of postponing first birth after the age of 30. In fact, we find that these women have the highest motherhood wage penalty, and maybe that's another interesting question for further research to explore. We use standard approach here, the Menserian type wage equation, with the logarithm of hourly wages and the children-related variables and the controls. I should mention that in this literature, I talked to you about these reasons, how the difference between mothers and non-mothers can appear, the mechanism, the pathways. But actually, what we are doing here and what people in this literature have been doing, they are estimating the kind of effect of children on women's wages netting out the effect of any human capital related characteristics. So in fact, the overall effect would be much larger. What we are taking, like for women who had the same labor market interruptions, who have the same education, what is the difference between mothers and non-mothers? But we were not taking into account further differences due to lower labor market attachment of non-mothers. Okay, we control for personal characteristics, and also in one specification, we control for job-related characteristics. We do want to know, and there is some evidence that different types of firms and this part-time employment status also has an effect. Actually, this is about part-time employment status. This is kind of testing this hypothesis that women seek for more flexible job. Okay. We try to address individual and observed heterogeneity using the fixed effects and the knowing that this decision, having children or working, is related to going in and out of the labor force. We address the selection into the labor force using Heckman model. Before talking in detail about the data use, well, no. Well, anyway, let me take 1 minute actually to say thank you to the person who is present at this conference, who happened to be my first professor in labor economics, and who started this whole project and made many papers possible of the people who use Ukrainian longitudinal monitoring survey, professor of economics from Bologna University, Hartmut Lehmann, who is also, thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is the only actually longitudinal survey in Ukraine which collected information on same people over time. So we use 3 waves of the data, but there is also a retrospective part in 2003 which allowed us to construct what we call pseudo panel. So we construct a panel going from 97 to 2007. And we take female respondents between 15 and 65 years old. This is the number of observations from working people, slightly less than 50%. So I'll skip a bit quicker. So we use hourly wages. We construct children's variables from the household roster. This shows the dynamics of average monthly earnings in the data in the ULMS, with higher educated women earning higher wages. I'll skip descriptive statistics, I hope you forgive me. This is just a non-parametric wage number of children profile. It's log wage, and you can see that it's quite steep and negative. So these are our main results. You can see that the fixed effect estimates is almost twice larger, well, more than twice larger than the pooled OLS estimate, and the fixed effect with selection is similar, although we do find significant positive selection into the labor market. So you see this is 17% wage penalty for one child and 30% and 28% in a different specification where we control for firm characteristics. We only find that the type of ownership, so if the firm belongs to, is state, public, or collective firm, women earn 12% less salary there, hourly wage there. So this is a different measures of number of children. I just wanted to draw your attention to this column. So this is the overall motherhood wage penalty, if ever a mother, 19% penalty. And this one we disaggregated by the number of children in young age category and those in the school age. And you can see that the motherhood wage penalty for one child of school age is twice larger than that for younger ages. This is the results for by educational group. The penalty for one child, this blue bar, is almost the same across educational groups. However, there is a steep gradient in having 2 or more children. And as you can see, the marginal difference between having 1 and 2 children is the lowest for highly educated women. So we kind of conclude that there is this insurance role of education here. Here we tried timing of first birth. So if you look at this overall first column, there is almost no difference up to the age 30. It's quite similar, but then it twice as much after the age of 30. And if you look at this last column, last row, across columns, so these are different educational attainment from lowest to highest. So we do find that in the highest educational attainment group, the motherhood wage penalty is lowest. So I won't repeat the conclusions, I just talked about the results, but let me kind of give you a bit of a comparison. So if I take the motherhood wage penalty at 20% and apply it to average monthly wage of 3,000 in December 2014, it's very crude, calculation exercise, but that would mean approximately 600 hryvnias per month of motherhood wage penalty. Current baby bonus is 41,000 hryvnias, which is a lump sum of 10,000 hryvnias plus 860 per month for 3 years. So I applied 2% monthly inflation to that, and this comes up to 32,000 hryvnias. If we calculate how this monthly motherhood wage penalty translate over the course of 18 years, because there is some literature that shows that after children grow up, this difference dissipates. So I calculate only over the course of 18 years. It sums up to more than 130,000 hryvnias. So as I said, it's very crude. I did not put, obviously didn't have here wage decrease due to loss of human capital, education and experience. And also I assume that pay raises are kind of compensating for inflation. Sorry? Are you discounting the future? No, I said it's very crude, just I'll refine my calculations. That was very back of the envelope calculation. So 19% motherhood wage penalty is kind of too high as for a country with generous maternity leave policies and existing publicly subsidized childcare like in Scandinavian countries. But it is too low as for a country which combines these generous policies with the cultural norms of being critical of maternal employment. And possible explanations, I mentioned that employers do not bear the full cost of maternity leave provision, and maybe publicly provided childcare is not as effective in Scandinavian countries. There is some evidence that it's of lower quality, students per teacher ratio is very high, and also the actual number of students exceed the number of places in the facility. And also that we have cultural norms which support grandparenting combined with the early retirement age. So as I said, the ongoing reforms or inevitable reforms will create this upward pressure on the motherhood wage penalty, and so we should prepare for that. And possible countermeasures which we suggest is to foresee, to plan for investment in improvement of quality and availability of public childcare facilities, and maybe something which is a bit easier and cheaper to do, create some attractive business opportunities for private initiatives in this sector, which is currently very highly regulated. And also promote cultural norms supporting maternal employment. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. And we'll have Ina Ganguli provide the comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. It's great to be back in Ukraine. And thank you to Olena for giving a very clear, articulate presentation, a very compelling paper, and I'm happy to have a chance to comment on it. So I'm Ina Ganguli. I'm at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. I was at SITE, so you might notice I've moved from a place that had a motherhood wage penalty of about 0 to a country where I think it's about 20%. So I don't know if the right decision. So I think Olena did a great, very clear presentation of the analysis, but I'm going to quickly do a little summary. So, as she explained, the motherhood wage penalty is basically this, evidence that mothers earn less than non-mothers, but even when you control for observable differences that we can measure. So, for example, human capital differences, work experience, work hours. And Olena went through the explanations for the gap. So she didn't talk a lot about, I guess, it could be discrimination by employers, that they could, just be offering mothers less because they think there'll be some productivity differences. Also, lower human capital through career interruptions. And, so there's a lot of focus in the presentation, the paper on maternity leave and childcare as ways to can actually work in both ways. So Olena talked about how it could be actually a way for, a path for lower wages for mothers, but it also could allow women to stay in good job, matches. And then a big deal in this literature is that there are unobserved differences, perhaps, between mothers and non-mothers, and then it might be that mothers put in, for example, less effort at work. Okay, so studying this question, so as Olena mentioned, there's been a lot of work on this topic, but it's really hard empirically to even just measure this, because obviously if you want to control for all these observable differences, you need very rich data. And then a big issue is selection, that basically there might be some unobserved differences between mothers and non-mothers, and so this could affect the gap. Okay, so quick summary. So the research question is really they're trying to document what's the motherhood wage penalty in Ukraine. And the empirical strategy is, again, so Olena mentioned, they're drawing on the ULMS, which is, this really amazing data source that I've had the opportunity to work with. So again, thank you to Hartmut, Jan, Olga as well, who's very involved in this. And so, it's extremely rich data, and what they do is they exploit the panel nature of this data from 1997 to 2007, and there's a retrospective component. So in 2003, they're able to, go back and see what women were earning in 1997 and years following. They address the selection issue using Heckman correction, which has been pretty standard in the literature. And what's really nice about their paper, as opposed to some other ones, is that because you have the panel, they can actually estimate these fixed effects models. So you can observe pretty much the same woman, when she's a mother and before when she's a non-mother. Okay, so key findings, just quickly, mentioned. So the motherhood wage penalty. This is any kids. This is about 19% as they measure in Ukraine. One child, 17%, 2 or more, 29. It's interesting. Then they try to dig deeper a little bit into heterogeneity here. They find that there's a smaller penalty for the more highly educated. So as you increase human capital, 16% for college grads, and also a larger penalty if they had a first child after 30. So those were some of the findings. Okay, and so I think she started out the presentation really, talking about this recent work, and these are actually my colleagues at UMass Amherst, these authors, Buding, Misra, and Bookman. And so they have a recent paper where they basically are looking across countries, and they're examining the motherhood penalty versus cultural attitudes, and then these family policies, and trying to really look at what's driving these differences in the motherhood penalty. And so, in this paper, they're focusing on Ukraine as really this case of, as they argue, a case of generous maternity leave, and then also high availability of childcare, but low cultural support for maternal appointment. And I'll return to this because this was a theme in the paper, and I think could be fleshed out a little bit more. But if you look at this literature, she put up a table of some of the studies, but it's really kind of overwhelming. There's really a wide range of estimates. So Ukraine had a penalty of 19%, but if you really try to compare estimates, so you have some, papers where they are using a panel data approaches, others where they're not, and the way they measure children. So it's a little bit hard to get your head around these estimates. But using this most recent Buding paper, I did a little graph to kind of put their estimates and then to add where Ukraine is. And so blue is kind of other transition countries, and then red is Western Europe. Again, it's hard to compare because it's different data, but the point that they make as well is you can see Ukraine has a higher motherhood penalty than many of these other countries, even more than in other transition countries. And as Olena mentioned, there's really not a lot of evidence still from other transition countries. Okay, so let me get to some of the strengths and contributions, and then I'll quickly mention a few possible extensions or questions that I have. So really, this it was a great paper to read. As a discussant, it's really nice to have a full, developed paper, and I was lucky I got this. So it was a pleasure to read. Really carefully done empirical work on an issue actually that's largely actually been neglected in economics literature. So most of the literature is from sociology. I think that people have been looking at this question, especially in transition. And the ULMS, it's really, again, it offers this rich panel, has detailed job history. I worked with one wave of this data. It's very complicated data, and so it's a really great effort by the authors here. And then again, this is an important policy issue that Olena discussed, but she also, mentioned a lot about the discriminatory practices that seem to persist. But I've read this a lot in Ukraine, that you hear about, job postings that still kind of indicate, exactly what type of woman they want to hire, for example. So these things, they persist, and there's hopefully going to be change in this. And then, obviously declining fertility, as Olena described. This baby bonus has been a big deal. I think, I remember anecdotally, I thought I saw a boom in strollers I saw around, in late 2000s. So, this is something that's very policy relevant. Also, pension reform, so the role of grandparents. This is something that could become, an issue. And also, I think, what's nice about this paper, it's there's definitely, if you look at the media, there's a lot of awareness on gender gaps and this idea of leaning in, and as a mother, can you combine family and work? So I think this is very important work. Okay, so I'll just go through a few sets of comments. So I think my main comment is that they document the gap, and I think they could maybe try to flesh out a little bit more about why. I think it's difficult because obviously you need kind of a empirical strategy to do that. But the paper really spends a lot of time on this idea of testing the nature of attitudes and generosity of these policies. But as Olena mentioned, they have one country and they don't really have variation in this. But I think it would still be interesting to maybe descriptively kind of flesh this out, explore those aspects more. And the title, I don't know if they're necessarily testing for labor market flexibilities, but that's a minor point. But one thing I think they could do, they have this rich data over time. They don't really discuss the dynamics. So even to look at the cross sections could be interesting. Has the penalty gotten worse or better over time? So Waldfogel for the U.S. It's kind of an older study, but she shows that the family gap increased in the U.S. even though the gender gap has decreased. So there might be some interesting things to look at. Analysis of policies. So I don't know if it's a controversial issue about childcare here, but I think something that could be exploited would be to look at, is there variation across places in terms of the number of spots. When she mentioned Sweden, I thought it was great in Sweden. I had a place for my son, but I think in some places in Sweden there isn't spots, and these are things that vary a lot over locations. Also, maybe exploiting the timing to look at impact of policies, or the value of the baby bonus could be interesting. Okay, so understanding attitudes. So I think in the paper they discuss, that this idea that Ukraine has low cultural support for maternal employment. They didn't present a lot of numbers on this, and I think that could just again be interesting descriptively. So possibly to use World Values Survey or the European Values Survey. So they have these questions like. This is one not as a mother, but being a housewife is just as fulfilling as working for pay. There were some interesting presentations yesterday about happiness and life satisfaction, and might be interesting actually to look at mothers and non-mothers. There's some interesting work in that area about if parents are happy or not. So I just did a quick look at the European Values Survey. I don't know these data, so please, take it with a grain of salt. And I just chose a few countries because I couldn't easily analyze it. But this is this question: a preschool child is likely to suffer if his or her mother works. And what seemed interesting, again, I just did a quick look, but if you look at some of the transition countries, here's Ukraine, really a large share of respondents are agreeing strongly or just agreeing, whereas you look in Western Europe and it's a much smaller share. So there's something kind of interesting that I don't know has been really explored in the transition countries, what's behind this. Okay, a few data issues, hopefully I'm doing okay on time. So again, I know the ULMS, from the first wave, and I know it's a tricky data set, and they do a good job in the paper of describing what they do. One thing I was a little concerned and, just wondering what the impact would be is, this idea that there's attrition over time in the panel. So I think they start with about 4,000 women in 2003, but then it looks like by 2007, maybe in their sample, there are only 1,400. So the question is, who's dropped out? Can you compare to some official statistics on the number of children? And then I think the other big open, question reading the paper is how they actually measure motherhood. And she didn't get a chance to spend a lot of time on this, but constructing kind of these children variables. So basically what they do is they define children using the household roster, where so it's if there's a child who's 0 to 18 years old in the house, so they have to be living in the same house, then that person is considered a mother. But there could be, I think, a few issues, some more clarity on the age of women in sample. So I think other studies seem to limit to women in their childbearing years, and their sample has women 15 to 65, I think, in 2003. And so I was just trying to think through, so if you're a 65-year-old in 2003, there were 59 in 1997, so no children during this time. So I wasn't sure if you should include these people or not, so something to think about. Also, if a woman goes from has a child who's 18 and then turns 19 in the next year, do they go from mothers to non-mothers? So these kind of things. I'm not sure if that's the case in the data, but there were questions. And then also, I think this is a small number of cases where you have maybe women who are working in maybe a different city, but grandparents are taking care of young children. I know a few people like that in Ukraine, and so I don't know if that's something that you can look at. And then in later waves, maybe it's possible to use more information about if a woman ever had a child, and using women who lost children as a comparison group, perhaps. Okay, a few other things. I think a couple more sets of comments. So one issue in the data obviously is about contractual salary is the wage. So what exactly is that at the main job? For example, talking with people, some people work several jobs. So if more non-mothers are likely to work more jobs, is the penalty actually higher? And then, okay, so she has this interesting result about education and timing of birth, but I think, they could do some things maybe to test about the significance of these differences. One thing that was largely absent, again, coming from Sweden, this was, very striking to me that there's no discussion about fathers. Some of the literature, they do show that there's no fatherhood penalty, but I thought it might be interesting here. And, in terms of the policy discussion, so there's a lot of discussion about, maternity leave. One thing I think in Sweden and other Scandinavian countries is the idea that, it's parental leave, and that, think about an employer and the expected costs that they have of hiring a man or a woman. In Sweden, it should be more or less the same, but, if it's just for mothers, obviously, then this is gonna enter into the analysis. One thing that, okay, I'll be quick, they could try to do more looking at, differences within occupations, and maybe just, again, descriptively showing that. So there's, Claudia Golden has kind of made a call for, looking really within occupations to look at gender gap differences. Women maybe are going to be in certain specialties within an occupation, but that could be interesting. I wanted to quickly just mention a few future research directions, hopefully for this team or others who are in the room. So I think what's kind of this paper is great at documenting the motherhood wage penalty, but kind of understanding what are the mechanisms, what's the impact of policies, and there's a growing trend, as we all know about, doing field experiments, and audit studies are extremely popular. And I was trying to find if there have been any in Ukraine. I couldn't find any, so you guys can tell me later. But I think this paper it's a sociologist again, but this idea of these audit studies to really try to show, can you measure the amount of discrimination? And so what they did is they had participants evaluate application materials for equally qualified job candidates, same gender, and they just differed on parental status. And so the way they did that is one was an officer in a elementary school parent-teacher association, the other one in a college alumni association. And this is a very clean test where they then they did both in lab and in the field, but they find that women, who are the mothers, were penalized for perceived competence and recommended starting salary. So you can really see that, this is when these things, kind of start to emerge, and they're very compelling. Another thing, at this moment when in Ukraine it's a time of reform and the government's going to, introduce some changes, it could be a nice time if there's willingness to try to, do some experimental work to assess whether, nudges can affect these attitudes, as we saw that there's this big, the attitudes towards maternal employment are very striking, so this could be a nice time. So, okay, quickly, just in summary, I'm out of time, but, it was a great effort to provide first evidence from Ukraine using rich panel data, careful empirical analysis. It is a really large penalty, so I know, I've been in a few sessions where it's kind of like, oh, it's very depressing. Ukraine is kind of at the top or bottom of different measures, but hopefully it's a time for change. And so again, very policy relevant, and I look forward to future work from this group as well. Thank you.
All right, so we'll allow the author to respond quickly, and then we'll have questions from the audience.
Thank you very much, Ina. You've done so careful work examining our paper and given all these suggestions. They're all great. I will just touch on a couple of those. We frankly ran out of time to to analyze some childcare availability issues. We actually, thanks to Ilona, we got some data on regional level variation in childcare. Remember I said that there are more kids than available places. So it varies from kind of 98, 95 kids per 100 places to 116, for example, so in different regions. But there is a significant missing part in this data, so we just haven't got time to explore this completely. Maybe we will. I think happiness of mothers and non-mothers is a great suggestion, because in a sense it's kind of a compensation mechanism. If that brings happiness, maybe I'm willing to pay this motherhood wage penalty. It's good to explore. And living with grandparents, that's obviously is possible. I wanted to tell something about the measurement. Actually, about the measurement of children, there is a part in ULMS which asks about fertility history, but there are some problematic questions there as well. So we kind of tried both ways, measuring this both ways. And then we decided to go for roster because we thought, well, on the one hand, there is this evidence in the literature that as women approach retirement age, so they are kind of near retired after 45, 50, the motherhood wage penalty dissipates, it disappears. So we thought it's important that we look, first of all, these are biological children of this mother. It's not that we assume that children who live in the family are her children. We know they are her children. We just assume that they have been living with her continuously since they were born. Which may not be, obviously, that's a limitation. So, but we thought that if we think about the mechanisms, for example, effort story, if I gave birth to a child who doesn't live with me, what is the compelling story here to explain any differences in my wages compared to non-mother? So we kind of maybe more thought about this effort story. If you really have a child living with you, you have to take care, think at work, and maybe put less effort. So I think that there are pros and cons in both ways, measuring it from the fertility history when you don't, in some instances, in significant part, we don't know whether the child lives or not. Of course, the infant mortality in Ukraine is quite low, so that's also, but we don't know where the child lives as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Very good. So let's see if there are questions. Why don't we, right here, let's start with Olga. Oh, yeah.
I wanted to ask or suggest my first question. Did you use only employees? Did you look only on employees, as far as I understand from the sample? Employment status. Because LFS data shows that women in reproductive age are very likely to start some on-account work because it provides flexibility. Mm-hmm. So you need to take this into account that there is alternative of this flexible self-employment. Then informal employment. If they do work, informal employment is very important because, it can provide some flexibility, and not only to mothers, but also to employers. And so its effect can be positive, negative, but it is interesting to look at. And all multiple jobs mentioned by Ina, for example, teachers, very popular profession among women, and many of them work as tutors. So they can combine smaller hours of teaching than they have children, but they get more tutoring at home, if it is possible. Then expenditures of households on preschool education or babysitting, and from ULMS it is probably possible. And also distance to work, as at least not as the determinant of monthly or hourly wages, but as a possible determinant of probability of employment, because for mothers it is also important. And we have in the ULMS this data. Thank you.
All right. Over there.
It's on. Yeah. Oh. So my question is very simple. I was wondering why attitudes toward working women are so bad, and this seems a bit counterintuitive, especially given what happened during the Soviet Union when everyone had to work. And so actually in LITS 2015, if you want to look at that within Ukraine, we're going to have several questions about gender attitudes, so that might be useful. But it's just a very interesting question. How come these attitudes are so negative?
Right, we have one question right there. I think right there.
Yep. Thank you very much. I love your enthusiasm. I share your curiosity. Have two comments. So first, it's about this raising literature, especially in the US, about single parenting. It is a very important issue, and it's entering even political agenda. Like Hillary Clinton, she launched her campaign saying "Stronger families, stronger America." She never said "Single mother, stronger America" or something like this. Maybe you can offer some insights about single parenthood in Ukraine. And my second comment is about values, attitudes. I'm a sociologist. I welcome your desire to study this, but I was really puzzled and very much confused. You pointed out, and Ina Ganguli also pointed out, a lot of unexpected results that these countries we used to think about as meritocratic, like Germany or Western Germany, they have so many problems. So something is going on there. You said that this is important, but you did not include these measurements in your models. So it was very puzzling. What is your even possible explanation of the things, and I have to jump into the issue of endogeneity as well. There is this very big theory of Ronald Inglehart, who stated that, you know, once countries enter the stage of modernization, values of people, they change. So you have this issue that on the one hand, market influences values, on the other hand, values influence markets, etc. And I think it is very hard to address these issues, but they should be addressed somehow. So maybe you can elaborate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Shall I answer maybe 3?
Yeah,
Because I'm afraid to forget.
We'll give you, okay, if there are no further questions, then yes, please answer.
Okay.
Yes.
Olga, thank you very much for all your comments, suggestions. They're really great. We haven't explored the part on expenditure at all. We haven't looked at this, and it's interesting. Yeah, and maybe distance to work could be an interesting thing for this flexibility as well, if this job is far away. Obviously, that's a choice. When you have a child, you make this choice. But the same as part-time work as well, but it's an interesting correlation to see what is happening. And actually, we wanted also to exploit, didn't get time, but to check whether the woman changed jobs, changed employers after, like immediately or within a year after the childbirth, which would also indicate this kind of search for more flexible conditions. We didn't look at the multiple jobs. We just got the main job. And if I remember correctly, I think it's everything. The question is, did you have a job or did you work for at least certain number of hours? And then there is, it goes from the main section and from the retrospective survey. So it is main job, right? So sorry, I don't remember more clearly. Well, in informal employment is an important aspect. We have not explored this. With regards to attitudes, you know, I was like reading this literature without looking at whatever is in Ukraine. I had the same priors. I thought, okay, Ukraine would be like Scandinavian countries. Generous maternity policies, publicly provided childcare, positive attitude towards maternal employment. That's where I kind of started my thoughts about this. And then I started looking about these various values surveys. There are several different, and questions differ a bit. And I was really shocked. But then I started rethinking and, you know, going back to my own experiences as a mother and, you know, stories heard, etc. We don't like to rely on those stories in our research, but it's kind of provides some understanding. I think after the collapse of the Soviet Union, this change happened. So probably people were not kind of willingly accepting this model when all women had to work after the child turned 3 months old. Okay, or even 1 month old. My grandmother went to work after giving birth in 1 month, period. So maybe there was some tension inside of society with the values, and then it kind of overspilled almost to the negative side. And I don't know how people in the audience, but I did feel this slightly negative attitude that, you know, I haven't been taking maternity leaves, I kept working, etc., etc. So there is, you do feel this negative attitude that women have to stay with children and it's harmful and so on and so forth. Actually, when being a student at KC, I wrote my master thesis on impact of maternity leave policies, generosity of maternity leave mandates on gender pay difference. And I also looked at the child health measured as infant mortality. And, well, maybe I've done something not quite correct in terms of methodology. I haven't revisited it. But because I thought about this compensation, okay, we do pay for maternity benefits in terms of lower pay, but maybe children's health is at stake, and maybe for the society this is better. But I found in some countries there is even, I don't want to tell that mothers are detrimental to child's health, but in some countries with generous maternity policies, the infant mortality was even lower. I don't want to talk more about this, but yeah. And the single parenting, we did control in our regression for marital status, but maybe it would be interesting to explore whether there is, obviously there is a high correlation between, I think mothers are 30% more likely to be married, which is understandable. But maybe there is a correlation between motherhood wage penalty depending on whether she has a partner or not. If you go through effort story, for example, that can be true. Well, the endogeneity at the country level in terms of values, I think it's very, very tough question. We all do observe over time that these values change, and we've just discussed this because we all lived and thought that the values were like this, and then checked the literature and they are strikingly different. But I guess there is evidence in the literature, in the sociological literature, I think, that they do change, but they change kind of slowly. Not, well, so the 10, 11 years period that we explore, we kind of, yeah, assume that there's been no change. Thank you.
All right, join me to thank. All right, time for a coffee break.
Of my co-authors with Dinissa Duvanova from Lehigh University, with Oleksandr Nikolaev from University of Buffalo, and Alexander Semyonov from the University of Rzhevskyy. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. This paper is still at a very early stage of development, so all comments and suggestions that you have are definitely very welcome. Okay, let's start. Protests, revolutions, civil wars, they're all subject of research for historians, for sociologists, and for economists like most of us here in this room. These protests, they bring about resolutions to social conflicts, and as a result, they reshape both politics and they reshape society. In the past, such protests used to involve actual organized physical groups of people. Those groups could have been based on kinship or on being a part of a certain political party, but that has changed very recently. Right now, social movements become more and more important and influential in the world. And examples like that would include the Arab Spring in Libya and, of course, the Maidan protests here in Ukraine. Such online protests, they open opportunities for researchers, for economists like us to study how people form attitudes, how they express their beliefs, how they engage in collective behavior and respond to various exogenous shocks. And in these papers, that's exactly what we will be doing. We'll be studying such responses. We'll try to investigate how conflicts, such as the one we had and having and still having here in Ukraine, affect network engagement of different groups of online population. In particular, we'll examine how political activism and engagement during the anti-regime Maidan process, during the annexation of Crimea, during the armed insurgency and foreign invasion in eastern Ukraine, how all that and network activities of users are related. In particular, we'll look at one special type of online activism. We'll be looking at social networks. And these social networks, such as Facebook, or a more well-known network here in Ukraine and Russia, Vkontakte, these networks became especially important in new democracies, and Ukraine is definitely one of them. Why is that the case? Well, simply because in new democracies such as Ukraine, we still lack proper institutions to allow free exchange of opinions, so social networks become one of those platforms where such an exchange is possible. It's just well known that internal social cleavages are often the underlying cause of political conflicts, and of course Ukraine is not absent of such cleavages. However, external threats like an international conflict, in the case of Ukraine, is of course foreign aggression of Russia. Such external threats and international conflicts tend to unite people even with different political beliefs. So these political divisions in time, as a result of this external conflict, can either intensify or get weaker. Therefore, in general, there could be at least two possibilities how society can respond to a conflict. Possibility number one is that a war in eastern Ukraine, as a result of Russian aggression, will produce the rally around the flag effect, meaning that people with different political beliefs can actually unite in face of a foreign aggression. And the opposite is true as well. What can happen, such a war, such a conflict can actually activate a strong partisan response, thus fragmenting the public even more. Why I'm saying even more? Because it's a well-known fact that public in Ukraine is fragmented. We do have that problem. Ukraine is historically and ethno-linguistically diverse nation with, let's be honest, until recently a very limited sense of national identity, at least in some parts of Ukraine where I'm from. While most see the war in eastern Ukraine like what it is, a foreign aggression, some still see that war as a civil war, and therefore they might respond differently to this social conflict. Until very recently, this political division, that threshold, it actually followed very closely the southeast and central west geographical divide. Even right now, if you look at the broader western part of Ukraine, the broader east part of Ukraine, then west and center, the broad west, they usually speak Ukrainian, and their economies are characterized by having a lot of small enterprises. If instead we look at the Broad East, then the main language that the Broad East speaks is Russian, not Ukrainian, and their economies are characterized by highly concentrated industry. An analysis of social interactions between East and West, conducted by one of my co-authors, by Dinissa Duvanova, and her other co-authors, shows that online communications between the Broad West and Broad East were very limited in the past. So the regions communicated within themselves internally, but there was almost no inter-region communication at all. Perhaps the recent event, the war and the external aggression, has changed that relationship. We will definitely have an answer for that in a couple of minutes. First of all, let's think how we can even model, how we can quantify conflict. If we want to build an econometrics model, we will need to study the effect of a conflict on the social ties. So how do we econometrically model conflict? There are a couple of options. And option number one, probably the most straightforward one, is to simply introduce like a regular time dummy which will be equal to 0 before the conflict, will be equal to 1 after the conflict. One of the options could be, for example, to introduce the Maidan dummy. However, econometrically, that won't be ideal. Why? Well, first of all, there will be only very limited time variation, like a one-time level shift, right? And second, there will be almost no cross-sectional variation in that variable. We can try to claim that the intensity varied, that Maidan protests had bigger impact to oblasts that are closer to Kiev, but still it will be a big stretch. For the very same reason, similar variables, similar dummy variables will not solve our problems. Therefore, the way we decided to model conflict econometrically, especially to model its intensity, was to use the unfortunate war casualties of the Ukrainian army and Ukrainian military in general by oblast, by time. So by the region of Ukraine, by time. And that will be our main right-hand side variable, which will characterize how intense a conflict got at different points in time. So these war casualties, the right-hand side variable in all of our future aggressions, will be the irreversible losses or simply death in pro-Ukrainian military forces. We used public sources to collect the data, sources such as the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, as well as websites of several volunteer groups. In that data, in addition to the rank of a soldier or an officer who died in that war, the data also contained their birthplace or oblast of permanent residence and the date stamp. So we do know when the soldier or an officer was killed at war. This graph shows the dependency of war casualties in Ukraine as a function of time. So before March, casualties were at 0, and the first soldier was killed on March 18th during the annexation of Crimea. So the first death indeed occurred March 18th in Crimea, and as you have seen, the series has peaked in August of 2014, and there's of course the massacre at Ilovaisk. The total number of identified deaths with identified birthplace, because for us it's very important to link those unfortunate war casualties to their home city, home oblast, home region. We were able to identify 1,466 soldiers, and that matches quite well estimates from other sources, both official and unofficial. And among those 1,466 casualties, 560 and 398 came from the broad western part of Ukraine, and they accounted for 65% of total losses. And 204 and 304 came from the, again, broad eastern part of Ukraine, the east of Ukraine and the south of Ukraine, and they accounted for the other 35% of total casualties. So these work casualties will serve as the right-hand side variable in all the regressions. What about the left-hand side? You recall that our goal is to measure how the society responds to intensification of a conflict, of the war. We identified 2 dimensions of cross-regional communication. So we'll measure it across 2 different dimensions. Dimension number 1, we broadly call it fragmentation. It will show us how well different regions communicate to each other, and we'll use several different measures. Dimension number 2, again, we'll have a broad name, polarization. For example, if in the first part of the paper we are able to say that yes, indeed, regions start talking more to each other, well, it doesn't mean that that conversation is necessarily a productive conversation. What's important is the nature of those conversations carried between the regions, and that's when the second polarization measure will come in handy. So if our hypothesis of rally around the flag, if that hypothesis makes sense, if an external war conflict indeed unites people, then we probably should expect to see that intensification of such a conflict will lower fragmentation of online communication and lower the degree of polarization in the society. The alternative, of course, will be that either 1 or 2 hypotheses don't hold. And to test these hypotheses, we'll use a newly developed Vkontakte dataset, which was collected specifically for this study. We then match that Vkontakte dataset with our casualties dataset. Let me talk a bit more about that Vkontakte dataset and Vkontakte in general. What's Vkontakte, for those of you who don't know, Vkontakte is simply a social networking website. You can think of it as a Russian Facebook. This website has, or the social network has, more than 200 million users, mainly from Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Moldova, Belarus, and Israel, and some other countries as well. Vkontakte.com is the second most visited website in the post-Soviet Union internet segment. It's only second to Google. Out of 46 million Ukrainians, almost half of them have Vkontakte accounts, which is quite a lot, especially if taking account that in many regions of Ukraine they don't even have internet access, and of course that 46 million Ukrainians also include infants and very old people, and still, well, half of all Ukrainians have their accounts at Vkontakte. Jumping ahead from all our regressions, we'll exclude 2 oblasts. We'll exclude Donetsk and Lugansk, since they are war-torn oblasts with substantial population emigration. But we, of course, still keep Crimea in, since it's very important to see, to look at those ties between Crimea and the rest of Ukraine and how those ties have developed as a result of the conflict. So, how does Vkontakte work? If you register an account with Vkontakte, it will allow you to create a profile and then populate the profile with personal information. That personal information includes things like which language you speak, how old are you, what's your level of education, whether you're married or not, what's the city of birth, what's the city that you live in, and tons of other information. If you already have an account, if you're already a registered user in Vkontakte, what you can do, you can create discussion groups or communities, including theme-based communities, for example, communities in which you can discuss political issues. After you create a community like that, or you join a community, what you can do, you can either post your own news or your own posts, and also you can comment your own posts, and you can comment posts made by other people. So you can essentially participate in discussion. The functionality of Vkontakte is very similar to that of Facebook, so if you know how Facebook works, you probably know how Vkontakte works as well. So here's how we get the data. First of all, we went to Vkontakte.com and we identified all political groups that are available there, all open political groups. Then from those political groups, we download the data on every single news, every single post, and also on every single comment made to all political posts in Kontakty for 2 years, 2013 and 2014. In addition to comments themselves, we'll also collect the data on all the users that made those comments. And in order to do that, we used the social media monitoring software that's described in the work of one of our co-authors, Oleksandr Semyonov. One caveat with this data set is that, unfortunately, due to privacy concerns, we had to aggregate the data before we were able to use it. So here's how our data set looks like. We were able to get data on almost 15,000 groups or political communities from Kontakty that included 19 million of wall posts or news posts. And under those posts, there were a total of 62 million comments. And the data set that we got from Kontakty was quite large, especially for a macro person like myself. I've probably never seen a data set like that in my life. It's 71 gigabytes of data. We were able to identify the place of residence of those users, and of course some of them were from outside of Ukraine. We were able to identify them as well. The first step we took after we collected the data set is, of course, just we wanted to eyeball it and to see whether indeed political discussions intensified after Maidan, which of course was our prior. And in fact, it was clearly the case. If you look at this graph, the solid line here is the number of news, number of wall posts. The dashed line is the solid line is the number of comments. The dashed line is the number of news or wall posts, and you clearly see this very huge jump right after the start of Maidan. The vertical axis here is measured in logarithms, so this jump from 5 to 15 is a really substantial jump. For example, if you look at descriptive statistics, then per day the number of posts went from 13 in 2013 to 2,500 in 2014, reaching on some days almost 48,000 news in political discussion groups. Okay. After we were done with collecting the data, we started proceeding with the estimation. We organized our data as a panel data. The I variable will be oblast or regions of Ukraine, and the time variable will be a daily variable. So we have daily data on oblasts. And all comments and posts will be aggregated at the oblast level. First of all, we started looking at fragmentation, how different regions talk to each other and whether they even talk to each other in the first place. As I told you before, there is no one single measure of fragmentation, one single measure of polarization, so we decided to be a little bit creative and try different measures and see which stories those measures can tell us. The first, most simple thing you can do is simply try to see whether there is any relationship between the number of comments a particular oblast posts and casualties in that oblast. Because if our mechanism is correct, then there should be a very clear relationship between the two. The estimation model we used is a simple fixed effect panel model. CI here will be oblast fixed effects, and comments will be regressed on casualties and all other controls such as month dummies, days a week dummies, quadratic time trends, etc. We also tried a random effect model from which we of course had to exclude fixed effects and add in time invariant determinants such as population, income, employment growth, and inflation in an oblast. Okay. It's hard to see all the results here, but all I wanted to get from this table is that pretty much whichever set of controls we used, we do see at least one or two stars following an estimated coefficient, meaning that the does exist an effect of casualties on the number of comments, and the effect is positive and statistically significant. So indeed, if there are if there are non-zero casualties in an oblast, then residents of that oblast do respond to that by intensifying the discussion of political events. In the first three columns, we use both years, 2013 and 2014. Of course, someone can argue that regression like that might be spurious, since in 2013 casualties are zero and number of comments is very small. In 2014, casualties are non-zero and number of comments has increased substantially. So maybe you're finding spurious positive relationship. So in columns 4 through 7, we dropped 2013. We kept only 2014. Yes, the size of the coefficient declines as a result of that, so part of the effect was indeed spurious. But even if you keep 2014 only, and in 2014 there is no obvious trend in casualties or no obvious trend in the number of comments, we still have a very strong positive association between casualties and comments. So that effect clearly does exist. What's more interesting to me is that when we try to run the very same regressions, but separate the broad western part of Ukraine, which formally includes the western Ukraine and the central Ukraine, and for the broad eastern part of Ukraine, which consists of the eastern part of Ukraine, the southern of Ukraine, and the southern part of Ukraine, we see that the positive association is present only in the southeast, and in the west and center, none of the casualties is significant. Not casualties at time t, nor casualties with up to the 6-day lag. What does it mean? Does it mean that people do not care and do not respond to casualties? Not necessarily. Yes, technically it might mean at this point that in Western and Central Ukraine, residents do not significantly respond to casualties, or maybe there is no difference between a control group and the treatment group, since here we have a diff in diff type of setting. So maybe residents of Western Ukraine respond by increasing comments, not only due to an increase in casualties in their own region, but also due to an increase in casualties in other regions in Western Ukraine. At this point, we don't know the answer to that, but that will be our next step. With Southeast, we know for sure that residents of oblasts with non-zero casualties, they very strongly respond and increase the number of comments. So they increase their participation. So our next step will be to, again, keep looking at fragmentation, but now we look at another measure. We try to see whether casualties from other oblasts will have an effect on comments from the regional oblast I. So how we did that, we defined a variable other oblast casualties as total casualties within that day minus the casualties of this particular oblast. So we are running exactly the same regression as before, and we are trying to see where the resident of oblast I will respond to casualties from all other oblasts but I. And what we can see is that if instead of casualties we look at its complementary measure, at other casualties, then we do see a strong effect in West and Center, just as we expected. So they do respond to all Ukrainian casualties, but we do not see a similar effect for the southern and eastern part of Ukraine, which probably means that West and Center, they're more outside-oriented, and the southeast of Ukraine, they're more oriented inside of their own regions, their own provinces. At this point, we started clearly seeing that there are some differences between the eastern and western part of Ukraine, and especially in how they respond to casualties. So what we decided to do next, we decided to test whether regions, the broad east and broad west, whether they exchange information between each other, and whether there are any correspondence between the regions, which could in time smooth all those interregional differences that are clearly present, as we have seen. So here's what we did next. we try to come up with a measure of engagement, of how much one region talks to another region. Here, how we did that. We proposed a very simple bilateral measure which will work for any pair of two regions. Imagine that we are talking about the broad west and broad east regions, and imagine that, say, someone from the western region started a discussion. If all comments to that discussion will come from the same region, that would imply that there is no interregional conversation in that discussion. All comments come from one single region. If all comments come from the other region, not from west, from east, it will mean exactly the same thing. There is no conversation between the regions. A balanced, inclusive conversation will happen, of course, if half of comments come from this region, half of comments come from this region. And that's how we got this engagement index. By the way, it should be a multiplier of 2 here in front of it. But imagine that we have 2 times this absolute value. So here, share IT will be the share of comments coming from one of the 2 regions. If the share is 0, then the engagement index will be equal to 0. There is no conversation between the region. If the share equals not to 0 but to 1, it will imply exactly the same thing. No conversation between the regions. And this engagement index reaches the maximum of 1 if the share equals to exactly 1/2. So the conversation is perfectly balanced and inclusive. First of all, let's look at time plots of this engagement index. This time plot is for a relatively homogeneous region, the southeast of Ukraine. We usually think that the southeast is a relatively homogeneous region, right? That most people there are Russian speakers, they have similar economies. What we can see here is that before Maidan, even within that homogeneous region, there wasn't a lot of conversation between the south and the east. This engagement index was around 10%, maybe slightly more, meaning that in most of discussions, there were mostly people from the same region, either from the south or from the east, that were taking part in it. And that has clearly improved after Maidan. So after Maidan, there is a clear increase in this engagement index, which went up from 0.12 perhaps to about 0.2. So at least Maidan helped them to communicate more with each other and to share opinions, share ideas. Interestingly, the same thing we can see about the west and center of Ukraine. Once again, we usually think about west and center as being 2 relatively homogeneous regions, but we see that before Maidan there was almost no interaction between west and center. And after Maidan, we have this huge spike in this index, meaning that they indeed started to share opinions. And until now, at least, that engagement index is still relatively high. Now let's proceed to probably the most interesting results. Let's compare the broad east to the broad west and see whether there were any changes in the dynamic there, whether the broad west of Ukraine, the west Ukraine and the central Ukraine started talking more with the so-called Novorossiya, the south of Ukraine and the east of Ukraine. And what we can see is that there is absolutely no change. There were not a lot of conversation before that, and it still stayed at the low level. So there absolutely no change as a result of the Maidan protest, of the annexation of Crimea, of war. No changes at all. If we try to quantify that, we try to test whether those changes were significant or not, and just run a very simple regression of that index. We regress it on the Maidan dummy and a constant term. Indeed, for west center versus southeast, we have absolutely no effect. It's as insignificant as it can get. But for south versus east and west versus center, we do see significant improvements. And those improvements, as you can see, are significant at 1%. So intra-regional communication has definitely improved. We can see that. But inter-regional communication has not, unfortunately. Finally, the last measure of fragmentation which we use is probably the, well, at least is the most scientific one. It's a measure of influence or a measure of outreach. The basis of this measure is that this influence index is calculated by giving rewards to those users that can create a post, like a news post or a wall post, which will attract comments from users from other oblasts. So if someone is making a post and only users from the same oblast comment on that post, that user doesn't get any reward. However, if that post is able to attract posts from other regions of Ukraine, then those posts will be rewarded with higher index scores. You can think of that as being something close to like multi-level marketing, right? The original user gets bonus, but if another user posts under that user, the original user will get bonus as well, and the more posts future users attract, the more comments future users attract, the higher score the original user will get. And the methodology behind this index is described in the work of one of the co-authors, Oleksandr Nikolaev. So let's look at the results. First of all, we start with the time plot as before. What we can see is that prior to Maidan, there was absolutely no difference between the west center and the southeast part of Ukraine. You see that both indices were of the same level and they followed exactly the same pattern. But then there was a huge diversion of the two indices. The one for Western Ukraine went up, meaning that posts from Western Ukraine were able to attract responses and comments from the eastern part of Ukraine. However, at the same time, posts from eastern parts of Ukraine were not commented by Westerners, which is, I think, is a very interesting outcome. So essentially, posts from eastern Ukraine were absolutely ignored by those living in the west, but posts from western Ukraine were actually commented on by those living in the east. And if we run the regression, we see that there is actually a negative relationship between casualties in western center of Ukraine and this influence index, meaning that as casualties increase, it's harder and harder for Westerners to get Easterners to comment on related news. Okay, we are done with fragmentation, and there is only one measure that's left to talk about, this measure of polarization. Yes, we have already seen that the number of comments is going up. People respond with more online activities if casualties go up. But again, it doesn't mean that online activity is a productive conversation. At the very least, they can be perhaps cursing at each other. Yes, it will show up as an increased number of comments, but perhaps it's not a very productive conversation. Therefore, our next step was to redefine the left-hand side variable as the number of positive and negative words used in comments. So we are trying to get a feel of how polarized those conversations are, whether they're getting more productive or less productive. And in order to do that, we used a special bank of words to identify both positive and negative words. There were about 9,000 of positive words, but apparently people are much more creative when it comes to negative words. There are at least 3 times more negative words than positive ones. And we've created that word bank for both Ukrainian and Russian languages. In total, we used this bank to analyze 417 million words, and among them, 7% of words actually were clearly identified as positive words and negative words from our bank. So those comments were pretty emotional for the most part. And here are the results. First of all, for West and Center, we see absolutely no relationship between casualties and either the number of positive words or the number of negative words. However, for the southeast part, we actually see positive relationship between casualties and both positive words and negative words. For us, it's an indication that perhaps there is no polarization of society in the west and center of Ukraine, but there's a clear polarization of society in southeast and in the southeast. Because as casualties increase, part of the society responds with positive words, and other part of the society responds with negative words, and those responses happen simultaneously. So again, for us, is a sign of polarization in the society. And to conclude, first of all, we see that there is a composition of active contributors. Contributors respond particularly to major political events. We saw that huge spike in the number of comments. And while the intensive military conflict entices online activism, it activates regional rather than nationwide connections. So you've seen that most of those effects were intra-regional rather than inter-regional. And finally, we clearly saw that there are fundamental differences, at least in online activism, between the broad western part of Ukraine and the broad eastern part of Ukraine. Those differences are non-trivial, and therefore they should be accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. It was a very interesting presentation, and I now invite Konstantin Sonin from the High School of Economics to comment.
Thank you, and thank you for thank you to organizers for the invitation, and of course, as an invitation as a discussant, because writing and presenting a paper is a job, and basically discussing is fun. So, first, what I need to say, this is a terrific paper that was a very interesting read, and it's extremely interesting to think about these issues. I admire the title, although I have not actually got why the title is very relevant to what is in the paper. But I think as a slogan, as an epigraph for the paper, this is a very nice, nice phrase. So let me start with a very short summary. First, this paper looks at the effect of conflict on social cohesion. It's basically political science using economic methods, and this is a big data empirical work. I was impressed that it analyzed 19,430,000 wall posts with 62 million comments, and also I totally admire that it works with real data on like both sides of the equation, because now economists do a lot of work. Some of this work is excellent, which uses public opinion or results of the survey as a dependent variable. I personally just hate this. We just do not understand sociology. That's why these results have a big meaning to us. So the main idea of the paper is to measure the impact of conflict, and this conflict is measured by some real data, by war casualties, on social cohesion. The conflict, the measure is the number of region-specific war casualties, and the social cohesion is measured by basically two standard measures in network communications. It's the level of cross-regional fragmentation in online communication and the degree of polarization. There are two main hypotheses. I'll say they are not exactly symmetric. The first is the rally around the flag, that intensification of conflict should lower fragmentation in online communication. This is a very natural hypothesis, and the same about polarization. Basically, there is a huge political science literature saying that wars is something that builds up countries, that nations are being built during the wars, and so this hypothesis, they're a kind of, it's not rally around the flag hypothesis. It's actually like build the nation hypothesis, that the nation is being built as something unfragmented and unpolarized during a war. So I think it would be very good if we know that this is happening. And then there is a second set of hypotheses Basically, I think it was introduced later during the analysis because this rally around the flag, although I think it would be very interesting to see the positive, this hypothesis to become confirmed. It's not actually confirmed in the data. So there is another set of hypotheses, the divided nation hypothesis, that intensification of conflict fragments online communication along east-west line. Of course, Ukraine as a country is unique in terms of this east-west line division. At least that's what the common wisdom says, although I would say that there is not that much good scientific evidence that there is this east-west division. We typically look at the map of two electoral maps, but it doesn't go actually much beyond that. So maybe some studies would show that it's actually not the case. And the next hypothesis that intensification of conflict polarizes communication along the social cleavages line. I will tell that. I mean, I don't understand this hypothesis. It might be confirmed, but it's not clear what is meant by along the social cleavages in this paper. I need to say that there is a whole literature which is maybe not directly relevant, but it's totally unmentioned in this paper. And I need to bring these references. And actually, I'm amazed that you have not asked Ruben Nikolaev, who is the author of this whole literature, of this whole approach, and work with big data in modern political economy, who is here, who is just here. It's not him who is asked to discuss this paper. But look, every time in each of the three of these papers, there is some exogenous shock, and there is an effect on public attitudes. This is nationalistic media, Serbian media, affecting ethnic polarization in Croatia, and there is always a very clever use of econometric instruments to estimate the real effect, the effect of Nazi propaganda, especially an interesting effect of anti-Semitic propaganda, the effect on those regions that were not predisposed against Jews. There is a paper which I think is completely directly relevant to this paper, and I think it might be good to just to use the data from this paper and the paper by Peisakin and Razenos to get some cross paper results, because they basically use the heterogeneity in Russian television coverage. I think they just follow Delavigne et al., Adena et al. Doing this for Ukraine, but they see the effect on polarization. Finally, I present this paper, which is probably my claim to discussing the paper on big data. It's about another effect, but you will find a lot of good references on how economists use big data, how do they collect data from social media. So you could just put this list of references to your paper, and it will look much more economical. Yeah. So my main comment, it's actually one comment. It's not that clear what are the main findings of this paper, although there are findings. I think for a better paper, you need to formulate findings as positive messages. Just look at your abstract. Basically, this is what should be in the abstracts, and this is just introductory discussion. But you need to concentrate on what you actually find. Actually, in your presentation, there was even less findings than you have in your paper. The second part of the main comment, I think there should be at least a sketch of an explanation of why did you find this. I mean, most of these things, they are totally non-obvious. I could build a lot of models which will produce different kind of effects, and you do not produce any kind of theoretical explanation. It's just as if these hypotheses are common sense. They're not common sense. I could tell you. So I think there should be a model. Again, I'm not saying that you need to have a formal theory, but you need to have an economic model where you have agents, where you have information structure. Just discuss it in words. Just have 2 paragraphs explaining this. What they know, what they don't know, what new information they receive, what actions do they take, what are the payoffs, meaning what are their motivations and why they're private information. For example, it's the driving mechanism of this paper that agents react differentially to information about casualties in their own region and in other regions. I mean, why? What is a common sense model of an agent having a reaction to information about casualties? There probably is, but it's not clear what's your assumption here. What's your assumptions here? There are some data issues. One issue is that you assume that war casualties are exogenous variables. Actually, war casualties might be correlated with regional characteristics. For example, if there is a disproportional representation in frontline troops from some regions, meaning death is obviously in the front line is random, but if the regions are represented disproportionately in the front line, then you will have indigeneity in your regressions. Then I also noticed another data issue in your presentation. I think, I guess you use the data of war casualty announcement as the, you use the announced date of death, right? But your theory, your argument obviously means that you need to use not the date of death, but the date of announcement of death. And which do you use?
I use the actual one, but
no, but that's okay.
7 days to count. Maybe it was announced later within the 7 day period.
I mean, with all the machinery you have in your possession, you just need to screen for the first mentioning of death, and this will be the relevant variable for your theory. I have some miscellaneous comments. There is almost a page explaining what VKontakte is, but it's just Russian. Facebook, but you have not mentioned the main attraction why VKontakte is so popular, because basically it has not protected intellectual property rights. That's why it's widely popular. Oh yes, that's the only explanation. And I also think that your description of casualties data collection might be more precise. I mean, if you write a paper which uses this kind of thing, then explain what is available from the Ministry of Defense, why you actually cannot use a public record. Just there should be a public record for war casualties, right? Then there are a lot of literature issues related to literature. First, relate to economic literature. I already gave you references to information and networks empirical literature. There is a huge theoretical literature. You could start with the Matt Jackson social networks textbook. Then you need to update political science references. I mean, Lipset is dead 30 years. He will never be a referee of your paper. Why would, I mean, young people here, this is a bit of wisdom. Then I think when you refer to methods from other sciences here, from data mining and information sciences, I think it's better you have a more extensive explanation of what you use. I mean, you should not expect the Journal of Comparative Economics literature readers to read papers on information technology. I think you should bring this information to them, and then check list of references. There are a lot of omissions, just omissions of the papers that are mentioned in the text. That's basically it. Again, terrific paper.
Thank you very much. Alex, would you like to respond?
Yes.
Like 1 minute, and I will take questions.
First of all, thank you a lot for the excellent review of the paper. I really appreciate it. I'm sure it will become a lot better after I incorporate all of your comments. As I said before, it's at a very early stage of development. In fact, this data set was collected specifically for this conference. After this conference was announced, so unfortunately we didn't have as much time as we want to work on that paper. That's one of the reasons why we have a name that's not really relevant to the paper, because the name appeared well in advance of the actual paper. We thought it's a cute name, and we were hoping it will make some sense after the paper was written. Apparently, it was slightly different from what we expected, but since the paper was already submitted and accepted, we had to keep the name. We know about issues with the data, of course. We'll try to fix those. I also recall that you had a comment about indigeneity. I hope that fixed effects should take care of most of it. I mean the difference between oblasts.
I think it might be just, if you just provide information on the composition of frontline troops, I mean on the pool that the casualties are selected from, this might be enough.
I should be able to do that as well. Thank you once again. Comments are highly appreciated.
First question from Eric Livdi.
Yeah, just move a little bit. Just a possible explanation for the observed asymmetry between what you call the large West and the large East. And that has to do with the fact that the casualties that you are counting are casualties, as I understand, of the Ukrainian military. Whereas I would assume, and I'm sure it's true, that these casualties are highly correlated with casualties on the other side of the divide. And the other side of the divide, including larger parts of the southeast, are exposed to Russian TV and other information sources, which of course amplify the casualties on the other side, which does not affect the West. And that in itself would induce this asymmetry, as you can imagine. The second point I would like to make is relates to a set of experiments that have been conducted in Georgia over 2009 and 10 by a guy named Michal Bauer from the Czech Republic. He conducted experiments on children, testing so-called war effects on children psychology. So he was running a very simple experiment in which children which have been subjected to war effects, bombing, and so on, and children who have not been subjected to this psychological stress, he asked these children to share toys and sweets in groups. And what he found in a statistically significant way is that children who have been subjected to war, they tended to be sharing much more, but only within a very small group of friends. So within a closed circle. And they tend to be much less sharing with guys on the outer circle. And this effect is a war effect, which seemed to be somewhat consistent to what you are describing in the paper, the divided effect. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a question about the data a little bit, and it may be raising some concerns. These 20 million accounts or people, because some people may have multiple accounts, that's one thing. It's interesting to know. And also, isn't it skewed towards young people as well, this Kontakti network? So, maybe mentioning about that and talking about this. And also, I don't know, at least that's what I observed in the circle of friends of my daughter who are graduated from high school. Okay, when the conflict intensified, they started closing down in numbers Kontakty accounts and switching to Facebook, etc. So I just wonder what would be the implications of such thing, and could you pick up closed accounts, like where they were, from which regions they were coming, etc., and whether that has any implications on your results? And just quick question about positive, negative words. I don't know how to identify this, but positive words from one side may mean the same as negative words from the other side. Basically, someone, one side in the conflict praising the death and the other saying negative things about this death. But that would be actually not polarization. That would be same opinion in a sense. So is it possible to do anything with that?
My name is Oleksandr. I would like to thank you very much for really impressive work with a huge amount of data. I think that you just imply that this traditional dichotomic division of regions by Ukraine without substantiating it. But according to today, what we know today about divides in Ukraine, this dichotomic divide is a bit outdated and problematic. So, but doing that, I think you may override the real divisions that are on other regional lines, or that divisions that are existed, the different degree of divisions. And I think that, and I even don't discuss possible ideological implications that may follow from this uncritical accepting of this divide. And but I think that your data really allow to make another classifications from themselves. That will produce more well-tuned classifications. And another thing that about interregional communication, and I think that that interregional communication, the fact that it exists may be a sign of both, as like a conflict and non-conflict communication. And I'm sure that, and from the point of view of your title at least, like making friends, not war, it really matters. Because in this case, people can, interregional communication may be high, but it can be still a big fragmentation that goes from the conflicting communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it actually makes a lot of sense. We can try to use our data and try to endogenize the. We can try to use our data and endogenize the division into broad east and broad west. It's a great comment. We'll definitely try to do that. As of Kontakty versus Facebook, yes, we are aware of a problem like that. Ideally, we would actually be willing to use Facebook in general instead of Kontakty, but downloading Facebook data is almost impossible compared to downloading Kontakty data. And also like a lot the reference to Georgia. In fact, we did find that the eastern part of Ukraine is more inward oriented, which does match that experience experience about Georgian children that you mentioned. So again, great comment. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. You can continue your discussion during the coffee break, and we'll gather here at 12:45 to further discuss social movements in Ukraine. Social in Ukraine, and then Keith Darden from American University will discuss this paper.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Thank all of you for coming. I hope my presentation is going to contribute to this symposium. And I welcome this idea that this symposium that unites economists has a special room for a sociologist like myself to talk about social capital, to talk more about the theory of social capital, and maybe provide some empirical evidences. Because, yesterday we had this big inspirational talk of Mr. Roland about civic society. Then we discussed the issues of social trust with respect to the banking system, with respect to corruption in our societies. But I think that these discussions and debates were more or less abstract, and today I would like to shed some empirical light on the issues of social trust and social capital development. So this is just some departure points of my presentations, what I'm going to talk about. So I will be talking about online social activists of Euromaidan. And I guess that there is a common wisdom. A lot of people believe that online activists generated a lot of social capital, and it also somehow translated into the offline. But, well, to my best knowledge, we don't have a lot of empirical evidence of that. And actually, my data will challenge this common wisdom. My arguments are on the level of individual interactions. Actually, when I say that I cast some doubts that social movements in Ukraine, they may be not social, I mean here a very particular thing. Of course they're social because they emerged from a society, and of course they're social because they affected many groups. They affected them directly or indirectly. But my argument is on this micro level. I will try to show you that online activists, their activities online were very much unrelated to activities of other online activists. Well, now since you know the main ideas of my presentation, I will dig deeper. I will talk about my motivations, some data technicalities, findings. I will try to put them in a dialogue with what we have known about social activism in Ukraine, and maybe in a dialogue with the previous presentation. Well, I guess the motivation is simple. There is a general consensus in economy, sociology, political science that social capital is important, that it is important for the stable social development, including economic growth. And what we know from many empirical studies in Ukraine, that Ukrainian society had a lot of troubles with social capital. People do not participate, people don't trust, and even on the level of personal interactions, well, usually Ukrainians, they interact with friends or friends of friends, but it is not very likely that interaction may occur with a person who is outside of this narrow circle of trusted people. And that's why Euromaidan was such a big shock to many of us, because, well, you all remember that so many volunteering groups just mushroomed in a very short span of time to provide everything: food, water supply, defense, psychological support, legislative support, everything. And many people thought that they know the answer. Why did it happen? And they said, oh, this is because of internet. And the argument here is twofold. First argument, I think it was also listed in the previous presentation, that internet provides sort of a freedom of speech that people may not trust to traditional media because they are owned by oligarchs or politicians, but people trust to social activists online. And another argument is a positive experience. So people took this risk to trust someone online, and then they saw that it works, and then they decided to trust people. Well, but I think that these are just speculations, and we know from many other studies, like studies of Arab Spring, that usually internet does not create social movements and does not generate social capital. Internet usually facilitates social movements. We don't have much studies about Ukraine yet. This is one of few. It was done by Oxford/Manchester research, Olena, and she also studied a lot of different blogs, different media, and yeah, she proved this idea that internet was just a facilitator, not the main tool that people use to unite and to generate social capital. And now, since we have this dilemma, we know that internet matters, but we don't know to what extent it does. I think it is important to have a step back and think about theoretical framework. I don't like to jump into the data directly. I would like to propose to frame my presentation in the theory of the logic of connective action. This is one of the state-of-the-art theories in social activism proposed by Bennett. And for those of you who don't know the theory, Bennett suggests to distinguish two types of logics of how do people unite. And he said that there is a collective action, which we are used to. This is about organizations. So organizations, they create messages, they create content, identities, and they spread these identities to activists. They mobilize them by means of traditional media, online media, face-to-face communication, it doesn't matter. But the logic of connective action is really about this personalized content that people generate and share themselves without being embedded in an organization. So do we have any empirical evidence that Euromaidan movement may follow this logic? I think yes. I collected this data from the Facebook page of Euromaidan. I will be talking about the data collection more elaborately later. So this data covers more than 27,000 of posts created from the very beginning of Euromaidan till the May of 2014. And I classify all posts here into 4 categories. And you see that the overwhelming majority of content was created by someone else. There were links to texts, links to photos, links to videos, and only 17% of their own content that administrators of this page generated. Moreover, if you look into these links of text and we try to measure what kind of media were cited, these are just absolute numbers, and you see a huge variation. So many media were cited. Ukrainska Pravda, Ukrainian Truth is a champion, but here, this is just a domain. The domain includes everything: news, articles, blogs, and the blogs were written by journalists, activists, politicians, experts. So a huge amount of content was personalized. It was created by other people, borrowed by this page, by the page of Euromaidan, with hope that other activists are going to like it and share it. So that is why I believe that the framework of the logic of connective action may help us to move farther in our understanding of these activities. But, okay, framework maybe is there, but there are still many questions to be answered within this framework. My main concern is social capital. So what is the role of social capital in shaping online activism? And maybe we can even speculate today whether there are any evidence that social capital was transformed into offline activities. And how can we measure this, of course? I think that the answer, how can we measure it, lays in the methodology of social networks. Why? Well, if we look into the theory of social capital, by definition, social capital is embedded in social networks. So that is why if we study social network properties, we may assess the level of development of social capital. Finally, a few words about the data. I created research project, Revolutions, Actions, Cooperations Online, Raccoon, because I love raccoons, who doesn't? I did the data collection during the last year. I collected a lot of data from this Euromaidan Facebook page. Includes from the very beginning of it till the end of May, because I wanted to include these events of Crimean annexation and the elections of the new president. 27 posts, almost 1 billion of comments, and importantly, I can link each reader by its unique identity code to a post. So I can create these network interactions, and I did it with the help of a brilliant tool, NetWiz. So I really encourage other researchers to use this tool in their future researchers. Just simple descriptive statistics of my data. I show it because I want to make a little comment here that the amount of content generated on this page was impressive. On average, 146 posts per day, with maximum 840. Can you imagine 840 posts per day? How can you read that? But also so many likes and comments and shares. So people did a lot of things online. My question is whether they did it together, whether they were, well, to what extent they were affected by other people in doing this. Again, let's try to think about it deeply, because I'm going to talk about communication between people online. So what do we know about communication online? From research, from our common sense, I think we can say at least few things. Social psychologists who study communication online, they repeatedly have shown that there are two main factors that contribute to online communication, and they are self-presentation and group belonging. We also know from other studies in political science and economy that communication has this instrumental role. We generate social capital, we try to generate some sort of information about ourselves, etc. Participation is itself a value, because the more someone participates, the more awareness about the structure of communication develops, and this awareness improves the outcomes of communication. So that's why I think it is very natural to assume, well, and maybe just to apply this knowledge to the Facebook page, that people communicated because they wanted to spread the message, to mobilize others, but also they wanted to demonstrate their group identity, and of course to the communication. Long-standing participation was a value itself, because the more you communicate, the more social norms you can establish and improve communication. But now let's think about it in terms of the language of Facebook, interface of Facebook. How can we observe the social ties, communications between people on Facebook? And I think there are at least three propositions that can be made here. So first of all, we may observe this communication between people because there is some initial friendship between them. Imagine I have a friend offline, online, it doesn't matter, but let's say online. And this person comments, shares, likes Euromaidan. Eventually, this pops up on my timeline, I think, timeline. So because this pops up, I start liking, sharing myself, yes? Another thing to assume is that there are no friendships between people initially, no initial mobilization, but maybe this communication evolves in the course of time. Why that? Social theory says that there are at least two mechanisms behind it. First is homophily. Some people, well, they are the same. They have the same lifestyles, political preferences, interests. They may like the same things, and that's why they comment and they react to the same messages. Another thing is reciprocity. So this positive interaction, I comment someone, this person comments me, this may happen once, this may repeat in future. So that's how communication evolves. And another alternative thing to say is that there are no social ties at all. People were just doing a lot of things without being affected by others. And as you may imagine, these three propositions are actually my hypothesis that I try to test with the data. Here I just propose you some very simple descriptive statistics of these types of interactions in the course of time. This is just averages per day, likes, shares, comments. And the reason why I show this graph is because I just want to make a point that there is a huge gap between likes and everything else. And you know, it is very hard to give an interpretation to like. What is it? Does it mean that someone read the post, read and valued, did not read at all, but just shows something? We don't know, but we know that like does not require as much effort as commenting or sharing. And another important thing I would like to stress is that the communication was very dynamic, and there were different trends of communication on Facebook. So this measure I use is very simple. It is just a comments to share ratio. Obviously, we have on average one that they're more or less equal. And you can divide this picture in two halves and say everything to the left, people shared. Everything to the right, people were engaged in more dialogues. And I think there are many explanations to that. For example, you may say that the time of revolution was a time of action. It was very important to share an urgent request to go somewhere, to fight with the right police, to help with food or money, etc. So no time to talk. Then things moved to distant areas, to Crimea, to eastern Ukraine. Some people left the group, so There was some selection process here. My point is that this pattern is very dynamic and it changes in the course of time. But now I think it is time to talk about social networks. What do? I have a lot of data. That's why I take some random samples of posts. So per week, I take 200 posts, and each post has a certain amount of readers. 0, 1, 100, I don't know. And then I do transformations from 2-mode networks to 1-mode network. I will explain what does it mean. And then I run my analysis. So 2-mode networks are very simple. So there is a space of posts, space of people, and people are connected to something. That's how we define 2-mode networks in the methodology of social network analysis. 1-mode network is when I say that 2 people are affiliated somehow. They are connected because they read the same post. And I do it because it's a more comfortable way to run my analysis. I will present my results on this aggregated data of periods of Euromaidan. I borrow this periodization from the literature, so I consider some first stage of Euromaidan where people were just demanding some European integration, then what we call the revolution of dignity, then violent Maidan, and everything after the end of the revolution. So this is some first calculations. I present here the measure of density of the networks. And density is a proportion of all real connections in the data to all possible hypothetical connections. And also what I want to show here is that I have 2 types of data. My real empirical data, but also some data that I generated at random. So I would like to compare whether my real data is driven by some patterns. So it is not driven by some stochastic random processes. And what you can see at the very beginning of Euromaidan, the real density is the same as the density at random. And why do I think this is important? If you remember my first hypothesis, it was about the initial friendship. And I think now we can rule out this hypothesis, because obviously if there were some initial friendship mobilization, then we would have observed more density than at random. So this is not happening. Another thing is transitivity. And transitivity in social network analysis is a measure of clusterization. In very simple definitions, imagine a triangle of friends. If I have 2 friends, what is the likelihood that 2 of them are connected with each other? And this overall measure is, again, it's a proportion of all real triangles in my data to all hypothetically possible triangles in my data. And again, I compare empirical and random computations. What we can see is that, yes, it is higher than at random, which means that there is a certain level of homophily. People tend to cluster around some messages. But what is important, that this is flat. It doesn't change in the course of time. Therefore, I rule out the idea of reciprocity, because reciprocity is a process that generates fluctuations. So I comment someone comments me, the communication increases, then we stop talking, communication decreases, and here we don't see this. We just see a stable pattern of homophily throughout the time. Then one may suggest that the thing that I presented just now are just cross-sectional analysis. But now I would like to go deeper and present you some longitudinal analysis. So what I did, I just selected 400 participants, and I tried to follow their connections with posts in the course of time. Again, I follow them throughout the same 4 periods. And as you see, some of them actually dropped out. But surprisingly, those, or maybe not surprisingly, those who left, they generated more connections. So they commented in time to more posts that says that people did a lot of activities online. Again, I repeat myself. But there is still a question whether they did it being affected by others or not. Here I will present you two measures. One is betweenness centrality and another is closeness centrality. These two measures, in terms of social network analysis, they are related to the theory of bridging social capital and bonding social capital. Bridging social capital is an ability to connect different clusters. So if you imagine that people cluster around some information, and then you may think about one person who is in between of these clusters, because this person comments to that and another information. This slide has not a very good resolution, but I can say that betweenness centrality is skewed towards 0, which means that there are no bridging capital online at all. However, bonding social capital, which says a lot about, again, this homophily process, that some groups are bonded, it says that we can observe this phenomenon here, and it has more or less normal distribution in all periods, which again said that it is not like so hugely visible. Some people are more connected, other people less connected. Some people are around the averages. So there is this issue of bonding capital, but it is not overwhelming. So I will jump into my conclusions. I will remind you that I tried to show that communication between online activists was almost not present at the very beginning of Euromaidan, and it was sound only after the end of the revolution. Then, by means of social network analysis, I tried to show that most likely individuals reacted to posts independently one from another. And also, I tried to show that the bridging capital is clearly lacking, while bonding capital is visible. So I think it is enough of criticism and negative, pessimistic response to our previous talks, because my claim is that online activists did not generate this impressive amount of social capital. One may suggest that online reality is just online. We should make some statements about offline as well, but I would say that I think that I spotted some general phenomenon that is present in both offline and online environments. I will just give a few examples. Last year, JFK conducted survey among volunteers. So they asked people whether they do volunteer or not. Then they took this subsample of people who did volunteer. And apparently, the majority of them did it, again, independently. They were not engaged in some groups of other volunteers. So again, people do a lot of good things, but they do it alone. And also, Ukrainian sociologist Yevhen Holovacha, he gave a couple lectures at Kyiv National University and in Kyiv Polytechnical Institution, and he analyzed his own panel data for many years, and he tried to show that we have this visible trend of isolation of individuals. Again, people are, as he claims, even alienated. What are the impacts of these findings? I hope to contribute to social theory and to policy making. In terms of social theory, as you remember, I presented to you this idea of the logic of connective action by Bennett. This is the state-of-the-art theory, but it is still quite vague. And it seems to me that this author, he proposes a sort of a linear relationship. The more people have access to online media, the more they're going to behave with respect to this logic. But I think it is not true. I think my data shows that there is a nonlinear effect, that when people are overwhelmed with information, they do not communicate. They need some free space. In terms of social policies, and I think this is the most important message of my talk, because this symposium has an idea that science may suggest something to our policymakers. So my message would be that it is very hard to generate social trust without investing in bridging social capital. And I guess that our policymakers now are trapped in this spuriosity. A lot of people assume that since we observe some sort of level of activism among people, therefore we have social trust, which is not true. We don't have bridging capital. We actually have some minor sides of bonding social capital. And what does it mean? This means a lot of risks. It means that our government may have a support of a very narrow and disaggregated clusters of people. And these clusters, they may have some trust into the government, but they are not connected between each other, and they're not connected to other people. So the trust is going to be wasted, because the trust is not embedded into the broad network. Well, I think I'm done for today. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Keith Darren will comment on this paper.
Somebody want to find my presentation on here? Is the tech guy still back there?
Oh, it's in Russian.
Well, that's not my problem. It's the it's being over 40 that's my problem. Not reading Russian. There we go. Okay. First, a thank you to the organizers of the conference. It's been a series of high-quality academic papers on very relevant topics, and this paper is no exception in both respects. Both very good and an extremely important topic. My comments are going to be less about the nuts and bolts of some of the internal features of the paper, some of its measurement issues, although I will touch on that, but more about whether we can draw the general conclusions that are drawn from this paper from the data that are collected in this paper. So it's really about sampling bias and selection bias of the nature of the research design. Just to give you, I'll brief a little bit about the context, because I think the paper can be reframed to a broader audience than this much narrower Bennett literature. There's a huge literature about the creation of social capital and the effects of social media. Both sets of literatures I think you speak to in very important and interesting ways, and I think that can be brought in. Then I'll go through some of the measurement and the data generation issues. I'll provide one alternative explanation, and I'm sure others will provide others, and then some additional, sort of in the spirit of revise and resubmit, some of the steps if I were a reviewer for this paper that I would ask to have done. So just a little bit on the literature and the context. This paper, there's a large literature linking social media and social mobilization. We have one of the primary participants in that literature right here. There's less on the long-term effects of social mobilization on social capital. And so this paper, in many ways, links all three of these things in a novel and an interesting way. And I think so that's a huge contribution that this paper can make. And I think highlighting that in the framing of the paper and referring to all of those separate literatures is the way to sort of set up your argument in a way that will make it compelling. And the sort of the core question, rather than the kind of macro theoretical academic issues, there's a very deep and specific question that this paper wants to answer, which is, does the Euromaidan lead to the formation of a robust civil society in Ukraine? Right? So there's something very concrete that runs through this broader abstract literature. And the paper's answer is no, just in case that wasn't clear from the presentation. And that might be right, but I think the answer is really no if we measure social capital by mutual likes, comments, and shares on one Facebook page. And so my point is that in many ways the reservations I have about the paper open a window for optimism about Ukraine. So there's sort of a duality to my comments. Let's talk about the measurement and the data generation issues here. So if we were looking at the effects of social media on anything else, right, on social mobilization or on this long-term creation of social capital, we might want to think about, so what is the total population of social media? In other words, what are we going to draw from this? And so, like the last panel, we might want to look at Vkontakte. There's clearly a considerable use of Vkontakte in Ukraine and in the region. Twitter, also very important. There's a whole range of social media. This paper focuses on Facebook, right? So, which is already narrowing that scope. And in particular, it focuses on one Facebook page, the Euromaidan Facebook community page, and on a specific set of interactions on that page. So whether you like, share, or comment on that page. And so there's a risk that in distilling the data collection down and the data generation from this broad population, that there's something biased about what we end up with. So that even if your analysis of this page is perfect, it's missing something more fundamental about the general phenomenon. I think your argument, that there's this sort of period of initial mobilization, that the Euromaidan Facebook page is very important and it grows quite rapidly, is very important. But in many ways, mobilization is a different function than social capital building. And so we might not think that the same set of social media instruments are going to be employed for both of those tasks. So trying to think about how this particular page, which was created for social mobilization, creates social capital might not be the right way to frame this problem. That there may be like a migration from this page to other sources. It may be, think of it as an incubator. Think about it as something that allows a certain set of social ties to create it, which then grow elsewhere. And I think it's possible that yes, the answer, does limiting the analysis to Euromaidan Facebook page introduce bias? Yes, for precisely this reason. That it may be that something used for mobilization is not being used for the creation of social capital. I have some questions about how you interpret likes, shares, and comments and how you translate them into ties, sort of the nuts and bolts of the paper. In particular, I think a considerable number of people share things so that it takes something from public discussion and moves it to private discussion. So that you might see something on the Euromaidan Facebook page, but you might not, let's say you're me, you don't want to go commenting for 25,000 other people. You want to comment to a small, select group of over 40 intellectuals who are following this closely, and you want to have an engagement in that area. And so it's not necessarily speaking, in other words, your interpretation of these actions could be open to a variety of different things. And it also may not mean that if I comment on the same post as someone else, that I've even read their comment or that there's some tie that exists between us. So some of the assumptions that go into the construction of your network could be called in question, need a little bit more justification in the paper. And I think, as you pointed out in your presentation, there's some question whether Euromaidan Facebook could even be a discussion forum. I mean, when we're talking about close to 30,000 posts and close to 1 million comments, I can't read 1 million comments. Few people can. So maybe, again, thinking about this as a clearinghouse, as an incubator of sets of ties that really get developed elsewhere might be a better way to think about what this page is doing. And so, thinking about ways in which that might happen, it might lead to the creation of new friends. I mean, how many people in this room developed new friendship relations through social media during Euromaidan? None of you? Really? No. Right? And so I think that was very common, but not among the people in this room. And it also could potentially increase awareness of and membership in voluntary organizations. Certainly, we all became aware of Vox Ukraine in the course of this process, so I don't even need to ask you. And so there clearly is a component to which we learn about things through social media, but which may not be reflected in a particular page, even if we learned about it on that page. So here's an alternative explanation, right? So here the idea is that Euromaidan serves as a bridging, or to use the network language, it is a broker between different sets of networks. Rather than looking for brokerage relationships within Euromaidan, just think of that page itself as a broker between different groups. So group 1, group 2, group 3. These could be smaller network groups. They could be voluntary organizations. They could be any number of things. And if it's acting as an incubator, we would see no change necessarily in Euromaidan, but the growth of these groups would increase as people become aware of them through this brokerage relationship that it is playing. So it is playing an important function. The social mobilization does play an important function in the development of social ties, but not in that particular page itself. And that is consistent with our idea of civil society. In other words, we don't think that Euromaidan will be civil society. In other words, we would not think that a Facebook page would be the essence of civil society. We think of civil society as a huge number of organizations, a very large number of groups that have overlapping linkages. And so if you have a measurement strategy which is focused primarily on one, the growth of those exterior groups, the more that they grow, in other words, the more that something like Euromaidan is successful in creating those ties, the more bias is going to be introduced into your analysis. So I think part of where I would say going forward, the paper needs to address more directly this question of which media, which networks it's going to measure. And the reliance on Euromaidan can introduce some bias. This bias will increase if Euromaidan is successful in some other roles, so as an incubator, or if it's something that is a clearinghouse that leads activity to migrate elsewhere. And I think the main contribution that you, sort of empirical contribution that you need to do, you need to get some individual level data about behavior. So you sort of do this with the 400 randomly selected people on Euromaidan to sort of trace their personal activity over time, but there's a good bit of survey data out there about how people are engaging with social media and whether that leads to offline activities, how often. So if you could get from Facebook individual data about users that was anonymized, that would be very helpful to sort of chart their behavior over time. You probably would have an easier time doing that with Vkontakte than with Facebook. But I think, you know, unless we know whether mobilization led individuals to join other organizations, we can't really assess whether the effect of social media on the creation of social capital, because ultimately we don't have a good way of a priori determining where social capital is going to be located in society for us to measure it. We have to see how individuals are opting into it or not. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Case. Thank you for your, well, extensive and elaborate response. You raised so many important topics. I have so many answers. They're all messed up in my head. I don't know in which answer to begin with. Well, I will start with this idea of general methodology of science and the generalization issue. Can we draw these conclusions from studying this very particular Facebook page? Well, I think that yes. And I will explain why. Because I think it is important to recognize that this Facebook page was not created to generate social capital. No one created anything to generate social capital. Social capital is just a byproduct of reciprocal interactions of people. So this online space was just a perfect tool for people to be engaged in communication. And if these people were not engaged, and I think I see this in my data, then the question is, so if this great tool did not help them, so why should we expect that Twitter, Kontakte may be important? And even if Twitter generated something, then the question still remains about the Facebook. So there is still a problem in generating social capital. And my main point was to spot this problem, I think. Then, yeah, I will try to answer to your point about the possibility of running some retrospective surveys, asking people whether they participated online and things like that. I don't know if the data are available. I would like to run this type of survey, but I think, again, it is very important, even on the level of operationalization and creating this survey, it is very important, again, to distinguish this issue of social and bonding capital. This is actually my dream. I would like to introduce this ideas into the nomenclature, into the language of our sociologists and policymakers, because if we don't distinguish them on the level of operationalization, we are just going to waste our money in studying spurious relationships. So, but thank you for that comment. I think it is very important to do these things. Again, you raised so many important issues. What about to think about this page as a broker itself? The thing that I was a bit puzzled with this issue, because I thought that I actually approached Facebook Euromaidan page as broker, because my network analysis is on the level of comments to posts. So Facebook page provides some information. It is a broker between some broad society and activists. And it is a matter of activists whether they're engaged into this communication or not. So I think that maybe I should just frame it better in order to introduce my ideas in more concise way. All other points, I will be happy to talk with you over the coffee. And I think it's nice to open the discussion for people as well. Yeah, thank you very much again for your comments.
You know, eating is a great way to socialize. You know, when we eat, share a meal with people, it's a very good way to make friends. Now you can try having a meal with one guy, like have a one-on-one communication this way, and I think it's a fantastic way to develop a relationship. I mean, I love that. Now you can try a Georgian supra. Supra is a long table with maybe 50 participants, and I think it's not exactly the best way to build friendship, because there's simply too many people in the room. And from there, I come to your Euromaidan page. I don't think that a page that has as many users and contributors as Euromaidan page is a way to build any kind of social capital. The question is, what function does it perform? And it does perform a very important function. But it's not about building social capital, it's about mobilization. And it works in the following way. You have a concept in economics of common knowledge and mutual knowledge, if you know what I'm talking about. So the mutual knowledge situation is that we all know, I mean, each one of us individually knows that Yanukovych is a bad guy, let's put it this way. But we don't know really how many people think the same way. So there is a small probability that maybe I'm the only guy who thinks that Yanukovych is a bad guy. So the way to discover this, you go to the Maidan, the actual Maidan, you see how many people gather there, and then this mutual knowledge, in fact, becomes common knowledge. Because now I know that not only I hate Yanukovych, but also all the other guys in this crowd hate Yanukovych, and they know that I hate, and so on and so forth. So it becomes a huge mobilization instrument. And the Euromaidan Facebook page, I think, plays pretty much the same role. So by liking it, you essentially contribute to the mobilization effort. And I would stop right there. I wouldn't infer much more from that.
I'm sorry, my English is very bad, but I asked your questions for Russian. Тимофей, у меня вопрос к вам. Ваш доклад был, что вот эти социальные движения, когда они социальны. Так вот, вопрос мой касается того, какие факторы будут влиять на формирование критической массы социального капитала в государстве, чтобы вот это движение стало социальным, чтобы был эффект. Спасибо.
Another question? Then
small point, but it's methodological, it's related. Like there's a huge sample bias in the way and in the way the main argument of your paper is based on let's make random connections and then compare how the dynamics, and it's almost random at first, then changes. random within a very selected network. If you, just by the fact that you observe the huge increase in Euromaidan, if you change a sample of random selection of Ukrainians on Facebook, just the fact that it was such a hugely increasing social network would mean that the connections will be increasing big time, on order of magnitudes. So just by changing the sample, the definition of the sample, I'm sure that you will get exactly the opposite results. So you have to be very, very, like, it will be, interconnectivity will grow a lot just by the fact that more people connect to this page. So you have to be very careful in interpreting this, because like when you talk about social capital, you mean social capital, even this definition of yours, purely from this workbook page. If you talk about social capital of people already exposed, if I understand correctly, the sample construction, which I also didn't fully, exposed, like the sample was at any time, a point in time connected to this page. Maybe for this people, your statement is correct. If we talk about step back and like full sample of people from Ukraine using the Facebook, even more, like step back, people in Ukraine, period, the conclusion, even numerical, everything, will be completely different. So you should be very careful in interpreting this.
Thank you all for these questions. First of all, I cannot agree more. And this is one of the points that I tried to frame in my paper. Maybe it was not very clear in my presentation. I don't use the word mobilization. Maybe I should do this. I also draw this line between two goals of Euromaidan Facebook page. It successfully served as a tool for information, but it did not serve as a tool for generating social capital, just like you drew the line between mobilization and social capital. And again, I agree that the amount of people at the table that serve the meal and share the meal is important. And I just tried to show today that it is important, because my best guess, if we are going out after this conference and we go to talk with our media experts and journalists and bloggers, they would demonstrate that they have these hypothetical ideas that social capital was there. And I just try to stress these hypothetical ideas. So, but anyway, thank you very much for showing me how to frame this dilemma in a better way. Then, if I may answer in English, so other people would be engaged into our dialogue. So the question was about tools to generate robust social ties. And I think that the tool here is exactly this bridging capital. So it is necessary to build ties between clusters. It is possible to identify these clusters, and it is possible to build communication with them, for example, by means of these conferences. As an example, I can say about the recent activity of our government. You know that they introduced this new Ministry of Information, and it was a huge scandal. So when journalists reacted aggressively to this idea, they launched a very big conference. And there were media experts, lawyers, bloggers, journalists, and no one from the government, no one came. Why? You know, it is very simple to build these bridges by coming to clusters of people and by being engaged in a dialogue with them. And I think this is a very simple and cheap tool. And, well, I think I'll be brief with answering to the last point. I have to think about it and contemplate. Thank you very much.
Any other? Just a short comment on bridging and bonding social capital. I guess you should be careful using in-betweeners measure as an indicator of bridging social capital. Why? Because bridging social capital is not about having mutual friends. It's about having friends from distant social groups on education, on age, on professional status. It's not just about mutual friends, mutual clusters, on something like that. And you have, I would say it would be nice to look at social demographic profile
of these mutual comments, links, shares, etc. In this case, you will see to what extent these people are from different social groups and to what extent they have access to different statuses and positions. Yeah, that's all.
I have a very similar question, so you can put them together. So yeah, I see it a major concern here that with the online tools, it's difficult to develop bridging capital. So the question, what do you see as a tool apart from conferences? Because I see it's also a major problem politically in a society now, that people just get closed in their groups and are not eager to communicate and take their position, or at least consider the others, which is called empathy. So what are the tools to develop empathy? I think this would be the way to do that. Thanks.
Thank you again. So the first thing is about the definition of bridging capital. Well, I propose to think about it in a very broad terms of social network analysis, because we can use social network analysis to analyze objects in nature, like biologists do, or people in chemistry, people in social science, economists, etc., etc. So I try to think about bridging capital in a very broad way, that this is just connectivity between isolated objects. And I cannot do this type of analysis that you propose with my data. I have no information about profiles. I have a huge black box there, but I think that what I try to do, I try to measure these latent interactions between people, that they are, by homophily, react to some sort of information, but not to another sort of information. And there are some people that tend to react to both of them. And by looking into this black box, well, I think we can at least assess when bridging capital is more likely to appear, when it is not likely to appear on such Facebook communications. And then talking about tools online, how to bring empathy and things like that, I don't have a lot of courage to answer to this question, because as an academic, I'm not very well experienced in these practical matters. And I think, yes, I confess.
Academics do tend to be low on the empathies.
Yes, exactly. So I cannot give you an answer in terms of PR strategies and what should we say to people and how should we go into the dialogue with some groups. But I can tell you my little experience. I just started to study anti-Euromaidan Facebook page, which has even more problems of selectivity, because if you are anti-European on Facebook, it says something about you. But what I can say, just from looking into the content of conversations of people there at the very beginning of when they just launched this Facebook page, that people were just fighting there so much. There were so many pro-Ukrainian people, and there were so many pro-Russian people, and there were so many dialogues that I never observed on pro-European Facebook page. So my point is that this sort of empathy can be just, in a nutshell, it is generated by talking to each other, So, and I think it is possible to enter online conversation and propose your own ideas, fight for values you share, and interact with other people. So it is possible to do. I'm not sure if I answered to your question, but I cannot say more.
Basically, to go to the website, go to the page of your opponents, but this has to be intentional. But there is lots of evidence that people actually don't feel comfortable doing that, and so they don't do. They stay in their own circle. That's a problem.
Yeah, and that's why we have this issue of bonding versus bridging social capital. Vicious circle. What can I say?
Okay, probably the last question.
Andrei Krulashov, coordinator of Chester Movement. I'm very grateful for you, Timothy, for the presentation, because I'm proudly working with the team that was co-responsible for coordination of Euromaidan Facebook page. They were admins of it. They engaged in the conversation. And it's more like a comment because I'm also a scholar and did some work in that before I became practitioner and actually in charge of Chesna movement. So yes, what you say, I may assume that what starts online often stays online, and those people on your Maidan page who were ready to go on the street, they or being active before, they just used it as a vehicle for and really to influence others. But I agree to the comments because a lot of interaction happened in private messages, which is absolutely dark sphere for you, black box. We cannot find it because answering one of the comments, it's the social bonds you can bridge when you write with the question. That's what I did in campaigns, and we were writing private messages to people in Crimea who were distant, because everything that is on the page, which is public, it creates impression, it creates reputation, and it puts people under the risk, because Euromaidan page readers were also guys who coordinated titushkas, those who were in SBU, in security service, and by saying something and saying it precisely, you've been putting yourself under the risk of being caught somewhere and even being carried to the forest in the trunk of a car. That's why it's not merely like a chatting network where we pleasantly interact with each other, try to go build something together. Though I believe your research has a great future. Just have a pleasure to invite you if you stay there, and the one who went to our office to talk with the people who were working with the material and with the people you study on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Алло, назва руху Чесно, not Chester. Чесно, not Chester.
Should I respond, or do we have time for that?
You could say 1 minute if you want.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you very much for your comment and for your invitation. I hope that, well, my research maybe even will have some prominent past, not only future. This is an ambition of a scientist, you know. Well, let me answer to your remark by providing a reference to the Orange Revolution. We also believed that Ukrainian social capital increased, and we believed in that because we observed some fluctuations. If you look to the surveys in 2005, 2006, you can see an increase in general trust or an increase of trust to the president, but we know the end. We know that this increase dropped rapidly after some years. And my point today is that even today we are at risk of losing this social capital that was generated in private messages on your page. And the only way to sustain this social capital is to let it be sustainable in reciprocal social networks. So we just have to work on it very carefully and don't be very optimistic. So my point is we can go and run our reciprocal relationship over the coffee. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I think now we know more than we knew like 2 hours ago. So thanks, everyone.
проходить 3-2-2. Хто перший говорить? По презентації на даний момент Vakhitov Kupets. Еще одна есть. Хорошо, все. Держать, да, нажать и держать. Жать и держать. Да, и также выключать, нажать и держать. Нам просто куда вот обязательно ставить. Еще одного стола нет вообще. Тогда бы каждый по 2 человека за стол. Давайте немножко так чуть-чуть. Сейчас 2 человека можно или нет?
But you know they're coming, right?
Dear friends and colleagues, some of our experts and speakers are a little bit delayed, so the start of this session will be like delayed 5 to 10 minutes. I hope everything will be fine and all the distinguished guests and speakers will see it in these panels. Друзі, колеги, ми затримуємо початок сесії в зв'язку з тим, що ще під'їжджають дехто з наших високоповажних експертів та гостей. Перепрошуємо за цю затримку. Сподіваюся, скоро ми почнемо. Дякую. Yes. Dear friends, colleagues, so we are starting this. We are currently starting the panel on the energy security in the times of crisis, and this is probably one of the most burning issues for Ukraine today. So we expect 2 more guests to join us shortly, but we are currently ready to start. So we will have. We have distinguished experts from all across the field, and this topic will definitely have a heated debate around here. So I'll start from right to left. So we'll have Ildar Gazizulin, who is one of the key energy expert in the Ildar. You rebranded your think tank actually, so you're now working for. You're now working as a key energy analyst at the. As a key energy analyst, we have the chairman of Naftogaz, Andrei Kobolev. We also have Kim Yao Chan from World Bank, and we have Irina Paliashvili, upstream expert in upstream and one of the founders of Ukrainian Legal Group. So, and we expect the minister joining us shortly. And this conference, the topic of escaping the USSR legacy, is probably one of the most challenging for the energy sector, because the challenges we are having in this sector are largely coming from the models and problems shaped during Soviet times. And this section brings together researchers and policymakers, both internationally and domestically, who are having the long-term vision about how the sector should be evolved. So I want to thank you for Kyiv School of Economics and Vox Ukraine for bringing together this amazing community of forward-thinking people. And I probably Dr. George Logush, who put immense energy into making this possible. I will invite him to say a few welcome words for creating this jointly thinking environment about how to escape the legacy. Mr. Logush, would you love to? Yep.
First and foremost, thank you. Yuri Hornichenko and Timofey Milovanov, they are the people who created this concept. And then when we went to look for funding, the USAID said, yes, we'll fund, but we would like to see very much policymakers involved, so that academics talk to policymakers, and so that the hard research that's being done and the rigorous tools that are employed will result in effective policies. And so that's how this conference was born. And so we have, and I want to welcome and thank very much, we have the finest academics from the EU and North America here today. And we have the top policymakers, ministers here as well. And I think this is the beginning of a dialogue. You know, you exchange business cards, and then the emails begin to flow, and we hope that our ministers will always be ready to reach out and say, listen, we need some advice, and we hope that our academics will be bold to come forward and say, listen, you may be doing something not quite right, this is a better way to do it, and in that way, we can help Ukraine to resolve its triple challenge. And remember, war, we spoke about that on Friday evening, an economy that is in its 4th recession since independence, and reform, which desperately and drastically needs to be done finally, but in a way that's communicated to the population effectively. We don't want politicians on channels with high ratings talking about genocide, that reforms create genocide. Believe it or not, since many of you are not from Ukraine, this kind of nonsense goes on here, and that's not communicated reform. So we want effective reforms that are designed by policymakers with the help of professional economists, and we want those reforms communicated so people understand what to expect in the future. And thank you very much for doing this, and let this be the start of a dialogue. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Logush. So the majority of people in this panel are at the edge of energy sector transformation, but probably one of the toughest jobs in this sector is on the shoulders of the Andrei Kobalev's team and Naftogaz. Transforming the Naftogaz from like company focused on subsidies to the real energy company is the big deal. So Andrei, so we will start with the short statements, like 5 minutes for all the panelists, and then we will go actually to the discussion. Andrei, we are inviting you to share the progress, which may be now unseen in, for the world, but how Naftogaz is transforming itself, and what are your ambitions for that?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting to speak at this event. We actually have a small presentation. If it's possible to put it on, there is only one slide, which I think out of the whole set I would like to show. Can you please fast forward? Yes. Thank you. If we speak about USSR legacy, this is probably the only picture I would like to show. It demonstrates 3 promises. The first promise in 2008 by Tymoshenko government to bring market level pricing for gas in 3 years. You see the promise, it's depicted in blue dotted line, and you see the yellow line, that's the result which effectively took place. So that was basically a lie. The second promise is Azarov government in 2.5 years to bring gas prices to market level. Same story. Now we have its new government, and this is so far. You see that the yellow line follows the blue line, and hopefully it should stay to the very end to reach the market level within 2 years. We can discuss a lot about diversification. We can talk a lot about how we should deal with Gazprom, whether we should go to Stockholm or not, how many interconnections we need, from what countries, at what prices we can bring gas. That's something where we have achieved certain results. I will show this slide just to prove that our team has some track record of success. It's 2013, 2014, and first quarter of 2015. The blue portion of the pie is the proportion of natural gas purchased from European Union. Why we are going back to this slide? We are convinced in Naftogaz, and we can prove this with all relevant data, that without bringing market pricing for gas, there will be no reform. Market pricing is key for this country to leave USSR legacy. Our politicians and our government should be brave enough not to lie to people about some virtual gas pricing, which can be used for some virtual separated Ukrainian gas and whatsoever. Gas is a commodity. It has a market price. In 2014, because of imports from EU, because of balancing different routes, we proved that there could be market pricing for gas in Ukraine, and now it is. If you look at Gazprom behavior, latest price decrease, it's no politics, it's simply business. They just want to preserve a share of Ukrainian market, and adjusting price is the only way. Now, when we have the market price for wholesale price of gas, everyone should understand that price paid by any consumer category should not be less than that. And for those consumers who cannot afford paying price, there is also a mechanism invented long time ago in other countries. You don't have to invent the wheel, you just have to copy operational model from other parts of the world. It's direct financial subsidy. As easy as that. Until it is done, we will have lots of politicians who enjoy or who apply populistic tools to convince people that they are good tsars who give them free resources, because $30 per TCM is actually close to free, which results in many, many inefficiencies. Firstly, as a country, we are inefficient in the amount of gas we consume. And most of that inefficiency comes from households. If you compare household consumption to other countries, it could be decreased at least twofold. Twofold decrease is 10 BCM. 10 BCM at current pricing is $2.5 billion. $2.5 billion could be spent by our country for something more appropriate and more efficient. In our particular case, that could be, for example, military expense, or that could be energy efficiency expense, or healthcare expense. We are wasting expensive resource. And I don't believe that we can leave USSR legacy without recognizing that there is objective reality, and that reality is market price. Thank you.
Markets versus politics approach of Naftogaz has shown that marked increase in the volume of flexibility and the pathway towards some, not just energy security, but potentially someday energy leadership for Ukraine. Actually, we've been the country where all this gas infrastructure started someday. But I would also ask Mr. Chimyafan about the World Bank's view. What are the further transitions Ukraine's need in this direction? What are the key fundamental changes we need to secure our energy supply and secure our future? What's missing on the agenda, and what are your key suggestions?
Thank you very much for the invitation to join this session. I'm actually pleasantly surprised to see this many people still sitting here in a beautiful late Sunday afternoon. Clearly, some of you are thinking far ahead and probably thinking that energy efficiency issue is not going to go away that soon. I see a very young lady sitting here learning about that subject as well. So it's very, very nice to see that. For full disclosure, let me say that I'm neither an academic nor a policymaker. I'm the World Bank's regional director for Belarus, Moldova, and Ukraine, responsible for the World Bank's programs in all these three countries. I want to make 5 very brief points. The first is that because of the legacy you have, Ukraine actually has huge potential in terms of energy efficiency. Because today, Ukraine's energy intensity is about 3 times of the average of EU 28 countries. About 3.7 times of Germany. So clearly, there's huge potential there. The second point I want to make is that tariff increases, as Andrei just said, is absolutely essential, and it's the first necessary step to send the right signals. Here I wanted to say that I think the Ukrainian government recently has taken a courageous step to increase on average gas prices by about 450%. No one else in the world has done that, but this is absolutely necessary, and I think it's a very important first step. Clearly, when you do this, the authorities would need to put in place a targeted social assistance program to protect the poor and the vulnerable. These are the people who cannot afford to pay increased prices. The third point I want to make is that there are many measures the authorities can take to increase energy efficiency. The first one, I think which Andrei is leading, is really about restructuring the gas sector itself, not just tariff increases, but improve the overall efficiency. Clearly, it's going to be difficult to increase the efficiency if you don't have the right price signals. Again, that's why tariff increases are important. Second, there are a lot of short-term investments you can make. There are issues like consumption-based billing and building level metering and temperature control. Residential housing, some of the retrofitting, insulation of roofs and doors, particularly outside doors, these are important. And of course, one needs to make sure that you can provide financing for both the small and medium-sized enterprises to do some of this, as well as the households who don't have the income to support spending on energy efficiency. But there's also a huge agenda in terms of improving efficiency in both the production, transmission and distribution of gas and district heating, as well as electricity. So these are all important measures. Some of them require relatively small amount of investment in the short term, while others will require a huge amount of investment. And the fourth point I want to make, as George mentioned, is that communication is absolutely critical when you're trying to increase tariffs this much. And that's because that people need to understand why you need to increase tariffs. And if you don't, then you're going to be having those vested interests in society who are benefiting from the current low tariffs will come out and resist these reforms. So it's absolutely essential that the authorities have a communication strategy and a communication plan. You also asked me the question, and that's my last point, what is the World Bank doing in all of these? We're actually doing quite a bit. In fact, 47% of our current $3.5 billion investment in Ukraine is in the energy sector. That includes hydropower, power transmission, energy efficiency, and district heating. So we're trying to provide the financing to support energy efficiency. We're also providing advice to the authorities on policy, including tariff reforms and Naftogaz restructuring, as well as the regulation of the energy sector. And we're also providing advice and assistance on communications. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fan. Thank you for focusing not just on the infrastructure component, but also on the soft infrastructure, on the minds of the consumers. And we are happy that Minister of Fuel Sector, Mr. Demchyshin, is with us. And well, there is already a question to you, if you don't mind. Yeah. So you recently had to change the schedule of your visit to the States, where you were meeting some international policymakers, including U.S. Secretary of Energy, Mr. Moniz. And well, I was impressed by one of the statements from this visit, that one of your core priorities is the decreasing of influence of the energy monopolies on the sector. From our today's point of energy security for Ukraine during the times of crisis, what's your vision? What's your opinion about the influence of the monopolies as the agents of energy insecurity? And what's your more detailed strategy in this thing? How we secure ourselves from our neighbors and from the monopolies?
You see, you have raised in one question pretty much 5 or 6 questions. So I would need probably an entire day to answer all of those, but I will still try to focus on some of them. In reality, the meeting in Houston was the number of meetings were very positive. I had the opportunity to meet with top ranked managers at companies like EDF, like Eni, like Gaz de France, like and many more, apart from officials. And all of them are strangely very positive about Ukraine. They, most of Europeans, they know our infrastructure very well. They know that we have great potential, great reserves in all directions, in oil, in gas, in coal, uranium, which we extract also here in Ukraine and produce nuclear power. They know our capacities in terms of generation also very well. They highly regret that most of those assets are not for sale. And as soon as we start talking about privatization, they are saying, well, what is put up on sale? So why don't you talk about Energoatom, Ukrhydro, Ukrenergo, and many more interesting assets? Well, this is a story for probably longer future, or not for now. But all those people, they know a lot about Ukraine, and they have a great interest. And the war, actually no one was talking about the war. I was also surprised. They know that there is problem, but yes, they know a lot about the situation, and also Americans. Americans strangely know about Ukraine a lot. So it was positive. No, you see, I studied in America, so I have experience, saying that I'm from Ukraine. But this time it was totally different. Now about changing schedule. Actually, I wasn't changing it because most of the, you see, the Sera week is the entire week. But most interesting events I have captured, so it was not a big deal. Regarding independence, Ukrainian independence, you see, I think that it is fairly easy. We have reserves. We have to develop those. Why do we have to pay for expensive gas to somebody else? If we have reserves here, we can extract, we can produce working places, we can generate taxes, and more and more and more. We can build infrastructure, we can solve social issues, etc. 1 trillion of conventional reserves in terms of gas. Who knows how much of non-conventional? Why not to extract those? Certainly, there are several problems. Lack of capital, experience, lack of service companies. But as soon as you start thinking thoroughly, you understand that the key lack is investment climate. Because those things, they will come. As soon as there is availability of assets, then some of the majors will come, and then it will attract smaller players, and private equity is more active, ready for risk, and etc. But the key problem is the same: corruption, the same rule of law, corporate rights. The key problem was you don't have anything for sale. I'm saying, yeah, well, there are many private companies, and I can name those. And they said, well, there is a problem because some of those have acquired their licenses. It was a discussion about gas sector. And they said some of those acquired licenses not necessarily transparently. So if I acquire, I run the risk that something might change. If you now would arrange an auction, put up some specific licenses for sale, and I would acquire those, I would be sure no one will have, no one will contest my right. So why don't you do it? So a lot of things were, focused on this direction. So production is one thing. On the other side, certainly consumption. We talk a lot about inefficiencies, about losses on the way of generation, transmission, consumption, our boilers, isolation, many things, many works are done, but in order to fix those problems, we need capital and we need time. Capital is slowly coming.
talking to IFIs, various IFIs like IFC, EBRD, they are providing funding, but it takes time. Certainly there are other problems like how you isolate large multi-family building. In terms of efficiency, it would be good to do it in one go, but how you do it legally? If each individual family is, doing something, it might not be that much efficient if you want to do it systematically. And then there are legal questions, ownership questions, funding. So, and many of those are currently being resolved and discussed and fixed. But unfortunately, everything takes time. And then, many people come and ask, why does it take so long? Because there are so many problems, guys. That's the simple explanation. Whenever you dig, you put your finger, there is plenty to fix, and unfortunately it takes time. What was else?
So, and we were speaking about monopolies and your intention to eradicate monopolies from
the monopolies, yes, you see, then the other thing, I always talking to various people say that the key problem is in our hearts, because in the West, people are used to compete. Yes, they understand that monopoly does have a possibility to charge monopolistic margin. This is true. It is easier and blah, blah. But anti-monopoly committee in those countries is working more efficiently. There are regulators that focus more actively on these issues, etc. See, here, situation over time has been a bit different because, true, it was, we were used in Soviet times to work in big companies or groups or that were guided by ministries. And then at some point, it was easy to discover for the businessman that if you have vertical integration, you are able to plan. You are able to estimate capex, improve efficiency, stop competing on various levels, and then, extract something from the earth, incurring local cost, and then sell to external off-takers like steel or agri or, and get currency. But in order to do this, you need to have a huge company with various, integrating various value chains. And then over time, we got such big players like in energy, in metallurgy, in oil and gas as well. There are certainly also natural monopolies. But, I'm not trying to discover anything new. The solution is very simple. We've seen, also in America, such cases, in Europe. Companies are either very tightly monitored, and margins at each level are determined. And I'm trying to be reasonable. I'm an investment banker, so benchmarking is a good methodology for discovering how much should each particular value chain earn in order to cover cost, to maintain assets, to even to earn reasonable return on capital. Why not? Everything is reasonable, but you just have to be reasonable. And benchmarking helps. I'm not benchmarking Ukrainian companies to European or to US. We can do it emerging market to emerging market as well. So I'm just trying to explain that the approach is reasonable. On the other side, the other side is saying, well, but the situation is different. We should be earning more. Well, you can earn more, but if the next value chain allows you, if I understand that electricity price currently is in Ukraine is higher than in Europe, what do we do? Well, we can increase. We can administratively increase the price, but who will cover that? Population or industry? 75 and 25% proportion. Certainly, it is easier to put everything on industry, but Well, how do we want to increase our GDP if and electricity is on average 10-12% in cost of every good. So, increasing it by 30-40% now in order to satisfy specific expectations, we are lowering margin by 3% on GDP. So, can we do it? Not. So nothing new. We are not inventing bicycle.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Demcheshin. We will be returning to this issue once again. So we have a minister with the heart of investment banker and who's fighting double legacy, both Soviet legacy and oligopolistic legacy of this sector. But this is really great signal you are bringing that many companies are interested in purchasing energy assets in Ukraine and reducing the dependence of imported energy. So, but on the other hand, we have the cases of several large energy market players who declared the cancellation of their plans. So, investment security, it's actually the big issue for energy market, and it's actually a big issue for many international players. And from the legal perspective and from investment security perspective, I would like to ask Dr. Irina Palashvili, one of the founders of Ukrainian Legal Group with a great international expertise in this field, how do the energy investors can secure their assets in Ukraine, and what should be Ukraine's strategy to providing the most attractive pathway to streamline such investments into the energy sector?
Thank you very much. I think it's obvious that there is a direct correlation between energy independence and energy efficiency in Ukraine and investment security, investment regime. It's very fashionable now to say that your cheapest energy is the one that you don't consume. I would say that the best second option is the energy that you produce domestically. So domestic production, by all means, should become one of the key priorities of the new government. And it's not only cheap energy, but also it's very good for domestic economy. It creates so-called multiplier effect. That's how international oil companies love to call it. That's jobs, that's suppliers, that's energy service companies, etc. But to have this dream come true, you have to create attractive investment regime, and you have to offer options to international investors. And when Minister mentioned that he was surprised that in Houston the international oil companies had positive attitude towards Ukraine's potential, that's not surprising, because for 20 years they were positive about our potential. They know we have reserves. They know they can do very good business here. But unfortunately, their practical mood, as one of the investors put it at a conference, goes from negative to extreme depression. And I have been working in this sector for more than 20 years with major oil companies, big ones, independents, etc. And it always has been a mixed bag, more bad news than good news. But I would say that the last year, it was probably only bad news in the upstream sector. On the background of big success in the gas market, the new law on gas market, gas sector, etc., distribution, there is a very desperate situation in the upstream sector. And the bad news that are coming from the investment communities when one company is leaving the market after another, and there are very few of those, or some of those who are here are suing the government for violation of investment climate and violation of legislation, etc. That's not how it should be. And the question is, why is it happening? Very often in Ukraine, as a lawyer, I hear it all the time, and I disagree with it, but the standard answer is we need a new law. When there is a problem, the answer is given, we need a new law. Well, good news for energy sector, for upstream. We don't need a new law. There is a law on production sharing agreements, which was adopted in mid-90s. It has been amended several times, positively amended, and at the demand of investors. Basically, the whole wish list of investors is reflected in this law. There are mechanisms, there are rights, etc. The law has been tested in practice. First of all, there were several PSA tenders, successful tenders. Also, there was an arbitration case in Stockholm of Venko investor against the state of Ukraine, which was ultimately settled. But this case tested this law, that this law is really bulletproof for investors. It protects the investor. So there is a legal mechanism. We don't need a new law for investment in the upstream sector. So the question is, why is it not happening? And the answer is lack of political will from the government. There is no political will. And this year, it's even worse than previous years. I can give you an example of Marathon, for example. They have been in this country twice. They came twice here. They started investing money, hiring people, etc. Both times, they left in desperation. But when they left for the second times, they told me, when you hear something positive, let us know. And this year, I was in touch with them, and they asked me, should we come back? And I said, absolutely not. There are no opportunities. The government is not offering PSA tenders. The licensing regime is in a desperate situation also. So, this positive potential was there, is there, and will be there 20 years from now. But what really the government is going to do to open up the sector for investment and to implement what is already existing, the production sharing agreements regime, not only in terms of tenders. There is a new mechanism of converting the existing licenses into production sharing agreements, which is very attractive for middle-sized companies. I thought I would never say anything positive about Yanukovych regime, but unfortunately I have to say that they offered this opportunity, and EDF, together with ANI, had the first project of converting the existing license into production sharing agreement. It was signed in October 2013. The first PSA of conversion was signed. So there is already practice. There are tests, but the government is not demonstrating any political will. And I would like also finally to mention big mess with regulators. And we are talking about escaping the Soviet legacy. The mess with regulators in the energy sector, in upstream sector, is the Soviet legacy. We have your ministry, we have Ministry of Ecology, we have Держгеонадра, now the National Energy Commission, 4 regulators that are usually not on speaking terms. So the investors are running around all these regulators and trying to figure out who decides what, with whom to negotiate what, and we are back at square one. So I would like to ask the same questions as investors are asking the government. Why don't you do it? Thank you.
Oh, thank you for raising so important questions. And well, I will transfer now the floor to Ildar Khazizulin, who's been covering the energy sector at ICPS and now doing the same at Ukrainian Institute for Public Policy, and probably one of the deepest experts about Ukrainian policy mechanism. And I will have for you a really tough question. The tough question is why? So we have
whose guilt is it, right?
Yeah, we have 8 institutions influencing energy policy with almost zero horizontal coordination among them. We have a huge uphill battle for a lot of critical laws and regulations in the energy field. And my key question would be, why Ukraine cannot formulate the integrated energy security policy? Why all these institutions cannot coordinate themselves and act jointly? What do we need to overcome this disintegration and have a single defense against the energy war which is waged against us? Thank you, Ildar.
Well, thank you for this tough question. It's an honor to be in this panel.
Well, a simple question to your answer. Well, what do you do with the inefficient bureaucracy? You either make it efficient or you make it small, or both. Well, I'd say Ukraine needs both. Well, I'll have one comment and two messages in my speech. The first comment is about the state of energy security, since this panel is about energy security. Well, I'd say indeed the results are mixed. On the one hand, we have some positive developments in the gas sector. Indeed, I mean, we see diversification of supplies. On the other hand, we see not so positive developments in the coal sector and electricity sector, where the dependence actually increases, dependence from imports, I mean. But I'd like to talk more about two notions that I think were alien for the Soviet legacy, but that need to be in place in the current modern market economy. The first one is about the trade-offs between various policy goals. I mean, we know that there's not just one goal of energy security, but there's a mix of goals always. And it's important to realize that when we achieve one goal, there is always a danger that it's done at the expense of other goals. And we know it happened in Ukraine. Pursuing energy affordability, we neglected the goals of energy security and the goal of greening the energy, making it more green. And I think now there's a danger that putting more focus on energy security, we now may have issues with affordability and, again, greening the energy. And Mr. Shemyov mentioned the problem or risk of energy poverty, which is quite real. So indeed, I mean, the policymakers should always be aware that, well, there are trade-offs, and these have to be taken into account. Another notion that was not, I think, present in the Soviet times, but should be present now, and unfortunately it's been again neglected in Ukraine, is the idea of engaging stakeholders, and by stakeholders I mean consumers, producers, international community, which is quite important now in Ukraine. And in order to engage these stakeholders in a meaningful way, I mean, one needs to have specific targets, specific policy documents. Specifically, if you talk about the international community, I mean, European Union, IFIs, I mean, they need strategies, they need action plans to engage, to help, to provide assistance, technical, financial. And unfortunately, what we see now, there is an impression, maybe I'm wrong, is that the government just responds to crisis without any, at least some short-term planning. So what I would like to see is that the plans that I'm sure that are out there, that they are made available, that they are communicated to the stakeholders, and the stakeholders can actually provide their feedback. Because again, given the multiple number of policy goals, multiple number of stakeholders, if there is no plan of engagement and coordination, then I'm afraid we'll have a hard time harmonizing and streamlining all those priorities that the ministry was talking about, that indeed there are so many things to do, so that's why it's crucial to have those priorities and to have the meaningful consultation process and engagement process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ildar. And I think there is one issue, one issue that can be raised and directed towards all of our panelists. So Ildar just mentioned the stakeholders, and we need this new evolution of the consumer. Consumers need being for decades they've been told the socialistic myths about energy. Don't worry, we'll get this sorted for you. Don't worry, the big boss or big mama will take care of all the energy challenges. And now they are cold showered, and that's actually the right price signal. But the big question is still we have the leaky energy system, the terribly leaky and inefficient energy consumption models. Why the energy security in form of energy efficiency is so low on today's government agenda? Why the government is putting it so low on its priorities, and we don't have policies towards, so we have this approach currently successful as decreasing the energy as imported gas dependence, but we still have very limited success with that on demand side, because the government for over a year, Yatsenyuk's government, has no major incentives for energy efficiency on the consumer side. And how are you planning to overcome that? How Ukraine can do this fast, or for example, over this summer period, because we won't be probably have another great warm winter like we had this year, and which probably saved a bit of fuel this winter. Who would like to? Yep, please, Minister.
I will probably start on this, and I don't agree with you. I think that at this point of time there are already several initiatives that are being implemented. Substitution of gas by other like wood, coal, other hard energy resources is being done, and there is a ruling of the regulator, energy regulator, which fixes the tariff for those institutions that have been consuming gas and switched to other energy resources. They are able to keep the same tariff. It is working for at least 5-6 months, and I think thousands of customers have already used this ruling. So they are working ahead in this direction. Regarding the saving of gas, I mean, Andrei knows the figures better than I do, but as I recall, population is consuming now at least 15% less. And you will tell me that this is because of the weather, and I won't agree, not necessarily. Like I said, many, I mean, you know from just general understanding that many people have changed their boilers, heaters, have invested in upgrading the buildings. And there is specific authority called energy efficiency, headed by Mr. Savchuk. He's very active. Mr. Zubko is also the vice minister, prime minister is also very active in this direction. There are, I mean, Oshchat is providing loans to those that who are ready to buy new equipment, more energy efficient. I'm talking about, again, boilers and various heaters, etc. So it is done. EBRD provided $300 million in loans to district heat companies, to 10 district heat companies.
That's a World Bank, not EBRD.
Oh, okay, World Bank. Okay.
They have it too.
No, but they also have similar programs. So
we have 383 million.
Yes, 80. You see, so loans are flowing into the sectors which. Certainly, with district heat, it might take longer than before this heating season, but work is being done, and it will realize. I think in 2 years, I mean, not this heating season, but next heating season, we definitely will see fruits of these initiatives, because it unfortunately takes time. But even next heating season, I'm sure consumption will be different, because it is already different.
Excuse me, Minister, but I have to disagree with you. And saying that replacing the energy source is energy efficiency, well, I wouldn't agree on that. For me, it means like if I'm overspending in hryvnias, and I have a leaky wallet, and then I start overspending in dollars, or vice versa. Because currently you have less than 10,000 of recipients of this wooden boilers program for residential, and there is no addressing the families. Yes, 10,000 families. But we have over 40 million inhabitants, and we have zero program addressing the energy efficiency in multi-flat residential buildings.
But these multi-flat residential buildings, they also can, I mean, how many people have stopped using hot water and switched to boilers?
I don't think I can install the wood boiler in my apartment. Yep.
You can use electricity, right?
Well, Mr. Yatsenyuk was actively promoting electricity heating just a year ago, and half a year ago, I think you have a
55,000.
Yeah.
55,000 of electricity-powered boilers were installed.
Okay, and what's your vision about?
This is again probably not that much, but 55,000 families have switched from gas into electricity, which is already, and again, the regulator is supporting this trend. The electricity tariff is subsidized. Is
night tariff?
They are using night tariff, and it is dramatically lower than the average tariff, which means that during this summer, new people will also switch to electricity. I all know, certainly in this process there are other problems like capability of power lines, and but this is currently being done. Local energy distributors, they are following this trend.
Am I getting it right that energy efficiency means the reduction of netto consumption of the energy source in BTUs, not in different sources?
In kilocalories, right?
In gigacalories.
Sure. Yes.
So,
but if you're installing new equipment which is 30–40% more efficient, you are already following the trend. If you are changing your bulbs, into energy efficient ones, you are already saving. It comes, you see, you need to start from small step, but in the mass, if everybody will switch to other ways of lighting their families, it will also bring a result.
Thank you, Minister. And if possible, I would like to ask Mr. Kobolev. The Agency for Efficient Use of Energy Resources is claiming that over 4 billion cubic meters saving reduction in gas consumption is the result of energy efficiency measures that's being undertaken. From your perspective and statistics you have at hand at Naftogaz, is it more a result of the policies, effective policies, or the war in the East and cutting off the industry there? What's your view on that?
Firstly, at Naftogaz website, you can monitor gas consumption by region and by consumer category. And we are trying to compare apples with apples. So we are not comparing situation at Donetsk and Lugansk, not Crimea, but yes, there is a decline in consumption. It's driven, of course, partly by the war, that's for sure. There are many industrial companies who are now consuming less gas because they can't produce. There is decrease connected with overall negative trend in the world economy. For example, companies producing iron ore who use gas can't sell at the price they used to have a year ago. That's why I just simply decreasing production, therefore they're decreasing gas consumption. So there are multiple factors to it. But if you look at the structure of energy consumption in Ukraine, you will notice that industrial consumers have done a tremendous job to cut gas consumption for the last 5 years because they were paying market price and it was feasible for them to switch from gas to coal, for example. We used to advise before Naftogaz, Metinvest, for example, who was switching to powder coal injection technology, and they cut gas consumption dramatically. A lot of other companies did the same. And now I remember how dependent these consumers were, for example, in 2008. And now for some industrials who are located close to the military action area, when we contact them and we are warning them that potentially there could be disruption of gas supply, and they are telling us, we don't care, we have options. We can use coal, we can use electricity. They did a lot of job. But that is not the case with household consumption, either direct consumption or consumption through central heating enterprises. And again, it's not because I love this topic so much, but many other fuels or more efficient equipment that you could use, or your behavior, for example, of consumption, will not be changed if you pay the total price with all the tariffs and VAT and blah, 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 $50 per 1,000 cubic meters. You simply, if you live in a private house, why would you regulate temperature? In most cases, actually, it doesn't make sense financially to replace your heating equipment with the one which will adjust for external temperature because it's so cheap. You just don't care, simply. I'm one of the examples. I have a private house. I don't care. Why? It's
Really?
$50. Oh, yeah, that's I'm open. Why should I care if it costs me more to go to the basement to regulate my boiler? Because time-wise, it's more efficient not to touch it. When the price will be different, it's going to be different for everyone. And in Naftogaz, we believe that out of total consumption, 5 BCM can be changed through behavior of consumption. People will not simply heat their houses to 25 degrees per Celsius at winter time. And if you look at other countries, at rich European countries, it's not the case there. It's something that people here don't want to hear and don't like to listen to. If you pay market price for energy, you will be much more savvy. You will not apply old things. You will not treat energy as a cheap resource which you can use the way it used to be 20 years ago. Again, the same with if you look at central heating. Why most batteries in Ukraine don't have regulators? You just open the window. It's the Ukrainian way. How are you going to change it over here? It's quite difficult. But speaking of what is being done also, just to add to Minister answer, is that in Naftogaz, understanding the problems, we are now designing to change our business model to go to retail. And by moving to retail sales, we would like to add additional value to our residential consumers, and that value can be added through assistance and energy efficiency. By helping people save energy, by helping them install more modern equipment, that potentially is a big market, and that's something where we can play. That's something where we can use funds often offered by World Bank, for example, by EBRD, by IFC. The problem with the funds offered has two aspects. Firstly, it's quite difficult to monetize energy saving at current pricing. You have to return the money. And to return the money, there should be source. First problem. Second problem, we need to improve our legislation. If you have a multi-story building with many apartments, you have to find a legal way for these people to be responsible for the overall bill of this particular house. And then you can move to very simple thing. As an example, just which is done in Kyiv, for example, when you put meter on every house, economically it's not feasible to put meter on every apartment, especially if it's old building. You will need to have 5-6 meters per apartment because the pipes go through each level directly, crossing many apartments. So we need to put meter on the whole house, so people need to agree how the bill is paid, how the bill is distributed. When you put the meter, you can put a weather-dependent regulation system, which can, from our statistics that we've seen, in Kyiv in particular, can decrease total bill for that particular building 3 times. And decrease of bill also means that there will be decreased consumption. So if you work with direct consumers, now there is a way. If there are apartment buildings, the legislation needs to be changed. Because existing legislation which governs this, in Russian it's Ukrainian OSBB, it's not efficient at the moment.
Condominium. Yeah. So, but then there is also this challenge with the regulators and meters. That then there is a Kyiv Energo engineer coming and maxing out the output just to have the revenue flowing into the company. So, and we actually coming here to a very interesting point. The energy security challenges for Ukraine, are they mostly external or internal? Are they coming from our Soviet legacy and Gazprom and war in East, or are they coming from disengaged consumers and consumers not understanding the involvement into this thing? Mr. Chmielfan, Ildar, would you like to comment on that? What's the key challenge now? How you see it? Where's the biggest problem?
I think it's a very complex issue, but to a large extent it is a legacy issue. Here, it's not my role to defend the government, but let me just say two things, I think, which are quite important for energy efficiency, which they recently did. And the first one is actually getting rid of the middleman for gas trade between Gazprom and Naftogaz. That's a huge step. It get rid of a lot of the corruption in there, and hopefully will help to reduce the cost of gas to the consumers, both industrial and households. Second, I want to re-emphasize, I think, and Andrei is absolutely right, if you don't have the right kind of price signals, it's very difficult to incentivize people to improve energy efficiency. And again, I think that the tariff increase, both for gas and district heating, the government has recently undertaken, are critically important steps for energy efficiency. Are these enough? Clearly not. Can more be done? Absolutely. What more can they do? I think Andrei already touched upon some of these. First, I think it's about installing building-level heat substations with temperature control. Obviously, you can't at this moment go back, spend billions of dollars, which you don't have, to retrofit every apartment. So building level substations can be done. How much is it going to cost? Our estimates is that probably going to cost up to $2 billion. And frankly, you can do that in a period of 2 to 3 years. That's number one. Two, insulating roofs and basements, replacing windows, outside doors in residential buildings. Again, this can help you to save, on average, 20 to 25% energy consumption. But that's something that you cannot do overnight. In most countries, this has taken anywhere between 7 to 10 years. And in the case of Ukraine, our estimate is that will probably require, in that 20-year period, about $20 billion. But the savings, again, can be quite substantial. For both of this first and second measure, I do think you need some changes in the law. Not new laws, but you do need some changes to allow, for example, the condominium associations or housing associations to be able to borrow, for example, right, as a legal entity to install some of these things. And the third one, which actually doesn't cost you a lot of money to do, is actually consumption-based billing. You need to have universal consumption-based billing across the board for all energies. And the other thing you can do, which doesn't cost you much, is improving the building code and energy standards for new buildings. Again, this will provide incentives. The last thing, which is actually about reducing the losses in both the production, distribution, and transmission of energy networks. Here, it's not just about the electricity transmission network, which also, it's very, very old. Most of you probably are not aware that almost close to 70% of your transmission lines are close to or exceeding 40 years of useful lifetime. What that means is that that system could potentially collapse any time you have a shock to it. And a lot of the issues also with your district heating, both production and transmission. We actually had an urban infrastructure project invested in helping to improve the water and heating water production. On average, these companies have been the smallest energy consumption reduction is 15%, and the best one is about 30%. Overall, on average, they've reduced energy consumption by about 20%. Clearly, you can do the same thing with district heating. In fact, our estimates are that for district heating, again, the minimum savings you can have by investing in some of the simple investment that's needed would be at least 15%. So I think there's a huge potential there, and more can be done and should be done.
Thank you very much. Ildar, in your opinion, what threats are bigger, internal or external?
It's obviously internal threats, but I'd say it's, again, also opportunities, right? What's important is in the dealing with monopolies, and to deal with monopolies, you need two institutions, basically. It's the Anti-Monopoly Committee and the national regulator. I think a lot, when we talk about energy independence, energy security depends on these two institutions. And these two institutions need to be strong, and strong institutions are usually comprised of strong individuals, strong personalities. And by strong, I mean qualified, well-paid, and with a clear mandate. Unfortunately, I think there are significant, what's the word, gaps when we talk about these two crucial institutions for the energy sector. Unfortunately, I don't think they can work efficiently in the way they are comprised now, to put it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. While preparing,
that's why threats are still there, I'd say.
Yeah. While preparing this panel, I just checked the Anti-Monopoly Committee website, and they have small fish there. They don't have any big cases against big company monopolizing the energy sector. And actually, it seems to be that there is a fan club of monopolies. I mean, like Mr. Demcheshin, Minister.
Fan club is across my ministry.
Yeah. I think some companies created your fan club, and they just do love you. In your view, so I was starting with this thing. How much a threat are monopolies, and what's your roadmap towards decreasing the influence?
You know, I will tell you, there is no threat against monopolies. The prices will need to go 20–30% up, and that's it. And if we would have raised tariffs by 30%, we would have been the best professionals and beloved people.
Well, still, some of these companies, they do have really good professionals, and they do try to depress some of the other coal mining regions and influence the government and create some fancy named plans and invite some protesters to the street. How you are dealing with that?
Well, I'm just trying to explain my position. I'm trying to explain the reasons, goals, what I'm fighting for, and that's it. You see, for some reason you have not reacted. You see, people usually perceive a minister as somebody who is not taking care of prices. He's thinking about development of the industry. I mean, my direct goal would be to get more money into the mines, more money into generation, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I can do it with just, running around asking for subsidies, asking for higher tariffs, etc. This is, one side. On the other side, I'm trying to analyze, for example, coal mines, and I understand that what I can do to fix the problem with salaries, for example, I can either get money from outside or try to increase production and lower the cost. So there are two sides, and a margin can move from both sides, right? And my decision was on the other, not on the tariff side, but on the cost side. But for the cost, you need more time, more effort, and somebody gets suspended or changed where in administrative level, where I see some inefficiencies, and some people are also being, laid off. So that's the difficult part. But this way, I'm trying to provide some buffer or keep for other ministries, for other industries, which will be able to get cheaper source of energy. That's my strategy.
Thank you. Dr. Poliashvili, at the beginning I loved your phrase about that the greenest energy is the one you need not produce. And Mr. Fan just mentioned that Ukraine needs a lot of capital for producing this not produced energy, for retrofitting the buildings. So you were focusing on the upstream mostly, but we also need billions of dollars for transformation of industry and housing sector. Can the investors into ESCO models, into energy efficiency, feel safe in Ukraine? If not, what they need to do? What Ukraine needs to do to ensure they are safe, if they're not just drilling for the unconventional gas, but they are going into residential sector and trying to protect our buildings from heat leaks and from feeding Gazprom.
Thank you. Again, this is a question of general investment regime, of legal regime, of friendliness of the government towards investors. I can give you an example of renewables. And, there were so many scandals in the renewable sector. Why? Because the government monopolized, for one of the oligarchy groups, monopolized the renewable sector and closed down the sector for everybody else. So it was, again, violation of competition policy, of common sense, of investment regime, etc. So it's the same recipe for everybody, for upstream sector, for energy efficiency, for renewables, and for any investment, basically. Make it transparent, make it easy, make it simple, and make it attractive. And then, when investors are coming and spending money here and showing results, protect them, make sure that they are not at one point after they came in and put the money in, all of a sudden the sector shuts down and now they have to bring, to buy 90% of their equipment at the local market, which is impossible, or, any other absurd requirements. So it's the same recipe for everybody. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Renewable sector actually is a pain point, and it's a lot of disappointment for many investors who were on the edge. Probably you have a comment.
Yeah. No, I would love to comment on this, because you see a lot of attention is attracted to this question, but this is just 1.5% of electricity generated, and but at the same time more than 4% of cash that is generated by energy market is consumed by this sector. So this proportion is obvious, and you are right. Historically, there was a problem. Now, at this time, there is already a new law with new changes ready for filing to the parliament. And I think that most of the issues reflected in the law, in the previous version of the electricity law in part of renewables, will be fixed. At this point of time, it has been very expensive. We pay on average 4 hryvnia. I mean, I'm calculating, putting together solar, wind, bio, small hydro, everything. So average tariff for all of them is close to 4 hryvnias. At the same time, nuclear is 40 cents, and thermal power is 40 kopeka, and thermal is 85 kopeka or something like that. So you can compare. A lot of money has been invested, this is true, but at this point of time, this is very difficult, expensive, and in reality, also technologically complicated area, because you see, electricity is consumed real time, generated and consumed real time. So wind, you either get wind or not, and then solar, same situation. And our power lines, which has been already mentioned, are not ready for that. Therefore, a lot of investment needs to be done. And due to the law that you see, that you mentioned also, power lines, I mean, the new investors in renewable sector were not responsible for power lines. They were not they shouldn't have improved the power lines at all. I mean, it was zero cost to them. I mean, theoretically, I know that some of them have paid for connection to the power grid, but that's another issue. So I'm just saying that sector is complicated.
But actually, can we afford staying in the Stone Age of energy sector?
Why Stone Age? Why do you think that nuclear is Stone Age?
No, I'm thinking that for some reasons many countries are investing into renewables, and they had the feed-in tariff pretty high on the beginning of that. And you have the comment, right? Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say also, that I gave an example of renewables. It's maybe not a great example, but it's example of monopolization of the sector. And the high cost that you mentioned through the renewables is the result of this monopolization, because the government offered the highest green tariffs probably in the world, and of course we can only guess where those tariffs went. So that's something that is just a separate example, and I don't think we should remain in the Stone Age. Of course, renewables is something that will not go away, but it needs to be reasonably regulated, that's all. But upstream in oil and gas, and not even shale gas or some of these unconventionals, but even conventional oil and gas in Ukraine can be produced at a very good cost, and the government needs to invest nothing. The companies, the investors, ask nothing from the government. All they are asking, let us come, invest the money, and produce and sell. So the government only has to open the door. That's easy.
The door is opened. I mean, nobody is keeping him away. And the key problem was tax, subsoil tax. One of the major things that has been threatening. 55% per 1,000 cubic meters was a lot. But we are, in the process of renegotiating this tax with Ministry of Finance. I think that shortly, and Natalie Yaresko has already declared some of the progress in this direction. So I expect changes in this.
Okay, I think we keep our discussion limited for quite a long time, and we can now have the pleasure of accepting the questions from the audience. Bogdan, are you ready with microphone? Okay, so please raise your hands for those who are asking questions, and when asking, identify yourself and just name the person you are addressing your question to. Okay, so we are ready to take your questions. We will take some 10 minutes from coffee break. Probably, but we started later. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, we have a question over there. Mm-hmm.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Benny Terman. I'm not an energy expert indeed. I just came across the last days traveling across Ukraine an Austrian producer of biogas who was quite very excited about the possibilities that Ukraine is offering, and obviously biogas is something supposed to be pretty cool as a renewable energy. You dispose of a large agricultural sector who is producing by design a lot of biomass. What are kind of the chances? This seems to me like if it was put down to the municipality level, you could quite quickly get flourishing alternative energy sources across Ukraine, helping to remedy the situation. Thanks. So what is kind of done to encourage these kind of investments?
I think this is a question to me, right? Then I think that the decentralization is very good direction, but energy market is unified. So I don't really see how you can fix the tariffs on the local level for the generators, so that they will be able to sell it into the energorynok, so to the grid, right? So this tariff needs to be either fixed on the national level by the regulator and then they sell into the grid, or they can generate wherever they want and sell to local off-takers, you know, being as a small piece in vertically integrated production or something like that. So, and biogas is a very interesting area. Tariff was, I think, 13-14 euro cent or something like that, close to it. I don't think it is probably 30-40% overvalued compared to technology used, cost that will be incurred, etc. But in reality, biogas production was not that big problem for the market. I think as soon, you see, the key problem was tariff. As soon as the tariff will be reasonable and close to the market level, there will be no problem with any type of limitation from the side of regulator or ministry or whoever. As long as they are charging very high price for production of their kilowatts, they have right to sell 100% of energy generated to the market, and any bulk that is used in their company is being sourced from the market. So can you imagine, you are not even using the energy generated for own purposes, which is not right. And they are paid by 100% from the market. So any kilowatt will be definitely paid from the market, which is not the case with thermal power or nuclear or hydro or others. So they were historically in preferred position, and this is the key problem. If they will be made equal, if the positions will be equal with other generators, which also need capital, also use imported sources of energy, etc., etc. So if the rights will be equal, I think no one will be putting pressure on this generator.
Thank you, Minister.
I would like to add a small point about biogas in particular. In Naftogaz, we are currently developing standard to allow biogas producers to enter the gas transmission system, so that they will have second option not to generate electricity, but also to send gas through the pipeline and just get revenue from selling gas directly. I haven't seen the latest report yet. That was started about half a year ago. There is investigation, but preliminary data shows that due to high quality of gas in Ukrainian gas system, it's quite dry. Probably the standard will be very, allowing and requiring not much cost to clean the final product to enter the system, since the proportion of biogas will be still small, but due to high quality of the other volume of gas in the system, it can withstand less quality biogas. So that will also be some assistance to people who are producing it. I hope the standard will be approved, will be developed by us, and will be approved by the ministry in the next couple of months.
The biogas to grid project from Naftogaz was actually one of my favorite innovations in the energy field recently, so thank you for it. So we have another question there, please.
Andrei Kurglashov. I'm addressing my question first of all to Mr. Demchyshin, and I'd like to describe a few challenges and you tell how you're going to handle them. And in politics, perception really matters, and social perception is that tariffs are raised for a population at one hand as a way to teach us something, to be responsible, and people sometimes are reluctant to take such a didactic means, that the money we pay will go in the pockets of corrupt officials. And another thing is very important thing that my colleague, a behavioral and economist, will probably prove that when people believe that their neighbor will not pay and there will be nothing with him, he can just not pay. I won't pay. Yes. So challenge of people not willing to pay the tariffs, challenge of people not believing they get quality gas, or the money they pay goes in the pockets of corrupt officials. How do you guys plan to tackle that?
Thank you.
I see. First, I focus on the tariff itself. You see, let's look at electricity. Electricity tariff is comprised of tariff for nuclear, which from nuclear, hydro, thermal power, these three cover about 80-something% of the entire volume of electricity produced. Nuclear, by 50% of the cost of nuclear power is nuclear fuel cells. And fuel cells, nuclear fuel cells, are imported. So we pay dollars. They are priced in dollars. You know, a dollar increased from 8, 10, 12, regardless, to 20. So you need to reflect that. Tariff for nuclear electricity increased from 32 kopeka to 42. So 10 kopeka, which is not sufficient now. This is not sufficient to cover all cost increases that Energoatom incurred. But it is already, this is one of the key factors. Thermal power. You see the situation with coal. I mean, anthracite is lost in the area. We needed to import. Now we are fixing the problem. Coal miners want to increase their salaries, etc. A lot of problems. But the tariff for thermal power has not increased. In fourth quarter of 2014, it was close to 80 kopeka. And for first quarter 2015, it is also on the same level. So we were able to go through this 6 months at stable level, at constant level, and this is the key problem. So tariff increased because we didn't have any chance to manage it, because nuclear fuel cells are not produced locally. Everything else has been kept at maximum to control the cost. But in the total market, I mean, in the sum, in the end, we needed to generate sufficient cash to pay for the same nuclear, for hydro, and et cetera, there was no other way. Therefore, this price increase is, is the only way to balance.
Minister Demchushin, I would like, if possible,
to talk. Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much, and we will be taking.
And the problem with collection, it is a big problem. This is true. However, I believe that Obl'Energos selling the electricity to population and to industry, they have instruments how to manage collection.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are taking now our last question for this panel, and we are okay. Please, could you give the microphone to the gentleman over there? And dear panelists, if you have like some closing remark, like 3 points for energy security, I will ask you for very brief, like 30 seconds, to sum up your idea. Please, your question.
Okay, thank you for the chance for asking the question. My name is Oleksandr and I would like to ask first the representatives of the government of Ukraine is like continuation of the previous question. I think most of the people in
Could
this
you be really just sharp with your question?
Okay,
yeah, sure.
about first question to the Mr. Minister about have you considered launching a public informational program to explain wide population, the public, about the changes are being made. I think people can understand.
Okay, clear. The next one.
And the next one to Mr. Chimyarov, about you have mentioned 10 projects being run by the World Bank. What is the current status of the projects, and what is the total amount of investments to be made? And second brief question, you mentioned about 10 billion estimation for the individual heating substations for the country needs. Are you going to launch a program for that? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
So on the information policy, Well, I probably will need to agree that the information policy, and there was not sufficient information coming from our side on the tariffs, but regulator was providing comments on various occasions. I'm having every weekly briefings, and in the briefing there are representatives from various media, so I answer any questions. I never leave the room.
The question was about like awareness raising campaign, not just communications.
But that's also very important. Naftogaz is also working on its level. So 3 institutions were providing information to the market. Well, I don't know how to make it more efficient. Should it be more massive? Should it be more massive in other channels of communication? Probably. But you see, I mean, explanation is very simple. Cost went up, and state doesn't have a possibility to subsidize. That's it. And before, electricity, for example, has been subsidized by industry. Industry tariff is higher than in Europe. So there is no possibility to transfer, to cover it by industry, to make up for low tariff for population. In gas, situation was totally different. Okay. State was paying the difference.
Thank you. The question was about more like information aspect, and probably the closing question to you about the.
But the question is what kind of investment the World Bank is making in the energy sector. As I mentioned earlier, we have 5 ongoing projects in the energy sector, 2 to improve the power transmission system, 1 in hydropower to improve the capacity of the existing hydropower stations, and a project to improve district heating energy efficiency project. This was approved by our board in May last year. Unfortunately, implementation has been very, very slow. This is a $382 million project. I think more can be done to speed up implementation of that project. And we also have a $200 million energy efficiency credit line through Ukra-Exim Bank. Are we going to launch a new program for building level investment in energy efficiency? At this moment, we don't have one yet, but we can do if there's a request. But obviously, our overall support to the country is limited, so some prioritization will need to be made and trade-offs will need to be made between this and other investments. Let me just make 3 very brief points. You talked about what can be done. I think 1, there needs to be continued tariff reforms. It is absolutely essential to get the price signals right. 2, I think restructuring of the gas sector will need to continue, and there's already very good steps been taken. And 3, I think a lot more can be done in terms of investing in energy efficiency in the areas I talked about earlier. Thank you.
Okay, I'm giving a really strong signal from Timothy that we need to wrap up. If somebody would like to give some closing remark, just indicate it. If not, we're done. Okay, Ildar, really short, please.
One quick comment. One of the things I was taught in Kyiv School of Economics is that the cost of externalities need to be accounted for in the final price of the product. And we know that all conventional energy in Ukraine has huge externalities that need to be priced in. That's
okay, thank
final
you.
comment. Thank you.
Anybody else? A closing remark?
Small comments that yes, we understand that there is definitely lack of communication campaign going on around. We have been as Naftogaz a bit limited in what we were allowed to say. Now we will be saying this wider, and we have engaged also private companies to help us pay for campaign, because I'd say from Naftogaz perspective we can't pay for everything, because this is probably the issue of the whole gas industry, not just only Naftogaz. And thirdly, I also would like to mention that it's very important that people who are gathered in the room who will be commenting gas issues in the future try to do it in a professional manner, relying, for example, on figures which are now available on our site as well, which explain a lot, we believe, but not on emotions. Because the problem we face is this issue is highly politicized. It's made very emotional, and that is why it's very easy to try to attack even general economic principles which are now used in this model. Yes, we will increase the campaign. We'll try to bring awareness to more people, but also we need assistance from expert society to be objective in what they're saying and how they comment the situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more comments? Minister, you're done? Okay, thank you to all the panelists, and I will ask our participants to give a big round of applause to all these people battling in the house. Thank you, and now we can enjoy a break and private discussions. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Доброго дня, дамы и господа. Today, panelist session we will have in English, so if somebody will need some earphones or translation, please, I believe there is a service to pick up. I'd like to start our infrastructure panel session with the introduction of our speakers today. Mr. Andrei Pivovarsky, Minister of Infrastructure of Ukraine. Andrei Pivovarsky finished his Kyiv National University in year 2000 and got his second master degree in Business and Finance Fletcher School in 2003. His career was very much related to the investment sector, and the late one from 2013, Mr. Pivovarsky was a general manager of Continuum Group, where he did a lot of infrastructure restructuring. And since December 2015, Mr. Pivovarsky, our Minister of Infrastructure. The second speaker of our panel session today is Mr. Russell Pittman. Mr. Pittman is a Director of Economic Research and Director of International Technical Assistance of the Economic Analysis Group, Antitrust Division of US Department of Justice. Mr. Pittman has a very broad experience in infrastructure restructuring in many countries, China, Brazil, Poland, Russia, and has a lot of work done in this area in particular, especially advising on economical reforms in the infrastructure sector. Another speaker of today is Mr. Sevky Arjuna, the EBRD Director of Ukraine. In previous career, Sevky Arjuna spent a lot of time as well in the EBRD headquarters, and the last assignment was in Turkey. And the last but not least, our guest is Sergei Vovk. He is head of Center of Transport Strategies. And Sergei was the chief of editor of Invest newspaper, and also put a lot of his efforts in the infrastructure restructuring and a lot of work done in this area as well. And in order to start our conversation, I'd like to share with you some views on economy development. And I forgot about myself. My name is Lena Minic, and I'm at the moment advisor to the Minister of Economic Development and Trade. And my responsibility as advisor is to build the new Department of Digital Economy. And I'd like to start the conversation from the general view and general approach how the economy can be developed. There are plenty of discussions in this topic, and one of them is talking about our geopolitical position. Provided that Ukraine is situated between West and East, there are like opinions and even some work done and papers done to talk about importance of the infrastructure and using the geopolitical position of Ukraine in order to strengthen the economy. So the roads which we used can be rebuilt probably and can be enhanced in order to cover more transport and goods. The railways, the air traffic could be also positioned as a hub between East and West. And our possibility to use the water and water transportation is also quite unique. This is why I'd like to ask Mr. Pivovarsky, how do you see the strategy of infrastructure development in Ukraine? And the second question over there, we know that the corruption is the biggest issue in Ukraine. How these strategies will address the corruption fight?
Lena, thank you for the introductions and for the questions. Everyone knows that Ukraine is strategically situated in the heart of Europe, and everyone talks about the strategic importance of the road infrastructure and the railway infrastructure for transit purposes. I believe in that as well, so there is no need to talk about this strategic importance, and our neighbors also understand that. But we need to what we need to talk about is the current state of our infrastructure. If we talk about the road infrastructure, 97% of our roads are in inappropriate technical conditions. That's number one. If we talk about the, and the roads require significant multi-billion-dollar investments to fix the existing structure. I'm not talking about right now the new road infrastructure. Number two, the railway infrastructure is also in horrible shape. It lacked systemic, adequate investments for years and years and years. Historically, the Ukrainian railway system has been a sponsor to major industries, and our railway tariffs have been, compared to the other countries, have been on the lower side of the curve. And as a result, because of the lack of appropriate investments, we are having an issue with the existing railway infrastructure, where very soon our intercity high-speed train will simply be intercity, because we have to slow down the intercity trains because of the technical conditions of the railway infrastructure. Same goes for the locomotive and the wagon components. The locomotive component is pretty much depreciated 100%. On the wagon side, we have about 80 to 85% depreciation. So the state of our railway infrastructure is quite bad. If we look at the water side, on the seaport side, we have quite decent infrastructure, and the major issue is the depth of the waters, and because of the lack of investments in dredging, the large ships cannot come to our ports, except for Port Yuzhny. And we need to pay special attention to dredging, and we need to increase the depth of our ports. At this point, we're using not more than 40% of the total capacity of our ports, so there is still room for growth. If the volumes increase in the port area. There's a huge problem with the internal waters. Our internal waters are underutilized significantly. During the Soviet times, we carried up to 50 million tons of cargo on the internal waters per year. Last year, I believe we carried 4 or 5 million tons, not more. What actually happened, most of this cargo went to the railway and the roads. And because of the inappropriate weight control, our roads are being killed by the cargo traffic. So our goal is to remove as much possible, as much as we can, of cargo to the internal waters, and we'll try to open up the internal waters this year to the extent we can. And there are bureaucratic limitations, and there are technical limitations also. We need to start dredging on the Dnieper River and the Bug. That is something that has not been done for years and years. But we'll start with dredging of Dnipro probably in July and August. So in terms of the airspace, we have significant limitations. After the Malaysian aircraft collapse in the summertime of last year, Ukraine is now closed for traffic, air traffic by many air carriers, global air carriers, passenger and cargo carriers. And if you look at the map of the air traffic routes, you will see that there is a pretty much blank spot on this map, which is Ukraine. So we need to return confidence in our partners, and that is one of the priorities for me in terms of air traffic space development. A lot of global air carriers are losing money because of that, because, again, they have to bypass Ukraine and spend more flight time. But at the same time, for security reasons, they at this point are not ready to use Ukrainian airspace. But we're doing our best to convince them that they should come back. So overall, understanding the strategic importance of Ukraine as a geographic location of Ukraine's infrastructure, we need to restore our existing infrastructure and potentially start thinking about new projects. Until we restore the existing infrastructure, until we restore confidence in our partners, trade partners, etc., it will be difficult to attract investments in new infrastructure projects. So the goal is to stabilize the situation, restore the existing infrastructure, attract investments for existing infrastructure, start planning for new infrastructure projects, especially in the area of concession roads and toll roads, and move on. But these are all long-term projects. These are all not 1 day, 1 month. These are super long-term projects.
Thank you, Andrei. The question is, how do you plan to rebuild the infrastructure? Are you planning to do it on the government side, or you'd like to privatize, and where? And what is the approach for privatization in which sectors?
In the port sector, we want to privatize the entire stevedoring activity. Ukraine is one of few countries on the planet that still has state-owned stevedoring companies. In other countries of the world, the stevedoring activity is private. It's subject to competition, but the state owns the port infrastructure, the wall, and the channels the water channels that go to the wall. And the state is responsible for the depth of the water and the quality of the walls. I hope that over the next week or so, the parliament votes in favor of removing the state stevedoring companies from the list of strategic assets and will be able to privatize them. And there is significant interest, actually, from the international players as well as domestic players for those assets. When we did our analysis of the for instance, the social package that the state stevedoring companies offer to their employees and the private stevedoring companies that offer to their employees, there was a lot of pressure that don't privatize, there will be a lot of layoffs. That's complete crap. The private stevedoring companies pay larger salaries, have a better compensation package overall in terms of social security, etc. And as soon as the private stevedore comes to the port or to the terminal, at first, yes, there is a reduction in the workforce, but then there is an increase in the better quality workforce. So we want to privatize this activity and be done with that. In terms of the road infrastructure, the way to go is to decentralize the road infrastructure. The local roads go to the local communities, and the state roads stay with the newly created or restored government agency that will be financing the state highways. The government has started the budget decentralization process, and we already know that the local budgets have significant surplus as a result of the first quarter results, and this money should be going for the restoration of the local roads. In terms of the highways, the state-owned highways, the way to go is the concession projects and the toll roads. We already started the first concession project on Monday, actually. It's a road between Lviv and Kryvtsov, about 100 kilometers long. And we started the pre-marketing phase that will last for about 1 month, 1 month and a half. Also, we need to finally establish the road fund. We need to channel the money that go from the importers of oil products to a special fund, and the special fund money has to go to the reconstruction of the road infrastructure. Right now, this money goes to paying salaries and pensions, etc., etc., etc. And number 3, that's one of the top 3 priorities for the road development, is the severe weight control. Unless we handle the weight control on the roads, we'll have an issue. We need to remove as much weight as possible from the roads, or if there is an overload, the driver or the company that owns the truck has to pay for that, and this money has to go to the reconstruction of the road.
Yeah. But do we have a weight control at the moment? We do, I believe, but
we do. The weight looks as follows. The truck goes over, an overweight truck goes on the road. It gets stopped by the GAI or the trans inspection. The driver pays 200 hryvnias and off it goes.
Okay. This is exactly the case of the public corruption, I would say. Yeah.
Yes, and we were thinking of doing a test, a pilot project in one of the oblasts in Ukraine, where the local deputies and the local governor have estimated that on average, the driver of the overload truck spends about 15,000 hryvnias per year on the bribes on the roads. So that's we estimated that to be a total of about 450 million hryvnias per year. So we could probably use this money on fixing the roads. So the current system of weight control doesn't work, period. What we are thinking of doing, we're thinking of an automatic weight control system. The system that works in Belarus, in Poland, and other
European countries.
Yes. So we want to take the human hands off this process completely.
We will support you in that, definitely. We'd like to have ICT in every sector of economy. And Andrei, thank you very much for the information how you're planning to address airport, water, and the roads. Let's discuss about railways. And we have a real expert on the railways, Mr. Pittman.
Thank you very much. First, let me say, as you mentioned, I am actually an employee of the U.S. government, so I have to say the views expressed are not necessarily those of the U.S. government. That's the fine print at the beginning. The other fine print is that, as you may be able to tell from my accent, I am not Ukrainian. I am an American, and I hope I will not express too much ignorance of the Ukrainian situation. If I do, I will give the excuse that most of what I know about Ukrainian railways I learned from Sergei's excellent publication, so I will blame him. The Ukrainian economy is an economy that is based very much on bulk goods, on grains, on iron ore, on steel, on coal. It's the kind of economy that, to develop the way you want the Ukrainian economy to develop, is going to have a good railway system. I'm going to focus on the freight railways mostly. We'd all love to have great passenger railways, but the economy going forward is going to depend on a good freight railway system. And the minister has identified a lot of the problems. The current railway system is in bad shape. It needs a lot. There is, I don't know if I'm behind, if my information is old on this. There is right now, and has been for a few years, there has been a plan to restructure the Ukrainian railway system. And the World Bank and the EBRD for years have been saying, okay, come on, let's get started, let's get doing this. And the Ukrainian government keeps saying, yes, we're getting started, we're doing the best we can. Interestingly enough, the plan that the Ukrainian government adopted, and it wasn't the current government, it was adopted by a previous government, they basically got a lot of advice from the World Bank and the OECD and international experts about how a railway should be restructured. And they said, go to hell, we're going to do what the Russians do. And what the Russians do, also what the Kazakhs do, by the way, is they say, don't talk to us about competition. Competition's wasteful. We're military type guys. We know how to command and control. We know how to run a good railway. What we are going to do, though, is open up the rolling stock for private investment. the Russians have done this. It's been very successful. More than half of the Russian rolling stock was in just as bad a shape as the Ukrainian rolling stock is now. And the Russians have opened up rolling stock to private investment, and more than half of the rolling stock on the Russian freight railways is now privately owned. And the shippers are very happy about this. They have modern equipment, not much of it is their own or it's leased, and they're able to use it, and it works well. In addition, and again following the Russian plan, the Ukrainian plan, as I understand it right now, is to eventually allow some private passenger trains on the infrastructure. So there would be private passenger trains competing with the Ukrainian railway passenger trains on the infrastructure. But, again, as in Russia, the plan is to maintain the freight railway monopoly of Ukrainian railways. Sometimes I try to pronounce the name of Ukrainian railways and I fail, so I'm not going to try right now. But I'm going to call it Ukrainian Railways. The problem with this reform plan is that in Russia it's been very successful in bringing private money into rolling stock. I expect it may do the same in Ukraine. But as the minister said so eloquently, the infrastructure in Ukraine is in terrible shape. The locomotives are all depreciated. This plan does nothing for that. This plan in Russia, in Ukraine, in Kazakhstan keeps the railway monopoly coming to the government every year, coming to the Minister of Finance saying, would you please give us some more money because we have these bottlenecks here and here and here. We can't get the freight between Klaipeda and Odessa. We can't get the freight from here to here. The track is in terrible shape. The locomotives are breaking down. Please, Minister of Finance, give us some more money. The reform plans that some other countries have used have been designed to get private money into the system. They've also been designed to create competition in the system so that a steel shipper or an iron ore shipper can choose among different railway companies under different systems. There are different models of restructuring that do this so that they can have competition. And this combination we've seen in many countries. Again, there are different models, there are different ways of doing it. Western Europe does it differently from Latin America. But there are different ways to both create competition in the system and bring private money into the system. And I just want to focus briefly on what has been a very successful model, if you don't mind the economist term, of restructuring in the Americas. Basically, Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina have all chosen a non-European strategy of restructuring their railways. And what they have done is do what we also, in fact, did years and years ago in the United States and Canada, is create competition among multiple vertically integrated railways. And it's a little bit complicated, but basically in Mexico, which by the way has almost exactly, Mexico and Brazil have almost exactly the same amount of track as Ukraine, something like 23,000 kilometers of track. They divided the system into 3 in Mexico, vertically integrated railway companies, and they had them serve as many common points as possible. And if we had lots of time, I would put a map up here, and I can draw you a map that shows Odessa getting served by 2 points, by 2 railways, excuse me, the Kryvtsov being served by 2 railways, Kiev being served by 2 railways. And they compete to bring traffic in and out. In Mexico, it's mostly Mexico City, but it also goes to the export points. And they compete. They compete with each other, so the shippers at these common points have choices. But B, and this is what I emphasize here, they've been extraordinarily successful at attracting private money into the system. These systems in Mexico and Brazil, for example, they have basically redrawn the map and said, okay, we're going to divide the system, again, almost exactly the same size as the Ukrainian system, into 3 vertically integrated companies. Each railway company will run its own trains on its own track. We will open up the bids for these 3 franchises for long-term agreements. They're not totally privatized, but it's 30 years, 35 years, something like that franchise. Now here's a number I want you to remember. In Mexico and Brazil, the private consortia that bid for the rights to control these railways, just bidding for the rights, bid $100,000 per track kilometer, just for the rights. As I multiply that by, say, 20,000, 23,000 track kilometers in Ukraine, that's about $2 billion. That would come from consortia that might include Deutsche Bahn and PKP in Poland. In a wonderful future day when we have world peace, it might include RZD in Russia. It might include Warren Buffett's railway, Burlington Northern in the U.S. These three victorious consortia bid a total of about $2 billion for the same amount of track, and then they started investing private money into the system. Billions and billions of private dollars into the locomotives and the rolling stock. Well, I'm sure I've gone over my time. I just want to suggest this as one possible solution. There are others, but I believe that the previous Ukrainian government, I say this very modestly as a non-Ukrainian, made an error when they decided to copy the Russians and accept and adopt this model of railways restructuring, which allowed private money only into the rolling stock and maintained the freight monopoly of the incumbent. I believe you can do better. I believe you can get private money into the system and create competition, and the Ukrainian economy will thank you for years as a result. That's my inspiring speech.
Thank you so much. So basically, according to your model, if we will do the bidding for the rights, we can really get a lot of money into the state budget.
That's the world experience.
World experience, okay. Andrei, would you like to have a remark on that?
Yes. What we're doing right now, we're in the process of finishing the corporatization of Ukrzaliznytsia. Yes. So by the 15th of May, we'll have the assets valued by Deloitte, and by the 15th of June, we'll have the State Property Fund confirm the evaluation, and we'll start forming the balance sheet of the new company, the joint-stock company Ukrzaliznytsia. We are pretty much done with the new bylaws, with the new organizational structure and the corporate management structure. We are moving away from the structure of the one-man show. We're going to the system of the board, where 50% will be independent board members. And if you don't mind, I will talk to you about that at some point. And the CEO of the new company will be a member of the board, and we're moving away from a system of a bunch of deputies to the functional directors that will be responsible for the different areas of expertise. We hope to complete the corporatization and the management, the corporate management change by September, actually. And after that, we'll move to the second stage, which is we will decide on how to make the rolling stock more competitive, how to make the use of the tracks more competitive, but we also need to think of the 310,000 employees of Ukrzaliznytsia. If we go to the full competition right away, a significant amount of the employees of Ukrzaliznytsia will lose their jobs. And we are talking about 300,000 people. We cannot, as the government, we cannot just make a rapid move without offering a compensation package or an alternative to those employees. So on the one hand, I agree that competition is good, that the competition may bring money and create value. On the other hand, there is a significant social component that we need to think of. That's number one. Number two, I fully agree with you that the Ukrainian economy depends on the quality of the railway services because of the economy structure. And if we make rapid moves in competition, we may not be able to adapt the competitive component to the economy, to the structure of the economy. So again, although I agree with you, competition is good, it will not be a rapid move. It will take a couple of years. In case of Poland, it took, I think, 5 or 7 years to restructure Ukrzaliznytsia. So although we are on the track to reform, we're analyzing different models, how they worked in different countries on different continents. We need to attract capital to rebuild the locomotives, the wagons, the tracks, but we need to be careful. It doesn't mean that we need to be slow, we just need to be careful.
I believe everything has to be planned very carefully and staged, because these 300 people, if you will offer some other jobs, you need to have an education program behind that as well. Yeah.
Exactly, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, I think we are ready to move to Sergei comments, if you are...
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my first time speech in Symposium. I have lots of conferences, interviews, but Symposium is the first time. So I've done a short homework exactly about the things Andrei Pivarsky and Mr. Pittman talk. Just next slide. Okay. So let's talk about the money. You see the gap. You see extreme gap between needs and facts. So the most dramatic situation is really in railway, which is extremely important for Ukrainian economy and needs more than $13 billion till 2020. But the same situation on the road and in other transport. So to change the situation, we have to spend every year at least 4 or 5% of our GDP. What we have now, it's less than 1%. And the current capital expenditure are 19 times lower. So it's a dramatic situation. And what we have? As for my point of view, we can talk about infrastructure trap. I mean that to develop Ukrainian economy, we have to change the transport. And for changing the transport, we have a lot of money, which can give only GDP growth. So it's a kind of a closed circle, and Mr. Pivarsky's team have to find the way out. Where is the way out? Next slide. The bad news also is that that neither state and no private investors have no money to go from this infrastructure tap with its own resources. So the only one way is private partnership projects, but in Ukraine it's still tabula rasa. We have actually 3 main forms of development of the situation. I'm talking about rent, privatization, and concession. Actually, I shows 4 of them, but public ownership, it's in fact the conservation of the current situation, and I think it's not the way we need. All of these variants has its own advantages and disadvantages. What to choose? As for me, there is no one unique decision. Every segment, even every company may have its unique format. For example, in port, we can use as privatization and also rent, which is using now, and we can use a concession when we think about development of the port assets in the nearest futures. But to change the situation, we have to destroy these bottleneck things. What we have to find? First one, and it's extremely important, it's strategy. It's look like a basic principle, but all the transport strategies now are no more useful because they have not included the factor of Donbass and Crimea. The cargo flows changed dramatically after the annexion of Crimea and war in Donbass. So we have to think now what port, what railways, and what road are really need for Ukrainian economy now. What goods will be transformed. The other point is outdated legislation. So just see the year of passes of main laws. It's 1955, it's 1996, 2001. It's not good, and I hope this year we will have a new law about internal waterways. As I know, it's now a great point of discussion in Ministry of Infrastructure. The same situation with railway law. We just have a conception, I think. We have known the project. Okay. And we have to change it in the nearest years, because the law we have now, it's extremely old. And the third point, and last but not least, actually, it's financial instruments. In every conferences for investors, I just see the same faces. It's the faces of EBRD, it's the faces of World Bank, it's the faces of international funds. But it should be one of the topics also for Ukrainian bankers. Maybe for the Ukrainian state bankers, maybe for Exim Bank, which have to find the money to invest in the bottlenecks maybe. So I think only after these 3 points will be destroyed, we will use and choose one of these variants and we'll find our logout. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. And I believe, Andrei, you had a strategic session recently. This is what we learned from the Facebook.
Yes, yes.
Maybe you can share which way you'd like to go. And also from my little experience, I know that you are dealing already with the legislation. There are a lot of preparation work done in terms of deregulation, change of norms, increase in competition. So please share with us.
Yeah, if you go back to the presentation, you saw that the existing law on the internal waters was adopted in a different country. If you look at the tariff structure of Ukrzaliznytsia, you will see that it was adopted in 1967. And there are lots of things that still date back to the Soviet times. So in terms of the internal waters, we're finishing the draft law, and next week we should be ready with the final draft. And we are opening up the internal waters. We are opening up the internal waters not only for the local players, but for the international players as well. We'll allow foreign flags, foreign ships with foreign flags uninterruptedly use the internal waters. We need to do some dredging. We need to make certain investments. We have the money to do that, and hopefully during this session, the parliamentary session will have this law adopted at least in the first reading, so that by the end of the year we have the law adopted by the parliament, and we open up the internal waters not only for traffic, but also it will create an attractive investment opportunity for the local and international players to develop the local waters, the internal waters. In terms of the law that will govern the railroads, we're about 2 weeks away from a solid draft that will actually open up to a public discussion. It's being drafted by a group of international experts and local experts and the Ukrzaliznytsia people and the ministry people, but it's not yet ready for the general public discussion, and hopefully in a couple of weeks we'll be there. But for Ukrzaliznytsia, it's also important to work out a new strategy, a new tariff strategy. As I told you, the existing tariff plan was created during the Soviet times when Ukraine was a part of the Soviet Union, and the current tariff structure favors long-distance deliveries. The economy is different, Ukraine is different now, and we need to modernize the tariff structure, and I already had several strategic sessions with the freight carriers And actually, we had 3 meetings already. Very good discussions with the not only the freight carriers but also with the companies that with the producers. We're not talking about the passenger traffic at this point. Only the freight. The shippers. If you look at the revenue structure of Ukrzaliznytsia, you will see that the passenger traffic has a minor, non-existent share. It's the freight traffic that generates the revenues. And if you look at the revenue structure from freight traffic, you will see that top 5 customers of Ukrzaliznytsia are responsible for 50% of all volume shipped through Ukrzaliznytsia and about 52% of all revenues. If you look at top 10, you will see that almost 75% of volume and money is generated by top 10 customers of Ukrzaliznytsia. But if you look at the operating income, at EBITDA, you will see that those top 5 clients are not generating any EBITDA for Ukrzaliznytsia. They create a lot of volume, but no EBITDA whatsoever. And we are having a very delicate discussion, the ministry and Ukrzaliznytsia and those top 5/top 10 customers of Ukrzaliznytsia. So we need to find a reasonable solution so that Ukrzaliznytsia has enough capital to restore the railroad infrastructure and the customers are not significantly do not get a significant financial hit, because we all understand the economic realities of Ukraine today. But historically, as I mentioned half an hour ago, Ukrzaliznytsia has been subsidizing a lot of industries and a lot of customers. It's time to change things. Otherwise, we will have Ukrzaliznytsia dysfunctional. We need to find internal resources to make investments in infrastructure. So we discussed the internal waters, we discussed the ports, its privatization, but not the port infrastructure. We're talking about the stevedoring activity. A lot of people confuse the port infrastructure with the stevedoring activity. We're not privatizing the geographical locations. The infrastructure, the port infrastructure stays in the government ownership. It's the stevedoring activity that is subject to privatization. In terms of the railroad infrastructure, we already spent enough time. In terms of the air traffic, we need to develop the local potential of Boryspil, of Lviv, of Odessa, and the local airports. As you already know, we opened up Lviv airport for anyone who wants to. We adopted the principles of the Open Sky Agreement to Lviv, and anyone can come to Lviv to develop the Lviv airport infrastructure. And we already have one case, which is Atlas Jet. We understand that Boryspil is a hub, and we need to do anything possible to attract more transit traffic to the airport, and we already see that the results for March for transit about 25-30% up from March of last year in terms of transit traffic. And in terms of the road infrastructure, we started the reform of Ukravtodor, and we need to keep pushing for the reform. Ukravtodor has to be changed completely. It cannot exist in the current form. It's a dead animal. So we need to decentralize the road infrastructure. We need to decentralize the management, the road maintenance infrastructure. The local oblavtodory have to go to the local communities. And we need, on the remnants of the PADDAK, the maintenance company. We need to create something new that will be responsible for the management of the highways, of the state highways. We need to push for the concession roads. We need to push for the toll roads. We need to push for the weight control. And we need to make changes to the procurement law. We need to allow long-term contracts for maintenance of roads. We have 1-year contracts right now.
It's not only for roads, for many strategic projects.
Especially for many strategic projects, I agree. We need to provide an investment horizon to the local and international construction companies. In Europe, the average contract is 7 years. When you have a contract for 7 years, you understand the volume of works, your cash flows, you can plan your investments.
And your return on investments.
And your return on investments. I'll give you an example. It's the 26th of April, and in certain oblasts we haven't started the local renovations, whatever, ямковые ремонты. We haven't started fixing the holes in the roads because we haven't completed the tenders. In some cases, we complete the tender, and there is the anti-monopoly committee or someone argues that the tender was done improperly. So it's been 4 months into the year already, and we haven't started yet. And the money is allocated for 1 year only. So in certain areas, we will complete the tenders by the end of May or by the end of June, and the season lasts until October. We have only 4 months. So we need to create an investment horizon for the private and state players so that we don't need to go into the standards every single year and have only 3 or 4 or 5 months of working conditions.
For the real work, yeah.
Yeah, for the real work.
Yeah, it's a clear problem. It's not only related to the infrastructure. It's for every long-term development, government-owned. It's really an issue.
As a summary, we had a strategic session of the ministry, and as a summary, the #1 priority is to launch long-term systematic changes that may not have an impact today or tomorrow, but will have an impact on a certain industry next year, 2 years down the road.
Thank you, Andrei. Great approach, and in the Ministry of Economy, I believe we will support you in that, definitely, because we are facing the same issues with long-term projects for the even legalization of the software. We cannot complete it because of that.
What is funny, another thing about the software, in Ukrzaliznytsia we have a lot of software, different licenses, etc. Most of it doesn't belong to Ukrzaliznytsia. Even though some of it was created with the Ukrzaliznytsia money, it does not belong, and we have to pay fees, huge, abnormal fees for the usage of licenses and software, etc.
Yeah, as we know that as well. It's in many ministries such picture, unfortunately, and we are moving to money. So, Mr. Arjuna, what will be your advice? Where is the money? Show us the money.
Well, I knew it was going to come to money. I think the money will come if engagement of private sector is secured, either in the form of privatizations or in the form of public-private partnership. And of course, that has to be, especially when I'm referring to public-private partnership, an appropriate infrastructure for the public-private partnership to be realized has to be in place as well. You know, a proper set of laws, proper set of rules, the ability to constructively and flexibly negotiate contracts with the public sector partners, predictable business climate, economic stability, and reliable, if you like, regulation and supervision.
What about rule of law? Because
no,
I think it's
that's
also
what I mean by the predictable and reliable game rule of law and rules of game, and not to be changed in the middle of the road, as we have seen in different instances. Of course, this is necessary because, as we are all hearing, there isn't enough money, there isn't enough time, and there might not be enough also a competence. And this is not to derogate any of the authorities, but obviously economic logic calls to leverage off relative competencies of the public sector and the private sector. And this is what the PPP structures are all about. The bank is, and not only us, but of course other international financial institutions, but equally importantly, commercial banks are prepared to lend into PPP structures, provided you have this predictable environment governed by rule of law and other necessary infrastructure is there. And then it's a question of setting appropriate return incentives for the private sector to be involved. And of course, as part of the overall thing, I'm not just talking about the economic and industrial infrastructure, but also the other service infrastructure, municipal environmental infrastructure has to be part of this as well. And that's where you have to think about creating also the appropriate support structures for the people who will be impacted by the full commercialization, cost recovery price structures. So that is the route to go. It requires a grand blueprint, master plan of prioritization based on the resource availability. But I see and I know that the minister's team is working on that. So hopefully, we will start working towards those kind of partnerships as well.
What about PPP legislation? Can you say us why it doesn't work in Ukraine? So you've been observing it probably already for many years.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I'm not an expert at all in terms of legislative structure, and I haven't studied, what are the shortcomings. But I have been involved in PPP negotiations as a financier in the Turkish context. And I can tell you cannot foresee everything. So you have to have the basic rules of the game and the rule of law principle, but then you have to have a competent but uncorruptible body of experts to then sit down and negotiate major concessions, major PPP projects according to that particular investment's need. You have issues such as, what will happen to interest rate hedging costs if you break the concession? What will happen to the remainder of the employees that are, engaged by the public sector and the private sector? Infinite number of issues that come up when you get into the nitty-gritty of public-private partnership contract. So you cannot create a blueprint law that will address everything. You just have to set the right structure and then have a body do it as a competent and uncorrupted authority.
Okay, it's clear, but except of EBRD and World Bank, from where we can expect a financial help? I think we will have a donor conference coming week.
I think the money will come the moment we create this environment of confidence for investment. I mean, banks and financiers have to deploy that money. It doesn't grow by itself. It only grows if you lend it to an investment opportunity. So to the extent that we can create the right structure, reliable environment, we start with IFIs, of course, and we will encourage the private sector, and eventually commercial banks will come into the play.
I think maybe Andrei would like to add on that.
Yeah, confidence is actually the word right now. Creating awareness of what we're doing is the second actually word. I'll give you a couple of examples. Over the past 2 to 3 weeks, every single day I have missions of brand name international investors and companies that are interested in investing in infrastructure in this country. And it took the ministry several months to convince the private players that things have changed, that we are different, we speak the same language, we understand you, we are not corrupt, we're not favoring anyone, we're not lobbying anyone, but we need investments and predictable investments. And believe it or not, but even ArcelorMittal, that has been very critical of the situation in Ukraine, came to me last week, and the CEO of Arcelor, and very cautiously asked if there are any opportunities in investing in port terminals in Ukraine. And it took a couple of months to convince them and to fix the issues that they used to have on the railways and in the ports, etc. Those bureaucratic, artificial issues that have been created to by individuals to benefit from Arcelor, those have been removed, and suddenly they came to me and said, so again, very cautiously, but if there is anything else. And I had Soufflé traveling all over the port system last week and this week, and they had a huge team, and they are trying to identify investment opportunities in the port area for themselves. And 2 more international teams will go next week to the Ukrainian ports. So confidence is number 1, and speaking the same language is number 2, and it's extremely important for the business and for the IFIs to know that there is a team or a group of people, there are individuals that are not corruptible, that are not asking for any favors, and they just invite money, and the money will come.
Yeah, I fully agree. We see the same in the Ministry of Economic and Development. Basically, when the new people started to remove the barriers and do the regulation, and also give a confidence in the future changes, as well on the basis of the working with other companies and sectors, provided this confidence in many areas. Yeah, we are feeling the same. But okay, we will do a lot of changes in the infrastructure, but probably there should be some strategic assets which shall not be, how to say, given to public, given to privatization. What will be the strategic assets? You mentioned already on the infrastructure of ports. How do you see other strategic assets which has to be regulated by the government?
Well, the natural monopolies cannot be privatized. When we talk about the Ukrzaliznytsia, the tracks should always be in my opinion, should always be in state ownership. We are still discussing internally what should be the destiny of the locomotives, whether they should be subject to competition or not, given the structure of the Ukrainian economy and given the structure of Ukrzaliznytsia. The Ukrainian post we will corporatize, and if you look at the different experiences across the globe of the post-privatization, there are positive cases and extremely negative cases. So, and in our case, the Ukrainian post is not only a state-owned business, it also has a significant social component. As you know, the structure of the population in this country is different from Europe, for instance. There are only 3 to 5% of village people in Europe on average. We have more than 30% of people living in villages. And very often the post office is the only business, so to say, available in that area. So at this point, we're not talking privatization of Ukrpost at all. In terms of the airports, we are not talking about the privatization of the major airports, which is Boryspil and Lviv, but long-term contracts with professional international operators could be something that we could consider at this point. So in terms of the no-nos in infrastructure, it's the port infrastructure and the water channels, and it's the Ukrainian post at this point. It's the tracks of Ukrzaliznytsia at this point. Everything else is discussable.
Guys, any other views on the topic?
If I may add, it's the ownership of the asset is not the question. It's the most efficient use, and for the investor, the investment horizon over which it can count on the usufruct of that particular asset that is key. So clearly, the natural monopolies such as the ports and everything else could and should perhaps stay in the ownership, but the usage and the ability to then outsource a variety of services and other expenditures related to that port for the benefit of probably private sector investors in a very competitive and transparent way. I think that's one of the fundamental principles as well, that you have to create true transparency and true competition, value for money for the public. That is I think the most fundamental principle, if you like, of public-private partnership. Are you creating value for the public, for the general public, or not? And that is key criteria.
And let me expand on that, I guess, in terms of the railroad track. For example, again, the countries that I named in the U.S. And Canada, the companies actually built the track and own the track. In Mexico and Brazil and Argentina, the state still owns the track, but the private companies were given these long-term franchises. And the reason they were given that is because that was really the only way to attract the money into the system. It was very instrumental. That it was an instrumental idea that we need to get private money into the system. We need to give the companies the incentives to invest in the infrastructure. There are agreements there are requirements that in a national emergency, of course, the army gets precedent. Of course, the government can have force majeure and use the infrastructure. But I would make a distinction between actual privatization, ownership in perpetuity, and these long-term franchises, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. I would argue that philosophically maybe that's not privatization, and instrumentally it's a way to avoid having Nikolsko-Rzhevskyy have to go to the Ministry of Finance to get new money every year.
Yeah, could be very interesting model for us. Sergei, what do you think?
Well, I think that actually it's no big matters what money will go to the infrastructure, private money or state money, because finally all the bills will be paid by final consumers. I'm talking about the passenger and I'm talking about the cargo owners. So I think it's very important that the payment capacity will enough for our reforming activity. So very important as for me is strict and good dialogue between Ministry of Economy and Ministry of Infrastructure, especially in points of tariffs and in points of development of main cargo producing and export-oriented segments of our economy. I'm talking about GMK, metallurgical complex. I'm talking about APK. It has agriculture. It has its own ministry. But I think it's extremely important to work that infrastructure will be a kind of a plus for this segment and a plus for the comparative Ukrainian production in the global markets.
I'll give you two examples. We have Port Yuzhny. It's one of the most heavily used ports in the country. And it's primarily populated by actually private terminals. We are seeing right now a bottleneck on the railway side. The volume is increasing in Port Yuzhny, and now the private operators and the state operator competing for the access to tracks. We discussed this, and essentially we discussed with the private operators of the port that, look guys, we have a bottleneck, but the railroads the Ukrzaliznytsia doesn't have the money to build a new track. Would you participate in this investment project if Ukrzaliznytsia puts a little bit of money and you put the rest, and you develop this, you unlock the bottleneck, and you transfer the tracks to the ownership of Ukrzaliznytsia? And they said yes. That's number one, and they gladly they would do that because they can unlock value of the terminals that they have. Number two, we already have a heated discussion with the Ministry of Economy, with Ruslan Korsh, with regards to the somewhat change of the tariff structure, and we need to clearly define what is the track tariff, what is the component of the track development in the tariff, what is the locomotive component, what is the wagon component when we talk about the freight. So right now, and if we clearly define those components, then we will know that the track component goes immediately into the development or maintenance of the existing track infrastructure or construction of new tracks. Right now, everything goes into one pot, and the cash flow is redistributed on the as-needed basis. If we have a hole here, we need to buy gasoline or whatever, we go there, and if we need to buy something else, we go there. So there is no systematic approach to planning of cash flows. And if we come to a new tariff structure, we're not talking about an increase in tariffs.
Yeah,
we're talking about structure, the tariff structure. If we come to the new tariff structure, then maybe we have enough money for maintenance of tracks. If we remove discrimination of wagons, then maybe we attract private money to the development of the wagon stock in this country. And when I say discrimination of wagons, right now we have three types of wagons: the privately owned wagons, the Ukrzaliznytsia owned wagons, and the so-called inventarne wagons. And the inventarne wagons are the cheapest. They are owned by Ukrzaliznytsia, but they are called inventarne. And everyone is fishing for the inventarne wagons because they are the cheapest, and you don't care if it's broken or not. It's Ukrzaliznytsia's wagon. So, the price difference is between the privately owned wagons and the inventarne wagons is significant. So, as a result, the private wagon ownership is not, so to say, welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
So if we remove the price discrimination, but there are also transaction costs to attach to those inventarne wagons. So you cannot just get a cheap wagon. The producers still pay a transaction fee on top of what Ukrzaliznytsia is getting. And you know what I mean. So if we remove the wagon discrimination, all wagons will have the same price attached to them. Hopefully we will, in this manner, create a market for privately owned wagons. So we'll relaunch the wagon building industry here, and we'll improve the quality of the wagon stock in this country. So right now this is another thing that I'm heatedly discussing with Mr. Korsh, who's the Deputy Minister of Economy responsible for the tariffs.
State-owned infrastructure tariffs.
And who is actually the head of the working group of reforming Ukrzaliznytsia several years ago. This is why you can have a very good dialogue with him about tariffs and stocks.
Yes, very good insights on the situation. And I have last question from my side, because my specialty is telecom infrastructure and ICT. I'd like to know your opinion how by building roads we can improve as well the ICT infrastructure, how by building and renewing railways we can as well increase the infrastructure for not only delivering cargo but also the packets of internet, What is your view on that?
Well, it's a good question. Unfortunately, I cannot give you a very thought-through answer to this question because, honestly speaking, I never thought about that in this manner, and the telecom industry is not under my control any longer. During meetings with the telecom players, they actually never mentioned this idea at all. And I talked to them about Wi-Fi development in trains and in ports and yada, yada, yada. So I guess I'm not the best person to answer this question.
But it's okay, good start. If you're talking about Wi-Fi development in the railway, it's not possible without building the infrastructure among the railways. So
well, what is funny is that there is an existing infrastructure along the railways, and it's privately owned.
Okay.
So there is the possibility to provide Wi-Fi services on the majority of tracks. In some cases, it's not yet possible, but we're figuring out what are the technical possibilities to do that. But one of the immediate goals is to provide Wi-Fi, at least to the intercity passengers. A lot of people, because the flights in hryvnia terms have become quite expensive, to a lot of people, they go into the intercity trains, to the high-speed intercity trains, and a lot of those guys have iPads and iPhones, etc., and they demand Wi-Fi. So we're very close to offering this the service to the passengers. In the passenger stations, we will try to provide at first free Wi-Fi services in passenger stations as well as the seaports. We'll first start with the free Wi-Fi, and then we will try to commercialize it.
Thank you, Andrei. Basically, for the railways, it's not only passengers. You can improve your efficiency by number of times if you will monitor how your locomotives are driving, so how many current power they consume, how quickly they accelerate, because by monitoring and controlling that, you can save a lot of electricity. It's a lot of stuff done in this area. We can share it with you gladly.
We have unique investment opportunities in electrifying the railway system in this country. Only about 47, I think, % of the track is electrified. The rest is driven by the diesel locomotives. And right now, the difference in the cost of carrying 1 ton of cargo per kilometer on the electric train and the diesel train is something like 6 times. So it's about 6 times cheaper or something like that. So there are, again, unique opportunities in that area. And the other thing that we need to change, actually, right now we have 6 kingdoms, 6 regional Ukrzaliznytses, and the driver of the locomotive train cannot really cross the border of one Ukrzalizny. Yeah, so he has to go to a certain point, and then there's a change in the team, and they go. Yeah, so there are lots of efficiencies to be found. Lots and lots.
So we don't have a border with Russia, but we have internal borders. Yeah.
Unfortunately, we do, and those borders come again from the Soviet times, from the old systems, but there is no more Soviet Union for 24 years. So we need to accept that and make the necessary changes.
Exactly. Do we have time for the questions? I think yes.
Johannes Andersen from Kiev Post. I don't know whether we can go into the concepts. We're only about to hear more about them in 2 weeks if we talk about the railways. So let me ask you about something else then. I have the feeling that the government in Ukraine is quite autonomized every ministry is almost working as its own, as you said, kingdom about the railways. I would like to ask you, do you feel that there is an understanding in the Ukrainian leadership, government, in the broader sense, that the railways, we talk about attracting money for the railways. Is there an understanding that this money would also have to come from public investments? For instance, in my country, Denmark, there's no VAT on passenger tickets. Could that be an idea that you scrap the VAT from the passenger? That would be an indirect subsidize from the state. What we see, on the contrary, as I understand it, in the current situation, is that the railways is actually subsidizing the state by paying tariffs for diesel. That's actually road taxes for diesel and other payments that is not related to the railway operation. Thank you.
Well, first of all, there are no ministries / kingdoms. There is cooperation. That's number one. Over the past 5 months, I never experienced that there were battles between ministries. Never in like 5 months. There is cooperations. There are sometimes heated discussions, but that's normal. That's what we lacked for 24 years. Heated discussions. Someone would make a decision and say, this is where we go. Okay, no problem. Let's all go there. No. The Ukrzaliznytsia has significant cooperation with the Ministry of Energy, with the Ministry of Economy, thanks to Mr. Korsh. Ukrzaliznytsia delivers a lot of coal to the Ukrainian power generation companies. And we need to make sure that there is an uninterrupted flow of coal. So there are no issues on the cooperation side. That's number one. Number two, the government fully understands that there are ample opportunities to find efficiency. We're throwing them on the table. We discussed the issue of Ukrzaliznytsia paying the full price for diesel, although Ukrzaliznytsia is not really using the roads, only in certain parts when there is an intersection. And we discussed this idea. So there are lots of ideas that are being discussed and debated internally.
From my side, I can confirm that probably the first government which has a truly collaborative manner in all of the questions.
But the discussions sometimes get heated, and that's normal.
Yeah, it's like in project management. You first, how to say, storming and then performing only after. Yeah. Any more questions?
Thank you. Well, with this war going on with Russia and closer integration with the EU, I think the logistics are changing towards the European direction. You have touched upon the Lviv-Krakovets improvement, and obviously there are port infrastructure improvement. Is there anything on finding efficiency in interconnection on the railways? Thank you.
Yep. Yes, we are discussing. We have a twinning project, technical assistance project called Twinning, that is financed by a number of European countries. And as part of the project, we are discussing ways how to improve the railway logistics between Europe and Ukraine. And we're right now discussing a project called Varyagi and a number of other projects. As part of that discussion, Poland is actually ready to allocate significant resources to fixing the border crossings from Poland to Ukraine, and we want to start somewhat similar discussions with Romania, Hungary, and other members of other countries that are members of the European Union. But again, we need to plan carefully. and find financing. Our European partners are ready to provide co-financing. We'll appeal to EBRD and IFC and EIB for additional funding. And we still need a couple of months of discussions until we say that this is the way we go. Those are long-term projects with long-term consequences. So we need to be careful.
Еще вопросы, коллеги, можете по-русски задавать, мы переведем, то есть не проблема.
Hello, thank you for your lecture. My question is, you reminded that, and you consider, as far as I understood, that conventional type of infrastructure is one of the best way of development of roads. It was in Lviv-Kozelets road. I think it was like a test. Yes. What about maybe implementing some this approach to another like types of infrastructure where government influence is the main. For example, in Ukrzaliznytsia, maybe it's better to offer some part of this infrastructure for private sector. Thank you.
Yeah. The reason why we are using the concession as a way to attract capital is that that's the only available by law way of creating PPPs at this point. There's no other way. So we are trying to do it in the road sector development. We're trying to do it with one of the ports, usually. And in terms of railways, until we corporatize the company, we cannot do anything by law. We need to corporatize the company. That's number one. And number two, as I mentioned, it's a natural monopoly. At this point, there is no discussion of privatizing the tracks. We are open to creating competition in the rolling stock, and there's already competition in the rolling stock, except for the locomotives. And we are discussing whether to open the locomotive segment for competition. There is no clear-cut yes or no answer. In the wagon stock, the answer is yes, that's not an issue. But in terms of tracks, concession of tracks, we are not talking about it right now.
I address my question to Minister Pivovarsky. We have pretty decayed infrastructure, especially roads, and we know in what harsh conditions do you have to work. But there is a window of opportunity I see you're using by investing, trying to make railroad transit better. And thanks for that, and keep going. But I wanted to ask whether you plan to use the materials, practices that are, for example, used in Israel, like with recycled tires. I'm not a professional in this area. Would like to hear your comment on how it can be used, if it's an option for Ukraine, and what do you think about it? Thank you.
Yeah, in terms of fixing the roads, historically, Ukravtodor and the regional representative offices of Ukravtodor have been using just one technology. We have a group right now that is looking into alternative technologies of doing minor maintenance works and fixing roads. So we're looking at a number of technologies, including certain Israeli-based technologies. And there are quite good technologies from Germany as well. So we want to, once we decentralize the maintenance component of Ukravtodor, we will allow the local communities to decide what kind of a technology they want to use locally. They know better. Again, they just know better. We in Kiev cannot know everything. So If they decide that the Israeli technology is the best, go for it. If they decide that the US or Germany-based or whatever technology is based, they will be able to go for it. But at the same time, we will ask the localized technologies to be used to a greater degree. So right now, the current technology is heavily dependent on the oil-based components. The level of localization is not more than 50 or 60%. We can go to as high as 90%. And by localizing the technology, we'll be developing the economy, as Ivor says.
Absolutely, yeah, I fully agree. Any more questions?
I have two questions to Andrei Pivovarsky, and the first one would be...
I'm sorry, guys.
Andrei is very popular.
Okay, so the first one would be as from the representative of the Kiev Bicyclist Association. So you have a strategy of the bicycle infrastructure development, and if it's under your control, and who is responsible for that? And the second question is from the simple consumer concerns railway, and it's about internet access at the train. As far as I know, there is such a service already, but as I've heard from the people who already consume this service, it's extremely uncomfortable. Because you have to go to a special kiosk to buy a special card, and the price is very high for that. And maybe it could be a good idea to it smells a little bit fishy, like it's a pocket company provide this service, and maybe you should think, or you have planned to hold new tender to provide this service. Thank you.
In terms of the bicycles road infrastructure, that's not under my control. You need to talk to the local communities, to the mayor or the mayors, etc. So you should talk to Vitaly Klitschko, and I believe they already have a plan for the bicycle infrastructure development in Kiev.
Bicycles, so
yeah, yeah. No. I believe they already have a plan, and the bicyclists will be happy. In terms of the internet development, you are absolutely right. Your smell, your smell does not fail you. So what we are talking about right now is high-speed Wi-Fi service provided by a non-pocket provider, but by a major provider. I've spoken to several of them already. They see the technical opportunities to provide high-speed, uninterrupted Wi-Fi service. Definitely on the regular trains. There is a problem with the intercity high-speed trains at 150, 160 kilometers per hour. We still have interruptions in connection. But at least there is one company that is trying to find a technical solution to this problem. But there will be Wi-Fi shortly, and one of the KPIs for the general director of the intercity high-speed train company, and for the guy responsible for the passenger traffic in Ukrzaliznytsia, is to have Wi-Fi shortly. If they cannot find the technical solution, then there will be other people who will be finding the technical solution.
I think, Andrei, we can help on that, on technical solution, because there is a technical solution deployed in France and Japan with 300 kilometers per hour. There is no interruption of the service of Wi-Fi in the trains.
Whenever someone tells me that there is a problem and that we are unique, it means that there is a personal interest involved.
Exactly.
And then I put a red flag, and either there is a solution or not, and there's always someone else who's ready to find a solution.
There are plenty of solutions, so we'll definitely next week come with the help on that. Any more questions, Jen?
Thank you. I also have a question for Mr. Pivovarsky, so I'm sorry.
Right, there is a press conference of Andrei.
Well, the question concerns the aviation. Well, on the one hand, you opened the Lvov airport for all the carriers, but on the other hand, all the rules and all the mechanisms of giving designations to carriers are actually blocked. The new rules are blocked by the Ministry of Justice and the old by the court decision. So how are you going to address this problem and to give designations to carriers? Thank you.
Yeah, we are in some sort of a vacuum right now in terms of giving the designations, but at the same time, we have a major international law firm working on doing some sort of a legal due diligence of the current legislation. And I hope this law firm will complete the job next week. And based on this legal due diligence, based on this document, the ministry and the Civil Aviation Authority will decide how to move forward. So we'll have some sort of a final judgment on how we can actually provide designations to the air carriers. But at this point, we're only talking about the international traffic. There is a way to provide the local traffic designations and the charter designations. So over the next week or so, we should find a solution.
Thank you, Mr. Pivovarsky. And my question from these two gentlemen, because you had a rest a little bit, so. And the question is, after this discussion, we mentioned that it should be two main points that investments will come. Trust or confidence that we are on the right way and we are doing the right stuff for doing business. And second, awareness. So what is your perception after this discussion? Are you more confident? Are you more aware? What is the view?
Well, first of all, I think clearly, as I said earlier, I can see that there's a blueprint that is being worked on. The confidence doesn't come by words. The confidence will come over time through acts and deeds. I think we as EBRD are prepared to take the upfront risk of that confidence because we have the track record and the confidence in this government's commitment to the principles that it's enunciating. And I hope through that action that we will be able to bring the confidence to the rest of the international financing and investment community as well.
In the railway sector in particular, I would echo that, and it's been my experience and observation that PKP and Deutsche Bahn and the French Railway, there are a lot of railway companies out there that want to get involved in new countries internationally, that want to invest in rolling stock, that want to invest in locomotives, maybe even in infrastructure, that are ready to be operating, I believe, in Ukraine if they get the chance. So I believe if the legal structure were there, now of course there's a limit to how far east their trains are going to run, but I think they very much would like to get their trains running. I think PKP would love to have its trains running into Ukraine and investing as much into the system as it could. I think Deutsche Bahn would be the same.
Thank you. More questions? That's it. Thank you so much. And just let's thank you our speakers, Mr. Wolf, Mr. Pivovarsky, Mr. Ajuner, Mr. Pittman. Thank you so much for your time and sharing it with us.